up a ride. Need a yeehaw, you know how ye. Here for one night and we just wanna party. In a fast car, a Ferrari. It's a push start, I don't need a car key. It's out on Broadway, and it's gnarly. On a late night, but I'm not tardy. Right on time for the parties and Barbies. Strolling with a truck of green like I go sweet. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Come and kiss me up, it's going down. Like a train with no brakes, I'm not slowing down. See us showing up, we're showing out. But I pack it in till they kick us out. I'm no Nell them, I'm a lunatic. It's no telling when I get loose a bit. Got my babe, my boo, she cute and shh. And they serve me straight, need no juice and shh. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Kiss me up, it's going down. Like a train with no brakes, I'm not slowing down. See us showing up, we're showing out. But I pack it in till they kick us out. I'm no Nell them, I'm a lunatic. It's no telling when I get loose a bit. Got my babe, my boo, she cute and shh. And they serve me straight, need no juice and shh. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. one night and we just wanna party. In a fast car, a Ferrari. It's a push start, I don't need a car key. Slide on Broadway, and it's gnarly. On a late night, but I'm not tardy. Right on time for the parties and Barbies. Strolling with a truck of green like a golf swing. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Come and kiss me up, it's going down. Like a train with no brakes, I'm not slowing down. See us showing up, we're showing out. But I pack it in till they kick us out. I'm no Nell in them.
Good morning, Cooters. How are you guys today? Happy Friday. Are you guys happy it's Friday? I'm in a really good mood today. I hope you guys are too. Welcome back to my channel. If you guys haven't hit that like button, now is a great time to do so. If you're at work, just celebrate that it's Friday. Unless, of course, you have to work on the weekend. Then, not so much. But good morning, and thank you, True Love Has 4 Paws, for gifting 10 Cooterships. Everybody come on in and close your legs. It is the last day of the month, too. Hey, Potato. Hey, Melissa B. And hey, Shell. Good to see you guys this morning. Angie B. What's up? I hope you guys are all doing good. So did you guys watch Sean's live stream last night? Put a 1 in chat if you've watched it. So last night, I didn't get to see it when it was live because my daughter came over and we were having pizza and shit. But we did kind of like replay some of it in Discord, but I haven't watched it like in its entirety. So we're going to break it down. We're going to walk through the whole thing. It was a little strange. It was a little strange. A lot of you watched it. 0.5. Does that mean you watched half of it? His BS pisses you off. Well, it was weird, right? Because like there was supposed to be this special guest, and then they bring on Coffin Daffer. If anybody wants to come up and review this with me, you are more than welcome to come up. I'm allergic. Misfit, thank you for reminding me it's the last day. My sister-in-law's a leap year baby. Oh, she celebrates today, not tomorrow, and tomorrow. That's pretty cool. She gets 2 days. Hi, Elizabeth. Butter says, heard his story about the CPS changed again. You watched Toasty, scripted and lots of acting. There seems like there's something wrong with Tony as well. And I'm not saying this because I don't care for Tony, but there seems to be something wrong with his eyeballs. He might want to get that checked out. I mean, I'm not joking. I want to come up, but I got a work man coming any minute. Ugh. Here, let me pin the link if you want to. If anybody wants to come up, it'll be pinned. Hold on. Pin. Here we go. Tony's a cyborg. I've never noticed his eyes doing that. Yes, there was someone that reached over and grabbed this water bottle. It might be Tony's wife. But let's get into it, guys. Let's get into it. We'll stop and talk and all that good stuff. Hey,
Hey,
Swan.
Sebastian's Army. How's everybody doing this evening? As always, we can't tell you how grateful we are for you guys stopping by and joining Seth tonight, and just ask that you guys keep him in your prayers. As you guys can imagine, this has been.
Well, I have to say, Captain Ganja, Tony actually tried to go after my marriage, so he can fuck directly off as well, right? He wanted to cause problems between my husband and I. And I find that to be very, very fucking disturbing. So I share that sentiment that Tony can fuck directly off. However, there is something fucking wrong with his eyes. Look at this. One is directly looking to the right and one is looking to the left. Oh my God, Angie B coming in hot with 5 cooter ships. The chat's moving fast, Ange. Where did it go? Because all the ones, that's why. Angie, thank you so much. That's so generous of you. Thank you. Welcome, new cooters. Everybody got a cooter ship? Come on in and close your legs. Member for 16 months over here, Shell. Thank you so, so much. Yeah, there's definitely something going on, man. Okay, let's keep going. Curious why he doesn't look towards the camera. I think he has his camera off to the side and then he's looking at the screen. So he's looking at the people that he's talking to. He got LASIK?
Oh, probably the worst second or third days of his life. The last couple of days, you can probably see it on his face. It's hadn't had a lot of sleep. Things have been tough on him. So just keep him in your prayers. And again, from both of us and everybody that supports Sebastian, we appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here, and we'll turn it over to Mr. Rogers.
I'd like to say thank you to everybody in chat. Thank you for my mods. Thank you for Sebastian's Army. Thank you everybody for the prayers that still continue to come in. We are continuing to look for Sebastian. We are continuing to trace down every lead that comes in, turn over every rock, go down every rabbit hole. We will find him. That is my only goal. And I appreciate everybody that's there with me on this goal of finding my son and bringing him home. It's been a very trying year. I know a lot of y'all I've seen in chat, you guys are not happy with some of the interviews that are going on, but there are people out there that are obstacles, and that's it. They're just obstacles. Giving them any type of validation is not worth Sebastian's time.
So who do you think he's talking about here? These people are obstacles. Because didn't he accuse the RICO plaintiffs or defendants rather of obstructing the search? Tony looks like a damn zombie, freaking me out. But who's he talking about? There's people out there. Is he talking about the Proudfoots? There's people out there that are obstacles. You think it's Katie and Chris? He's calling them obstacles? Right. Is it creators? Is it them? No, listen. He says there's people out there who are obstacles. Listen again.
People out there that are obstacles. And that's it. They're just obstacles. Giving them any type of validation is not worth Sebastian's time. And I appreciate everybody that does debunk everything that they sit there and come out with.
Oh, he is talking about creators. I appreciate everybody who debunks everything they come out with. So you appreciate the fake pictures, you appreciate all that stuff?
It's trying, very trying. Nobody really wants.
Did you hear that voice? Did you hear that voice?
Nobody really wants trying.
Who's in there with you, Tony? Who's in there with you, Tony? Look at that look. If looks could kill.
It's trying, very trying. Nobody really wants to sit there and understand what's going through my mind every day. You know, it's when I do sleep, Sebastian's there. And when I wake up, he's not. You know, some people have been sitting there going that they hope that Sebastian haunts his mother. I'm not into that because I had nothing to do with his disappearance.
Wait, what?
You know, some people have been sitting there going that they hope that Sebastian haunts his mother.
Some people are sitting there hoping that Sebastian haunts his mother. I've never heard anyone say that. Have you? That's saying he's dead. Sarah Luna, thank you for becoming a cooter today. Come on in and close your legs. Jammers. Welcome, Sarah Luna.
I'm not into that because I had nothing to do with his disappearance. And every time I close my eyes, he's there. I wake up having conversations with him.
He said, I'm not into that.
I relive every moment that I spent with him every time I go to sleep.
Wow.
And the fact is that whoever has him, if you're watching this, if you're seeing this, please just drop him off somewhere where there's a phone where he can go in and tell him, please, my name is Sebastian Rogers. I need you to call 911. It's the only thing I care about is fighting for my son and bringing him home.
Take a deep breath, buddy.
I do have a special guest this evening. Some of you in chat have already guessed who it is. I'd like to bring up Jennifer Coffin-Daffin.
Lord.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Jen.
Hi, Tony.
Coffin.
Hello, Miss Jen.
You know, this is so, I can't even relate. And I know everybody in the audience that hasn't lost a child. And I know there's many in this audience that have lost a child. We can't imagine what you're going through, but we can see it, Seth, and all of us are going to continue to use our platforms to bring Sebastian front and center, and to hopefully someday he'll be found and your pain will go away.
You know, I was talking to somebody earlier today, and, you know, he disappeared at 15. He's now 16, and it's like time stops. Time just stops. And if I found him tomorrow, it's trying to pack everything that I have missed doing for him for the last year, and then just playing catch up.
Did she really?
Disappears at 15. He's 16 now. I haven't even taught him how to shave. You know, when he would watch me in the bathroom when I shaved, and he was starting to grow a mustache, and he just didn't like it. He was like, I don't like my mustache. And it's like, well, I like mine. You know, if you shave it, it's going to grow in thicker. You know, teaching him how to use facial cleansers and the little machine. Like, I have pictures because he teenager started to get acne. So, you know, it's just, I'm not done teaching him. And the fact is that somebody has my son, and they're stopping me from continuing to teach him. And
wait, what?
just not.
They're stopping me from I'm not done teaching him, and the fact is they're stopping me from teaching him.
Is that somebody has my son, and they're stopping me from continuing to teach him. And just not done. I'm not done living my life, teaching him and enjoying my life next to him. At 15, I'm supposed to get 3 more years before he's, you know, technically able to move out of the house. And now he's 16. Now we're down to 2 years, and it's like, I find him at 16. He would just probably have to stay at my house until he's 20, maybe 25. I don't know if I'm going to ever let him leave. Once I find him, like, I've always told him that he has a room at my house no matter what. But now I think it's more along the lines of, you're going to have to stay. You know, I build a house. He's just going to have a house wherever I'm at. You know, you want to move out? That's fine. We'll build another one right behind the house. That way I know where you're at. That way I know that he's safe. And right now, the worst thing in the world is not knowing if he's safe, not knowing that he's getting fed, not knowing that he's properly clothed, not knowing that he's getting the friendship that he deserves, being able to talk to somebody that understands him. And it's horrible because I don't know what he's going through. And watching her interviews just made me sick because it's about them. I'm going through hell. I know I am, but I also know where I'm at. People know where I am.
Wait, they do? People know where you are? This part cracked me up. People know where I am. It's like he's saying the Proudfoots are hiding, right? Well, who's the one that's avoided service? For how long now? We know where you are? Really? How long did how many times did the sheriff try to serve you court documents?
So know where I'm at. People know where I am.
They do?
And we don't know where he is. He is my grace, and he has been my grace since he was born. And I just want to find him.
Seth, it's definitely abundantly obvious to me and Jen and everybody else that's watching that when you have an innocent parent that truly doesn't know where their child is, it's hard to fight back the tears. It's not hard to produce a tear. And I think that your interviews are telling over and over and over again. It's never been about you. It's always been about your son.
You know, I didn't know I could cry this much. I didn't know anybody could cry this much. And it's like every day I feel like maybe I'm cried out and I won't do it. But just walk by his room.
You want your camera on, G-Dubs?
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
Have you watched?
I haven't. I actually was going to go live this morning, but we were having like an internet outage thing.
Jesus, what's going on with everybody's internet?
I don't know, but I was going to like blind react to it. And I'm sitting here listening, and my whole stream was going to be about hypocrisy, right?
Right.
And as I'm listening to this, I'm hearing like fucking goofball-eyed over there, Tony, saying like, all your interviews have always been about Sebastian. But the 5 minutes I've been tuning in, I heard me. Mm-hmm. I'm not done teaching him. I was doing this with my beard. I have this many years left with him. I.
Yep, I'm going through hell.
Right. People know where I'm at. Like, what are they talking about? Has always been about Sebastian. He's yet nothing about Sebastian yet.
He's trying. I feel like he's trying to mimic Katie and her emotions. Like hers was so genuine. You know what I mean? Like the crying, and I mean, she had snot coming out of her nose and everything. Like she was for real crying. And he's like, well, maybe I'm cried out. So maybe he's feeling a little weird that he's not showing that same emotion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm all cried out. It's like, well, maybe you are. I mean, it's been a year, but I don't know. It is all about him. Always, every time.
It's always been. I know. It's just, and it honestly is so telling to who he is. But this is what he's always done, right? Like after the Proudfoots do an interview or they something, he kind of mimics that. Mm-hmm. And listen, I'm not taking away the fact that maybe Seth really is in this place of, you know, I see him when I sleep, and I don't know what he's going through. I'm thankful I don't know what he's going through. But what I do know for sure is he has always made it about him. Never, in my opinion, has it been about Sebastian. And then to start off again with drama. Right. Like, dude, nobody can stop you from searching for your son. It doesn't matter if I stood out front with a bullhorn. It wouldn't prevent you from doing what you need to do. So they need to stop with that shit. They have a choice to listen or not listen.
Well, that's what I was wondering what he was talking about when he said there's people out there who are obstacles.
Maybe and I'm it's like, his own friends with their blurbs, blobs, whatever he called them.
Right. The fake pictures, he's okay with all that, right? Then he says, well, there's people out there that are saying that they hope Sebastian haunts his mother. I'm not down with, or I'm not about that.
Yeah. He's just
You're the one that's enticed it.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. He just spent a year making sure everybody hated Katie and felt that they were guilty, which again is the hypocrisy of it all, because they can sit up there and say that type of shit even on national news. But even if I did, because I never did, but even if I said that I thought that Seth was responsible for Sebastian's disappearance or called him a murderer, what difference would it make when you all say it every damn day?
Right.
I hope the Proudfoots sue the fucking shit out of all of them.
Oh, me too. Me too.
It would just be karma. It would be just, it'd be ironic because they support it being done, right? With no fear of it being done to them when they actually say a lot worse.
Gary says, I believe in Katie more than ever. After her interview, I do too.
I didn't even watch that either. I
Oh,
didn't
you
watch
didn't?
any of them. Mm-mm.
Oh, you're going to have to do blind react.
That's what I was going to do. Yeah. And then point out a few things from, the greed team and their hypocrisy.
Well, what I thought was interesting in this, I watched part of it last night, was that Coffin actually asks him the same question that Katie was asked. If you, what do you miss most about your son?
Oh,
And
of
it's
course.
really interesting to see the stark contrast of their answers. Like Katie's was all good memories, like bowling, like things he was getting better at. Like her face lit up as she talked about things that she did with Sebastian. I miss hanging out with him. I miss, it's just also genuine, real stuff. But his is pretty different than that.
What does he miss? Sitting in their matching recliners and playing video games?
Oh, it's worse than that, Granny. He missed the
Oh.
first thing he talked about was I miss him taking showers.
That's fucking weird.
It's
I miss
really
him
weird.
taking showers. The
Oh,
fuck?
and then he gets
You're
graphic about.
kidding.
Do you want to stay up and watch this with me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
stay a few minutes. I don't even know if I.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. And he goes, yeah. All right, let's listen. I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
I just see something that's his, and it's like, I don't want to move it. They just need to stay where they were at when he left. So when he comes back, it's where he left it.
Under the bed.
Jen, I want to go to you for a minute and give Seth a chance to just decompress for a second. First thing I want to say is I think a lot of times, Jen, that people take having access to you for granted because you've now become this quasi content creator.
Shut up.
What does that even mean? Quasi.
I don't know, but he looks like Quasimodo with his fucking eyes. What is going on?
Quasi. What does that mean?
Like,
it says seemingly, apparently, but not really. Partly or almost is quasi.
What the fuck?
You're a quasi content creator?
Can we take a moment to realize that not only does he make his title a year in counting, and he capitalizes it like the way I do my titles, like every word's capital, but then on the thumbnail he puts with special guest. And then I don't know if anybody who doesn't have ad revenue, but the amount of ads this guy had was unbelievable. Great, as his child, he can
do whatever he wants.
Right. But the fact of the matter is he goes live once a month. He puts as many ads as he can, and he collects memberships the whole month. No other parent with a missing child has ever done any shit like this.
Never. Actually, my daughter was over last night. That's why I didn't watch it when it aired. And I had it on in the background, and she was like, who's that? And I was kind of telling her. And she's like, this is weird. Like, she even thought it was weird. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it is weird because what should have been done, in my opinion, would be like to show photographs of Sebastian and show real raw emotions and videos and things like that, so that people see his face. Not to have these three buffoons up there once again pretending, because you can tell the emotions are not real, and just acting like there's some, like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
I don't either. And everyone keeps talking about this grift, right? Now, I'm not saying that they're not, getting money, but they're not really advertising. Like, I don't see a Cash App or anything scrolling on the bottom. So are people just like his supporters just sending him money? Because I just don't see a public grift anymore.
Well, no, I
like
think
we did.
I think the channel's the grift. I think he gives these memberships. People figure, hey, this is, instead of sending a cash app, I can become a member to his channel. And then he goes live and he does the extreme ad revenue to get that payout each month.
Mm. I don't know. I'm just surprised he doesn't go live more often. He never uses his channel. Remember, they were talking about doing weekly update, like talking about Sebastian every week. They were going to do a stream.
Listen, if I didn't have stalkers on YouTube, I'd post a daily update about my kids every day, and they're not missing. Like you would imagine he would have Trevor Lee every day put up a day 222 missing with a photo of Sebastian every single day. This guy's not doing that, and he's the father. I don't understand it.
No, I don't either. I don't know, FSU. I didn't really watch the chat, but I don't think so. I don't think there were any late. Let me see. We can put the replay on if you guys want. Oops. There, now we can see the chat.
And I think that, having access to you, being able to speak to you, being able to get your opinions on things, a lot of people take that for granted because you're one of us now, so to speak. But I want everybody that's listening tonight to understand, and Jen, I can speak on a personal.
You're one of us now, so to speak. That is so weird to say. One of us?
But I'm glad that he's saying it, right? Because again, he has proven that they are all public figures.
In a group.
In a group, right? They're an enterprise of public figures that have the nerve to cry about defamation as they sit and do shit like this.
Dr. Melmo said, I thought Coffin Daffer was pitiful.
She is pitiful.
Level, you and I became friends working another case together, and have maintained a friendship, all the way through today. And I'm blessed to call you a friend. But beyond the personal side of that, guys, when you have somebody with Jen's resume that has done what she's done,
it doesn't
really matter whether you like her or you like her channel or any of.
What's that?
She studied fucking agriculture. Like she studied, her credentials aren't really credentialing. You know what I mean? Like
no, they're definitely not. So last night we were in Discord. We saw her resume on LinkedIn, right? Someone pulled it up and she's got the FBI on there, but she also has that she was a spotter for the NFL. And we looked up what a spotter means, and it means they watch the game to notice any injuries. How is she credentialed to spot injuries during a football game? She did this shit for 4 years. I was like, what? It is wild.
Why do they always have to do this love bombing shit too, though? Like, oh, you know how much I respect you and love you, and
You're our sister.
Right. Are we here to talk about, you guys all basically yanking each other off, or can we talk about Sebastian?
Right. Oh, I guess it's important to note too that she was dual streaming to her channel as well.
That's so ignorant. That's so fucking ignorant.
Really? RLA says you only need a pair of binoculars to be a spotter. I do it with high school, but with the NFL, how do you get into that? That seems wild to me. But.
Wow, she dual streamed
She dual streamed the shit, which is so weird to me, man. It's so weird.
It's actually disrespectful is what it is.
Yeah, why would she do that?
It's very disrespectful.
I wonder if she just logged in and saw that little button and said, oh, stream to your platform. Okay.
Well, let's face it. The most views any of them get, is Sebastian, because it's a trending topic. And that goes for Jennifer as well. So she wanted the views off.
She wanted it on her damn channel. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if that's what she was promised. Like, oh, you can go ahead and put this on your platform.
I told you, I think they were all promised things like that. You guys heard Nick say that, if I worked with them, I could have a really big channel.
Uh-huh. Oh, I'm sure. Just like how Betty interviewed the other plaintiff, Chasing Crime, the other day.
Yeah, that fucking...
Now she's coming to YouTube, right? And Betty looked pissed that she even had to showcase her.
I got so many different things to show. I can't wait to show them.
Do you really?
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Malmo, why is he in a hotel room? I think that he's there in Tennessee for the vigil. Now she looks like she's in an Airbnb or something. Like that doesn't look like her typical background. So is she going to the vigil?
I don't know, but you know what I do know? I don't know. I've been trying to mess with it all day. I don't know how people get their cameras like she has hers. Like I don't when like I set up my camera, right? If I have it like a certain way, I can't like reach my keyboard and my mouse and all. Like I don't know how they get the angles they get. Sounds weird, but
Maybe it's a laptop and she just has it open.
oh, okay, like it's
That
built
could
in.
be. Uh-huh.
Laptop cameras make me look weird.
I hate cameras. There's not a good angle for me.
I
I just
know.
always feel like I look like weird.
Me too. That's what I said to you. I'm like, I feel like on my end I look okay, and then afterwards I look weird.
I look like a male.
Same. And I've been messing with it all day, like trying to figure out like an angle so I don't have to have like the blurred background on in case one of the kids
I
come
think we're
walking
too
by.
critical because you looked really pretty when you went on camera the other day. There was nothing wrong with your angle.
Well,
I think
thank
we're
you.
overcritical of ourselves. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
But I'm trying to get like that distance, like the full like body distance she has, and I just can't get
I
it. Like
know.
I
I
don't know
can't.
how the
I
fuck they
know.
do it.
It's trial and error.
Frankly, Jen doesn't care any more than we do. But what I think that you have to be grateful to have is her as a resource and listening to her take on things. Because quite
Wait, what
frankly,
was that?
to have is her as a resource and listening to her take on things.
What the
Chihuahua.
fuck was
It's like
that?
a little chihuahua.
Was that Betty's dog?
But what I think that you have to be grateful to have is her as a resource and listening to her take on things. Because quite frankly, it's not an uneducated take. It is a very, very educated take. It's based on years of experience. It's based on resources that have been available to her over time. And, Jen, I'm just eternally grateful that we have you as an ear, as a friend, as someone that when we don't understand something, we can call you and say, hey, does this sound right to you? This is what we've heard. This is what we learned in our communication with law enforcement, in general. Does this seem right? And you're able to talk us through. Yes, it makes sense. And this is why. Maybe it doesn't make sense, and this is why. But again, we're grateful to have you as a friend and a resource, and just want all of your audience that follows you daily, and all of Seth's audience to know that, man, what a privilege to have you on talking about Seth and his son and what you see and feel and believe based on your education and all your years' experience. So I'm going to turn it over to you and just let you talk for a minute.
Well, Tony, I just want to say, first of all, that is very humbling. I'm humbled to be here because if it were my child, I don't know if I would have the wherewithal that Seth has shown through this. And I mean that sincerely. I haven't walked one step in his shoes, but sadly, I've walked alongside of so many parents over the years still that are in those shoes. And it's really something to watch the strength, to watch the focus be on Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, even with all the noise. And so bringing it back to him, I want to say that with all the cases of the missing, and we're all very active in all these cases. I post about them daily and talk about them daily. And Sebastian is so special. I don't want to say anything negative about any of the other missing. I just want to say, how did he become so special? And I think a big part of it to start, Seth, was your honesty about him, your rawness, moments good, moments bad, but always moments honest. And you brought him to life, I think, for everyone. The pictures that were chosen, starting with the snake. I mean, just the draw of that. I mean, for me personally, we had a ball python named Jackie. My son is the exact same age as Sebastian. And for all of us that have a child and a son, particularly one that age right now, of course, this is so touching. But not only that, it's like the life in his eyes. I posted because I had seen for the first time, I heard his voice with that green tea. And I got to tell you, that moment was tough. And it had to be tough for anybody who has a heart. Because you could see that exactly how you talked about it, that you were just honest. You're like, he's kind of quirky. He's funny. He is interesting. And
so that leads me to my next question. I don't want to cut you off, but you walked right into it.
uh-huh.
I don't want to cut you off, but you walked right into it. So she's going on about the video that Katie posted, right? The green tea.
You and I were talking on the phone the other day, and we were trying to wrap our brains around what exactly it was. You and I have talked about Joe Petito many times. Has talked about the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white girl effect. And
What? You and I have talked about Joe Petito and the blonde hair, blue-eyed white girl effect. What does this have to do with Sebastian? And why are you guys obsessed with Joe Petito? Why? You will never be Joe Petito, Seth R. Ever. Never, ever, ever. Don't you even think it.
Talking on the phone the other day, and we were trying to wrap our brains around what exactly it was. You and I have talked about Joe Petito many times. Has talked about the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white girl effect, and you don't often see a 15-year-old young man that captures the hearts of America like Sebastian has. So, what do you think has made everybody get so entrenched with? I'll say finding this young man because I want to believe that that's what most people are here for.
That's
First
what
of all, this case is nothing like Gabby Petito. This is nothing, not even comparable to Gabby Petito. Right. Why did he interrupt that?
people are here for. 98% of everybody here is here for that. And going back to a few of those things I said, but I think the other piece, this has truly become, I think for many, a mystery, if you will. To me, I don't really look at it that way, but I think a lot of people think, how in the world did this young man just disappear? And this gorgeous smile, his eyes that light up a room, all of that, Tony and Seth, you could tell he's just a special, fun, vivacious young man. And our hearts go out. Does autism play a part in that? Is all and this.
Okay, watch. Okay, so watch Tony as he looks over to the right, and you're going to see a girl's arm pick up that water bottle on the, or put the water bottle on the nightstand. Watch.
Gorgeous smile, his eyes that light up a room, all of that, Tony and Seth.
Did you see that?
His eyes that light up a room.
So we heard a dog, and now we see an arm reaching over with a beige sweater on, setting down a teal water bottle. Jay, she had never heard or seen the green tea video until Katie played it in the interview a year into this. Someone's in the bed. Someone's in the bed. His wife is with him. I don't know, Carrie. Is she? I don't know.
All of that, Tony and Seth. You could tell he's just a special, fun, vivacious young man. And our hearts go out. Does autism play a part in that? I think yes, because anytime you know that there's someone with special needs that are missing, it's even more special because they're more vulnerable. They're less worldly. So now you have somebody who's a teen, only 15, and vulnerable. It makes all of us even more worried and concerned. You put it all together, and Tony, I'm going to say this, and Seth, this isn't just.
Dude, I know if his wife didn't go with him, I'm dead right now. Like, that could be his wife. But if his wife didn't go with him, I'm dead AF.
The United States, the world cares about your son. The world is posting. The world is saying his name, hoping someone saw something.
Well, you mentioned hearing his voice with the green tea, and something I didn't even talk to you about before the interview, but you're going to get to hear his voice again tonight, and it's going to be in a way that is so raw that I don't think there'll be a dry eye in the house. But I want everybody to understand that I believe that when you come on the Father's channel to hear the Father in the raw with raw emotions talking about his son, I do believe that's a privilege. I don't believe it's a right. And these are personal things he's sharing. This is a vulnerability he's sharing. And I just don't want anybody to take that for granted, because I can tell you, you guys came tonight to hear from the Father, not from Jen.
You came tonight to hear from the Father, not from Jen. Then why even have her on? Why even fucking have her on? Seth made a while ago about sometimes a person needs to go through deep pain and grief to know what they lost. Makes me feel like that was directed towards Katie. Yeah, didn't he say something like, you have to endure? You have to endure the worst. Do you want your camera on or off? Dubs. All right, you're back. Is your internet
here?
back on?
Oh, okay. Sorry, my internet cut out again. Damn. Before my internet goes again, am I here?
Yeah, you're here.
Okay, I just want to say two quick things. When he says that it's a privilege to hear from Seth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then Why doesn't he say that to his green team that's screaming that Katie needs to talk? Okay. Because it's a privilege to hear from her as well. They're not entitled to anything, but they don't take that approach when it comes to Katie. Instead, they demand that she speaks. Then when he said all of America, if I was Jennifer Coffendorfer at that point, I would say, hey, Tony, at one point you did have Vinnie Politan, you had Nancy Grace, you had Pascal, you had JLR, you had a lot more people that wanted to and were willing to speak about Sebastian. The latest interview you did with Nancy Grace never reappeared. You'll likely never be invited again. Pascal stopped speaking a long time ago. He just said something the other day, but most people have walked away from them. And ironically, at the same time that they hired a cleanup crew, if you will. So what part of America is looking or knows about Sebastian? X? Twitter? Right. Most people with credentials want nothing to do with it anymore because they've made this a damn circus. And that's so unfortunate for Sebastian. And for fuck's sake, it was Katie that came out with the green tea clip. It was Katie. It wasn't Seth. It was Katie. And now Seth has to come out with a video that has Sebastian's voice because Katie did that. Everything with this guy seems to be a competition.
Yep, a one-up.
Hey, wait.
He gives away a couple clues in this too, like of how his behavior was with them. What's up, Wee?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hello. I'm only making a flying visit. I have listened to this diabolical situation that we're watching unfold, and I think there's a lot of the language here that Tony thought he was playing a real slick game with his national spokesperson malarkey. And really, he has stepped right in it with a whole lot of the phrases that were used, the words that were used. I know even if it was for free, I wouldn't want him speaking for me personally. That's my choice. There and Coffin Daffer, dear Lord, if that's what is an example of a retired FBI agent, God help us all, because woman dear, you don't even know about your own agency, for one. Secondly,
The
you
card
can't
team,
think,
yeah, she got that all wrong.
that
It's like,
that
what?
annoyed me. As a dirty foreigner, I know what a card team is, and I'm like, come on now, you shouldn't have to Google that, Jennifer. You
That
shouldn't.
was weird. It was kind of weird that he even asked that, to be honest, right?
What? A cardigan?
No, the FBI card, the FBI card team. It's like child. I don't know. It stands for something, but she had to look it up, and she was still wrong.
Child abduction rapid deployment team.
There you go.
As a former FBI, she didn't know about that.
No, she got it wrong. She got it wrong. But the interesting thing is that Sean asked her, "Oh, you're ex FBI," and she goes, "Retired." And he's like, "Explain the card team." I was like, where did that come from? Like, what?
It was like a quiz, and she hadn't prepared. She wasn't ready.
It was weird, man. She's like, "Wait, this wasn't on the list."
But the other reason I sort of wanted to pop it just now is that the bit that we just played a wee minute ago, where she keeps referring to Sebastian as special. Now, I will hold my hands up and say I have a disability. It is not the same as Sebastian's disability, but as somebody with a disability, I feel I can speak with some authority on this matter. It's a very sensitive topic. The language that is used to describe people, it's something that a lot of people don't understand, why we can use certain words and can't use other words. And quite frankly, unlike most other things, until it's one of your loved ones that's in that situation, most people don't understand. That's how we all learn, usually. But referring to him so clearly and frequently as special hit me really wrong. It doesn't hit the note that she wanted to hit. And I felt like she was laying it on way too thick. I mean,
Well, it's all
without,
fake, we.
yeah, yeah,
It's all
yeah.
fake. I mean, you have Tony before saying it's weird when people say they love Sebastian. You don't know Sebastian. You don't, it's weird. And now they're all like, "We love you, Sebastian. We like." It's all fake.
And it also gives that implication, the same thing that we've had for a year, where instead of people talking about the fact that Sebastian has a 6q27 chromosomal deletion, which leads to a whole complex variety of medical issues, and the fact that it's unique to every person that experiences it, to reduce that down into something like autism
Right.
negates a whole proportion of what made Sebastian the child that he is. This is an opportunity that could help people learn something about children with rare diseases and illnesses. And yet, here we are, because of the stupidity of people, we can't even get the most basic, simple things right. She's reduced Sebastian and every other child with special needs down to being special. Every child is special.
Right.
Well, and not only that, but Sebastian was newly diagnosed. I mean, he was diagnosed a few months before he disappeared with autism. So the fact that they have labeled him as the child with autism, like you're saying, okay, but up until, I guess the end of October when he was diagnosed, he wasn't the child with autism. He was the child with chromosome deletion.
Right.
Yep.
And like someone just said in chat, that's hardly ever mentioned.
No, it's never mentioned at all.
And I don't understand why. I really don't. I don't know whether it's because people don't want to learn about it. Again, perfect. This would be the perfect opportunity. Even myself included. I was a nurse. I didn't know the range of issues that come with this issue. I didn't. I went and read about it. It's the perfect opportunity for people to learn that such things exist in the world and what that means for people. And yet here we are where we can't even get the basics right. We have some nut running around with a puzzle piece tattooed on her, thinking that somehow she is the spokesperson for all things autism. No, just no.
Well,
Stop that.
and not only that, but if he went into the chromosome deletion, then he'd have to retract his comments, such as "I told him real men wear boxers," because that was part of chromosome deletion. That's part,
Was the incontinence.
right? And the fact that he was like, "Oh, wearing diapers," and I'm like, "Real men wear boxers, son." So you belittled your son over a medical condition. So in order to acknowledge that condition of his, he has to acknowledge that a lot of the ways he went about things were wrong.
Well, and can you imagine what he said to Sebastian if he's saying it to us with him,
Oh,
you know?
I can't. And I will never not understand how people don't see Seth for what we see him for. And I guess, that a lot of it, I believe, is ego. I believe it's because they dislike people that see it. So now they pretend not to see it.
Right.
But even throughout this whole interview, this is what was being displayed as narcissism. It is. I mean,
This is classic Seth.
right. I had 2 more years left with him. I needed to teach him how to do this. I was supposed to do this.
Mhm.
It's a weird thing to say. I never thought oh, my son's going to be turning 13 in June. I only have 7 years left with him. Those thoughts never crossed my mind. Never mind the fact that when asked before, and I directly asked Chris Proudfoot myself, would Sebastian one day be able to live on his own? It was Seth Rogers that said most likely not. Now you're talking about he would have been out the house at 18. Which one is it? But again, it goes back to him and control and
And
my
what he
son,
wants.
my show, and what I want to do and what I want to teach him. Well, I like my mustache and I like boxers and I this and I that. It's not about Sebastian. And I can only fathom what it was like living in the grass of somebody like him, who likely has always been the way he even spoke about Katie. I had to teach her this because she didn't know that. And I had to guide her with this. And he has to be the smartest, the tallest, the best in the room. And there's no doubt in my mind he took that position, not just with Sebastian, with Katie, but with everybody. We saw the messages from Tony where he says, I do what the boss wants me to do. Well, that's not what a spokesman is, Tony, but that's what Seth Rogers is. Seth Rogers is the one in control, right down to the position he took in life as a correctional officer. I'll
Right.
tell these prisoners what to do.
No, I think you're spot on
Oh,
completely.
Granny, wait till you hear the rest of this, because there's some parts of this that
Oh,
when it
it's
pops up, your eyes will pop out of your head. They will.
it's
Oh,
yeah, it's a doozy. All right, you guys ready to keep going? You gonna stay up, we?
is it?
Yeah, I'm going to drop down because I really was only making a flying visit. I feel like I come up here and take root sometimes, and I don't mean to
I
do
would
that.
love for
So
you to stay if you want to. You don't have to go.
Yeah,
But
I'll
it's up
you
to you.
stay, Wait. You stay because I'm gonna drop because I want to raw react. I don't even want to see anything further. I want to actually literally raw react to this.
Yeah, because we haven't
Oh.
gotten to like the meat and potatoes yet. So
The chat's telling me my head's gonna pop off. Oh,
yeah,
Yeah,
you're gonna get pissed.
I think it might. Yeah, a
I'll be
little.
nauseous. Oh,
Yeah.
Gary, Granny will be.
Gary,
I think
Gary,
She's like,
knows.
oh,
I'm
we
ready
need to.
though.
We need to give Granny a group hug because she's going to need it to hold her down.
she
Nope.
hasn't watched any of them, so I think it'll be interesting to see her watch both, like
That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to
back
watch
to
Chris and
back.
Katie from, a perspective of, despite what people think, I don't speak to them. I've maybe held 2-3 conversations. I'm not in contact with the Proudfoots. I don't want to be in contact with the Proudfoots. I told you all this. I've been saying it for the longest time. We don't know these people. I told you all Chris makes me uncomfortable. I'm not in cahoots with them. I want to look at this from a perspective of we don't know these people. This child's been missing for a year, and who gives off the most red flags? I'll tell you, Seth just creased me the fuck out. And what's with the Christmas tree in the background? Like, what are we doing here?
I
Why
don't
doesn't
know.
he, to this day, as now a channel owner, right? Like, one, for example, even right now, like when if I had my camera on, my son has his little stuff set up back here, and I'm like, oh, I should set up. Why doesn't he have an image of his son set up behind him? Some way of advertising him.
Good question.
Keep
Like
that
it
in.
just.
Keep
Ugh.
that in your head, Granny. Keep that in your head because you'll notice
You'll
that
see
is
it at the end.
entirely missing
Well, you'll see it
from.
at the end when he forgets to shut off the live. Remember when he comes back? You see his
Uh-huh.
big belly.
Well, what is
It-
that
the-
little avatar at the corner down there by the?
That is Sebastian with sunglasses on as a little kid.
Oh, why is it like that? Like, what's going on?
It's like the watermark. You know how you can put a watermark in YouTube and it comes on all your videos.
So he did
So
a
Betty
tiny,
must have put it there because she
Yeah.
set this up. Remember
a tiny old photo that we can't even see of
that you
Sebastian
can't
as a
even tell what
toddler.
it is. Mhm.
Right. Don't even see his eyes, nothing identifying about him. Again, the fact that he put on a thumbnail with special guests. That I literally, when I
It's so
seen that, I
weird.
said, this is just gross. This just isn't normal.
Well, and
It's
with
not
the
normal.
title and counting, that's
And
like
right.
usually something you say when it's something's good. Like, like I've been married 5 years and counting. Like
Right.
that's usually a positive thing. So fucking weird.
Like this whole thing is weird with special guests. I mean, the writing was almost bigger than Sebastian's photo itself.
Well, look at what he did at Christmas.
No,
Look
you're
at the
right.
whole fucking thumbnail at Christmas with that Betty made with Sebastian, not even looking like Sebastian. And then he sat here crying, and everybody came up and made it all about him, one after the other.
And all about themselves as well. Uncle Tony, and then we met Aunt Justin and Aunt Brittany, and
Yep.
I mean Uncle
Oh,
Justin
we
and Aunt
can't wait.
Brittany.
We can't wait to meet you, Sebastian. Like, what the fuck?
We love you.
This kid
And
ain't
then
gonna want to meet these motherfuckers.
and then Brittany
Like,
bringing
what?
up, and I don't even want to bring her up, but her bringing up, like, I was having a hard time, y'all, and Seth came up to cheer me up by being the most sexually inappropriate, perverted motherfucker I've ever seen on YouTube to date.
Oh, I know. That was disgusting.
Yeah, and it was like,
Shame
oh,
on them.
thank you. Thank you for being there for me. But it's the same thing here. It's the Tony. First off, Lynn said it best. She did PR for many years. She worked for high companies. She whatever. You don't take over the Seth should be the focus. And solely Seth. Tony shouldn't even be up there with him all the time. But there is Ren and Stimpy, if you will. It's, you
It's
know, you don't
it's
see one
weird.
without the other. It's weird. It
He's
is
never
weird.
acted as a true spokesperson. You know what I
No,
mean?
no,
Ever.
he is a clout seeking son of a bee, which is why he's on personal phone calls with Coffindoffer trying to compare himself to Joe Petito because they want to start an organization like the Petitos did.
Yep.
You know what the difference is, though? And I know they sat there and said all of America, and I wish all of America was aware of Sebastian. But the difference is they didn't overshine Gabby's disappearance or the search efforts for her, who Gabby was as a person with their own personal vendettas. That family, that ex husband and wife came together with their partners and they coexisted for the betterment of Gabby. And it was honorable, it was respectful, and it was everything you'd want to see in a moment like that. The only reason people still talk about any of this is because of the circus they've turned it into. It's not about Sebastian. If you look at most podcasts going on up until yesterday, it's not focused around Sebastian. It's not.
Well, Dr. Melmo had a good question, and I'd like to know what both of you think of this. So, Coffin Daffer keeps talking about this horrendous abuse that Sebastian suffered, and she wants to know what horrendous abuse is she speaking of? Like when she says that, what do you guys think she's talking about?
I'll tell you. It might be this. Let me read it verbatim so I don't, miss a word here. But it just may be this. It may be from the documents that state the court finds that there has been inappropriate parenting, but more from father who makes the rules that may rise to the level of abuse. That's written by a judge. Okay. The court finds there has been inappropriate parenting, but more from father who makes the rules that may rise to the level of abuse.
That's the borderline abusive, right?
That's where he says, oh, because I had a schedule, they called me borderline abusive.
Right.
But in another interview, he said if Sebastian wanted to stay up all night on and video games and everything, okay, son, but if we have something to do the next day, you're getting up and doing it. But yeah, that's what made him borderline abusive, was the quote unquote schedule. It's not what this says here. It says rules. It doesn't say anything about a schedule. It says rules. That
right, but Coffin says it like it's abuse at the hands of Katie and Chris, right?
Well, of course she does, because all she listens to is Seth. Do you think I know Coffindoffer has never seen any of the actual reports. I know it.
But I think she's believing all these reports, like there was a mattress in the garage, the belt, the power washer, all that bullshit we heard about.
Right, because she's an idiot.
More fool her if that is the case, because, and I people, if you haven't heard me speak before, I'm very middle of the road with most things. There's things I like about people, things I dislike. My only aim here is to figure out where Sebastian is. That's it. That's all. I am not team either parent. I am not team parent, full stop. That is not my goal. Everybody else, their goal is different. But in this particular case, if it turns out that somebody else has done something to Sebastian, I hope that Chris and Katie take these people for every penny they ever have had and will ever earn, because the things that they are saying are ridiculous. Coffindoffer should know by now not to state things that she cannot prove. And if she hasn't seen those documents, if she hasn't seen CPS documents, if she hasn't seen these therapy documentation papers, she deserves to be financially ruined because of it, in my opinion.
Yeah. Wait, do you remember when Coffindoffer was live one time, she got a text message and she read it out loud and she stated that there was somebody, a particular somebody, but I won't name who, that is threatening to RAPE searchers?
What?
Yep.
Yes, she did, Jay. Yes, she did. She
Oh
was
my
reading
God.
directly a text message that was likely from Tony, or I'm going to take a wild guess and say one of the at night fucking cartoons, and literally said, oh, wow. So there's a particular somebody that's been threatening searchers and, threatening to RAPE. Yes, she sure did.
The fuck?
Yep.
Okay, that's weird because what I read about her was she claims that she went to Wichita State University, and that while she was going there for like something not criminal justice, that she was grabbed. This is an article all about her that someone found, and she was grabbed and her clothes were ripped off of her, and she was like, her whole background is really talking about how she's overpowered by men her whole life, and how the FBI, like, their females are one of a kind. And she went into this, they had this big story about how she was called to a bank robbery, and they described her in her heels straddled across this vehicle with her shot with her machine gun. It was like something out of a movie. It was like Julia stories. It was wild.
Well, that didn't continue because here she is now subservient. Literally, even just the imaging. This is where we need brick and chains to be able to break that down from a PR point of view. Even just the imaging of Seth and Tony at the top of the screen and Coffindoffer, the special guest at the bottom, says a lot about how they view her opinion. You're just the add on, you're the little bit of extra, you've got the pretty hair. That's what you're here for. It says a
It's
whole lot
weird.
to me.
And
This whole thing.
Robat's right. The article was Playboy Forum worthy. It was like they asked her husband what he thought of her position in the FBI. And his quote in this article was, "It turned me on." I was like, what the fuck? It's
Wow.
weird. These people are all weird. I'm saying they're all weird. There's
Look, I have it
ugh.
backstage if you want to hear it really quick, Jay. I'm pretty sure she even says it's from Nick. You guys ready?
Oh
You
yeah.
see her reading. Look at her
This
eyes.
situation is insane. Oh, this is some, I better go on.
Just read a message.
Basically, this person is saying it's the worst situation they have stepped into,
This person
that
being
they've
Nick.
never seen this amount of hate and of distractions on a missing persons case.
Yeah, distractions from who?
It's a huge, I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm reading the exact text I got from the Cajun Navy guy and from Uvalde and from others who have worked this case. What is going on?
Oh wait, did I? Skip
Why is this little boy? Why are people making death threats?
Oh,
rape
sorry, it's right
threats?
there.
Who
Right.
threatens?
Right there, right? But she
What?
reads. Yep, but look, she reads it right here. Sorry, I missed it by accident.
Her face.
So that's why that happened. I want to read to you a text I got today. Ready for this?
Mm.
1 minute. I'm looking. It's important. Okay, here we go. You ready?
We're ready.
I have received death threats.
This is September 14th. Sorry.
I have received death threats, rape threats, and honestly, we think, oh, I better not say this part. I'm going to skip this part. But we think so-and-so is trying to scare us away.
Who do you think they're talking about
What?
there? Uh-huh.
Wow, I never heard that.
Yep. And then she goes
So
on
it's
to
got to be a
elaborate it.
freaking female, right?
I don't think so.
Not necessarily, no. I don't think so, but I think the person that they're claiming, or she's alluding to rather, as being responsible for these threats, I think that she is suggesting it's a male, the
Mhm.
person who would be making these threats. Whether the receiver of the threats would be male or female is questionable. But again, Coffindaffer, considering she is retired FBI, she would know then those those claims should be reported to
Right.
law enforcement. Law enforcement would have a very easy and simple way to track those threats. It's very strange to me how these things are being put out in the public arena and not being allowed to be investigated by law enforcement. That, because let me categorically state, and I'm pretty much sure I can say this for Jay and for Granny, if you are threatening people, either physically, mentally, or with any sort of sexual stuff on the internet, especially in connection with a missing child, please don't. Just stop. It doesn't matter who it is. No matter what your opinion is, you're not helping with that stuff. And quite frankly, if somebody is doing that, they deserve to be prosecuted for it, no matter who the F it is.
Well, what I just noticed here, this was on September 14th, right? We all know this is when they started their little legal beagle shit
Uh,
or whatever.
yep.
But in this message, I also ask, hey, if you're comfortable answering, did you guys take out an RO on Nick or anything to legally muzzle him? So before he even signed the documents on the 19th from parole that gave him strict, whatever, that's when he came out saying he was being muzzled. So again, they lied in the court documents stating that he had contact with me on a date 5-6 days prior, the date that parole called him in and made him sign those papers
Mhm.
to make it appear as if I was involved in that. But it was actually 5 days prior to that he was on social media saying he was being muzzled.
Oh, wow.
It goes to show further that, again, they lied about the in the court filings to make it like I'm involved in it. But yeah, that's where
But
where
that's
this
when
message
this
is
first
from.
started, that's when they first started getting the packets.
Right. And this is right. And here's Coffindoffer reading one of them and trying to make it like this horrible thing, like, oh my God, they're threatening to RAPE people. And, she reads through this whole little letter note that she got from Nick that's saying all of this. They were already making their way to make people believe that there was this big enterprise going on because they knew what they had in the works.
And why would someone text that to her? You know what I
Right.
mean? Unless it was Nick.
I'm pretty, I mean, I think she even says, she mentions Nick throughout this. That's how I knew it was even, it was,
So, all right. So we start out with her doing this in September, and then we have last night, Tony's straight up saying, "You're one of us now."
Right. You're one of us. And yep. Gotta love it.
But you're the
And
Rico.
how
Right.
did that work out with the you're one of us now as a quasi content creator? Whenever, I mean, is that what you are, Tony Mathis? Are you a content creator? Is that what
Quasi.
is that what you were telling people? Because if so, that changes the game and not in a very good way for you and your team. I think a lot of us already see the game he's playing, and it's not a very slick one. I don't know why he thinks any of this is a good idea. That his entire verbiage is strange. He is not good at this at all.
No.
It's weird.
She brought up Nick 4 times in this interview. And says now, which I wanted to bring them on. Nick the Head, who I knew from the Calicante case, another fugitive case, who does a good job. He goes on scene. You can hear he puts out the police radar. I would listen to that. And T-Rev, another account, they're very good fugitive chasers. I mean, at least I think they spend money on getting scanners so that we can hear the police radar before the mainstream. So yeah, she was already kissing his ass there and then got a message from him as she was live.
Did she
That's
co-sign T-Rev too at some point?
She says here that she would listen to him and T-Rev about Cavalcante.
How many fugitives
Wow.
has Nick caught exactly?
0.
That's what I thought. It's a good track record there.
And then
I've
here
been on
she's
the I've been on the moon the same amount of times. There you go.
Right.
I'm an astronaut now, everybody.
exactly right.
The little wee frosty astronaut.
Hey.
All right, I'll let you get back on, Jay. Thank you for having me up. As always, a pleasure.
Look forward to
Likewise,
your
Granny.
review, Granny.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope your internet gets
I know, what the
fixed.
freak.
I know. Mine was doing it for like a week straight. I actually got a new router and it hasn't had problems since.
Maybe that's what it is. But I got a text message from them saying like there's an,
Oh, you got something
experiencing an
going on.
outage, blah blah blah.
Your email's down for the day.
Yeah. All
All right,
right.
have a good one.
Bye, guys.
Bye. You want to stay up here with me, Wee? My
I'll
little
stay for a little
astronaut.
minute.
My
I
little
know.
in her little moon boots.
It'd be so cute in moon boots. It'd be adorable.
You would. All right, let's get back to the shit show.
Jen and myself, but you can see that Seth is not doing well. And, he doesn't like me sharing his personal business, but I can tell you the last few days have been a real struggle. And while we're on that subject, we've got a lot of content creator friends that religiously call and talk to Seth and check on him and, just ask him how he's doing. And you guys know who you are. I wanted to thank you for that. And, Seth, we'll give the mic back to you. Unless you're not ready, buddy. Jen, where do you think we're at in the case right now, Jen?
Oh, pause.
I tell you,
Pause.
He doesn't even give him a chance to talk.
No, he literally doesn't even let that heavy moment settle.
Sink in. Yeah.
He doesn't. He just
let's
is like,
see.
right, you're not speaking. Next.
I know. He's like, unless you're not ready. Well, Jen, where do you think we're at in the case?
It's so weird. It's again, I think it just hits very badly for me. This whole thing hit really badly, and I know I am pre-programmed not to enjoy the stuff that these people put out, but this was a doozy for me. I'm like, oh, what are you all doing? What are you doing?
I hear you. Let me give a few thank yous before we move on. One-Eyed Flo gifted 10 cooterships. Thank you so much, Flo, and welcome new cooters. 10 new friends. Sailor, thank you for your super sticker. Electro, thank you for your super sticker. Sarah Luna, thank you for becoming a cooter. And Melissa B, she said, my everyday with J Baby was born 9 months. Thank you for your support for 9 months. And thank you for modding. Appreciate you guys.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Listening, obviously watching everything any of us that are invested in this case are doing, right, is getting your hands on everything, especially since it's been a year ago, the 25th, the last time he was seen, the 26th, when he was reported. There's been a lot in mainstream media now, and a lot to watch and digest, and a lot of very interesting assertions, I think, that were, to me, quite perplexing. And
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please.
Have you ever had a missing persons case where people are getting threats? They're just looking for him, where people can't even be sure that your vehicle is going to be safe if you stop and you start searching somewhere.
What?
You're going to people get threatened. I mean,
is he talking about serpentine belts?
Well, Mr. Serpentine Belt was in the chat, so I would imagine that was part of it. It was very odd. Honestly, I would love for Jennifer Coffindaffer to say when was the last time she investigated a missing child's case, full stop. When was that?
Right. I found it interesting, too, that she brings up Harmony Montgomery last night. It's like Harmony Montgomery was a little kid, like totally different situation. She was living out of a car. I mean, she always brings up the same cases.
It's dog whistling to trigger certain connotations. From the audience, and it works.
You're so right. You're so right. The worst of the worst.
Any of us could do that if you wanted to, but it's like tabloid journalism almost, because she's being deliberately crass and manipulating the audience. And I know that we all have a bit of a fraught situation with how we interact with other people. If they're in a chat that we don't like and vice versa, there's always a bit of friction going on there. But truthfully, watch and listen to what these people are being told and what is being drilled into their heads every day. And they go from one chat to the next chat to the next chat, and it's rinse and repeat. They're absorbing this, and it's kind of sad, to be honest. It's sad watching people being treated like that.
Well, and what's weird is none of this is awareness, right? None of
Yeah.
this is awareness for Sebastian. Oh, I love too how Tony put Nick Barris on blast and she was like not taking the bait.
Yeah, she was like, "Yeah, no, I'm not messing with that. Nope."
She's like, I'm not naming the channel.
Nope.
One Eyed Flo, thank you for your super chat. Cooter shirt delivery alert. Go Ganja. Did Ganja get a shirt? I missed that. So do you think that she's being paid to do this? Or do you think that it's just like, like she's restreaming, like you can, get the attention to your channel, whatever?
Um, I think you can be paid in more ways than just monetary gain. I think that yes, clout is a good deal to do with it, and it yet again, it's the thing that every content creator throws at another one. You're doing it for clicks and views, yet here we are watching this quasi content creator building her channel literally on the back of Sebastian Rogers. How sad is that? Even if she worked just within agricultural fraud or whatever, there is so much knowledge that she could share with people that people could learn from. And yet here we are, this little horse and pony show instead. It's very weird.
It is. And a lot of people in chat are saying like Tony likes to get, something to hold over people. And they think that he may be doing that with her. I don't know. I don't think she'd allow that to happen, but who knows? T-Rev paid her $500. How do you know, Bonnie? What? I've never heard one intelligent thing from that lady. Not one. No one wanted to pay attention to her before this case. I know somebody that paid her 1,000. Titanium, are you kidding?
What?
What? On YouTube? Wow. I had no idea. Yuck.
I'm telling you, this world is a crazy place. It really is.
Wow. The shit that people will pay for. Susie says, I remember hearing she charges 500. We had her on another channel 2 years ago and she wanted 200. Wow. Wow. Okay, let's keep going. I
did
can't
you
believe it.
did you see Titanium's response there?
No, I
just went
missed it.
past. She said, Brian from Let's Talk Live.
Is that who paid him? Paid her 1,000? I've never heard of him, but wow.
Isn't he the one who did the interview way at the start with Katie? Isn't it that guy, Titanium, or am I confusing him with somebody else now? That could be a thing.
What's his name
that
again?
happened.
Oh, it's a tiny channel. Now it's LT. Oh, that redhead guy. Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about, right? LTL Media. He paid her $1,000 to come on his show. Jesus. Roller skate, I'm with you. What a waste of money. Hold on says, wow, Koff seems to have quite the scam going on. Who vetted her? Can you vet former FBI? Not sure.
Oh, the Karen Reed dude. Oh, yes, that's where I know the name from. See, I was confused. Yeah, there you
I
go.
I've come across him before. I think he's a clickbaiter.
I mean, that's quite a chunk of money. I would be expecting
Well, she
some
is an
work
expert
for
witness,
1,000.
she says. I'd like to know where she's like if she's ever testified. I'd love to see her expert testimony. I mean, if you've done all these things, why doesn't she have like a portfolio? Like things she's, you know what I mean? It's weird.
Yep. It's just a whole
I
lot of
wouldn't pay
strange.
her to have, yeah. Vinny refuses to have Coffin on his shows. She is usually on Court TV in the AM. Why they give her airtime, I have no idea. Well, so does News Nation, right? She's like their sort of their consultant. She's their law enforcement consultant or whatever they call it. They bring her on for expert opinions.
And
I mean, I just
and
don't know
that,
how you verify these things. And I think it should be easier to do because I never knew how many fakes were out there. And I'm not saying she wasn't in the FBI, but it should be easier for people to verify who people are if they really have the credentials they say, because it gets kind of weird here online. You know, you can come online and be whoever you want to be. And as we see, like with Julia, there's not a whole hell of a lot of trouble they get into for doing things like that.
nope.
I mean, you could go on full out websites and buy whole ass uniforms that look real. That's alarming to me. Who is Seth's private investigator? That is some lady named Renee from I can't remember the name of it. For Last Watch or something. What's it called? She's in Nashville. It's like First Watch or Last Watch.
I don't know, but I hope that Renee takes a moment with Seth to explain to Seth what a private investigator actually means.
Oh God, wait till you hear what private investigators do in his world. All right, let's keep going.
Nick and Dog's team, $100,000 dollar bounty for each person's head. I mean, this kind of stuff is just ridiculous. You know, I would.
It is ridiculous. And really what needs to happen is law enforcement needs to go in. It's kind of like, remember the school shootings right now, they're happening and young ones are doing it. And for years, law enforcement overlooked
What?
12-year-olds that said, I want to blow up the school.
Why is she talking about school shootings and kids saying they want to blow up the school?
Right? I was like, what are you saying, Jennifer?
How did we even go into that? What was he saying? Law enforcement. Wait, what does he say?
He was talking about threats and people putting out bounties
yeah,
on
the
people's
bounty.
heads. Yeah.
And then she goes into school shootings.
Yeah.
What?
For each person's head. I mean, this kind of stuff is just ridiculous. You know, I would.
It is ridiculous. And really what needs to happen is law enforcement needs to go in. It's kind of like, remember the school shootings right now, they're happening and young ones are doing it. And for years, law enforcement overlooked 12-year-olds that said, I want to blow up the school, or an 11-year-old, I want to shoot up the school. And they just said, oh, he doesn't mean it. Tommy doesn't mean it. Well, now that they're coming to life, right? Now, if you say that, I don't care whether you're 9, you're going to get arrested. 10, 11. I mean, I can't believe the age of people that they're pulling in. I shouldn't say I can't believe it. They're doing the right thing because this is the only way. And
why is she talking about kids being arrested? What is she talking?
It would, if you follow that train of thought, is she trying to suggest that the person issuing these threats is actually a child? Because that was the only conclusion I could come to from what she was saying. I was like,
why even bring
what?
this up? Right. I'm confused.
This equates to this situation. It is time for the terroristic threat statute to be used in these cases, that if you threaten any sort of physical harm, if you harass, if you stalk, you have to use those statutes, and you have to possibly levy charges, but certainly have law enforcement come down and talk to these people. It's outrageous.
You know, it's like a stupid John Grisham novel. Like, I happen to like John Grisham. I've read a lot of his books. You know, Clive Cluster. Sebastian even reads Clive Cluster. I've got a whole bunch of his hardback books. Sebastian reads these. I read them. I mean, it's literally like it's out of a novel. And I tell you what, it's horrible. It gives me a different perspective when I read these books now of what that person's going through. And
Wait,
it doesn't even begin.
what John Grisham book are you reading and you have a different perspective from? Huh? So Sebastian now read John Grisham?
Clive Cussler. He said that he read Clive Cussler, and
What's that
I
about?
don't. Again, they're sort of legal crime drama sort of basis. I'm not quite sure where this was headed, whether it was just his crass way of trying to describe that it feels unreal, but again, I've read a whole lot of John Grisham, and I don't know where he is drawing the correlation. A lot of people went to an automatic assumption that there's a novel that he writes, uh, a Grisham novel about a child being abducted, and if that is the case, that would be unfortunate if that's what Seth is referring to, but
Is there
very
any
bad
John
example.
Grisham books about kidnappings?
Yes.
I'd like to know more about these books. I think it's interesting though that we're hearing it was a book now instead of the creepy pastas.
Right.
It went from creepy pastas, listening to them, to now reading hardcover novels. I mean, that's a pretty we've never heard of them reading novels. Theodore
Yeah.
Boone, Abduction. That's the name
Yep.
of a book?
Yes. Of a John Grisham book. Yes.
Theodore Boone, The Abduction. Okay. Let me see what this is the second book in the Theodore Boone series. It's written for 11 to 13-year-olds. I didn't know John Grisham wrote books for teenagers. When his best friend, April, disappears from her bedroom in the middle of the night. What? Are you kidding?
This is where I was saying I don't think that this was a good idea. If this was what he was alluding to,
Well,
oh
Theodore
dear.
Boone is back in a new adventure and the stakes are higher than ever. When his best friend April disappears from her bedroom in the middle of the night, no one, not even Theo Boone, who knows April better than anyone, has answers. As fear ripples through his small hometown and the police hit dead ends, it's up to Theo to use his legal knowledge and investigative skills to chase down the truth and save April. Well, what happened to April? Where is she? What happens to her in this book? Is she alive? I mean, what the hell is he talking about this shit for? We got creepy pastas about flashlight shit. Now we've got books about someone disappearing from their room in the middle of the night. Like, what? Who's Theo in this real life fantasy?
Well, that was my question too. If that is what he was going for, is he putting himself in that position? Considering he's the general and all that.
Oh my God.
Is that what he's sort of trying to say? I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen to this.
I knew it, and I was like, oh
Oh,
dear.
oh God. Okay, look at these quotes here. Let me share this. Okay, look at this. Did you guys talk to the police about Mrs. Finmore and explain to them that she's lying about being home with April? That she wasn't home Monday or Tuesday night. She's a weirdo who's taking pills and neglecting her daughter. Solving a dispute often requires each side to back down a little, something else Theo had learned from his parents. Let's see. Theo could think of nothing but April and her miserable home life, her warring parents, her scarred brother and sister. The police soon dismissed the notion that she'd simply run away. There was no reason to run away, her mother assured them, and she had not packed the things that would make such an escape successful. What the? April confided in Theo and told him things he vowed to never repeat. Oh, listen to this. This is what I wanted to read. The abduction of April Finnemore took place in the dead of night, sometime between 9:15 p.m. when she last spoke with Theo Boone and 3:30 a.m. when her mother entered the bedroom and realized she was gone. The abduction appeared to have been rushed. Whoever took April did not allow her to gather her things. Her laptop was left behind. Though her bedroom was fairly neat, there was some clothing strewn about, which made it difficult to determine if she had been able to pack. Probably not, the police thought. Her toothbrush was still by the sink. Her backpack was by her bed. Her pajamas were on the floor, so she at least had been allowed to change. Her mother, when she wasn't crying or ranting, told the police that her daughter's favorite white and blue sweater was not in the closet, and April's favorite sneakers were gone too. This is weird.
And yes, to answer the chat, there is an audiobook version. I listen to a lot of audiobooks in my unfortunate spare time that I can't watch YouTube. So yes, go listen to it because I had a skim through last night after this interview and was like, oh my goodness, what is happening?
Hey, artist. Can you hear me?
Hey, I can
Hey,
hear
girl.
you. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Awesome. I'm good. Hey, so will you listen to that audiobook?
I skimmed through it. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but in parts I went through it.
Look
So
what
is it
Tammy Clips.
true?
Tammy
The
Clips said I
dad.
googled it and she was murdered by a pedo.
Oh, I
Hmm.
I heard that it was actually a parental kidnapping. So
Oh,
not
really?
true.
I
So
don't
I didn't
know.
read it. We tell us.
Who
Uh,
who
for,
unalives
for,
April?
from what I caught, it was parental, I thought.
Oh, fuck.
See, it was a dad. I'm telling you, this motherfucker gives more away every time he fucking comes on. It's not even funny. So I was on
No,
Kathy P
oh
the
my
other
God.
day, and Kathy, we were talking about, we were going over one of his stupid interviews, and he mentions, like, he remembers from a year ago that the weekend before when he had Sebastian, the Friday they ordered pizza, watched movies. Saturday they went to a buddy's house to play pool. Okay, so and then we have Terry Lynn running around something about a poker game. Well, what if a poker game wasn't poker, but it was pool because she's an idiot? And then we're hearing about a police call to Sean's house either Saturday or Sunday that same weekend. Something happened, and I swear to God, it's related to this. We're missing a big piece, and I think that's the piece.
Listen to this. The police dismissed the notion she had run away. There was no reason to run away, her mother assured them. She did not pack the things. A quick inspection of the home revealed no apparent break-in. The windows were all closed and locked, as were the 3 doors downstairs. Whoever took April was careful enough to close the door behind them and lock it on the way out. After observing the scene and listening to Mrs. Finnemore for about an hour, the police decided to have a talk with Theo Boone. He was, after all, April's best friend, and they usually chatted by phone or online at night before going to sleep. At the Boone home, the phone rang at 4:33 according to the digital clock. Da 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 da. Let's see. Mrs. Boone woke up and scrambled out of bed. She listened to the end of the conversation. She knew it had to do with April. Sure, officer will be over there in 15 minutes. Apparently, April's been abducted and the police would like to talk to Theo. I doubt if he abducted her. Well, he's not upstairs in his room. We may have a problem. He was upstairs in his room, sound asleep. He explained that April called the night before and they chatted for a few minutes. Theo could think of nothing but April and her miserable home life. Both parents were crazy. Both had drug convictions. Her mother kept goats on a small farm. Da 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 da. April confided in Theo. There were 2 police cars in the driveway when the Boones arrived. Across the street, the neighbors were on their porches watching.
Yeah, they find her like that was the part I remember. They find her like in the basement
Oh
of
my God.
a frat house, and um it basically resolves really quickly, where it goes from that part where of her being found to this weirdly fairy tale ending of it. Then both parents sort of go to court to make everything right in the end, and everybody lived happily ever after, sort of a thing.
Hey, Jax
And
Wolf, your devices aren't connected, so I can't get you up here. You got to connect your devices and then come back and I'll let you up. Go
That
ahead,
book
Lee.
is written for teenagers. It's written for like 11 to 15-year-olds.
Right. What the heck?
yeah,
So that's right on brand with Sean.
Right.
So what the fuck? And then okay, and you just talked about the door being closed and locked. And who fucking talked about
Remember
how Sebastian
Taco?
always closes his door? Exactly.
Yep.
I'm
He knows
telling
the
you.
closed doors and windows behind him in the games.
I am telling you, this is all leading back to Sean.
and
The
before
motherfucker, he
a
leaks
creepy
information.
before any creepy clipper takes this all out of context, to be clear, he did not mention this specific book, but
No, but
the I think you can draw some conclusions, but that's where certain people will go with this.
well, it's
It
weird,
just
Go,
is
right?
what
Because
it is.
the key
go
events.
with it.
Thank you, Tammy, for sending me this. The key events in that book. April is kidnapped between 9:15 and 3:30. The police believe April's lost cousin, Jack Leeper, abducted her. Theo and Ike travel to North Carolina to find April.
Oh my God.
April is taken back to Stratford and placed in foster care. April's parents agree to counseling. I can't.
Yeah. I don't care. He can sue my ass. I don't give a fuck. Because you know what? I wouldn't mind sitting there with a lawyer deposing him. Let's see what he has to say.
Right. That's what I was wondering, Sleuth. She said, honest question. How come Seth has never once mentioned Sebastian reading these books till now? We only heard about the damn creepy pasta,
Yep.
which was weird in itself. And now this?
Even Seth himself says, I used to read a lot and I don't anymore. Okay, that happens to a lot of people. But again, from all that we have heard about this guy in the entire time that he has spoken, this is the first time he himself mentions reading.
Right.
It's all very odd placement.
Hey, Jax.
Hey, sorry, I was having microphone issues.
Oh, it's okay. What's
You'll
happening?
hear me if you hear me driving. Yeah. So I just have something to say about this. Coffin Daffer says, what needs to happen? No, what needs to happen is you need to close the divide, and the parents need to work together to find this kid. There's
Right.
there's a situation. So when I see Katie's face, I see a lot of loss. Like she just looks like she's lost. She doesn't have answers. She doesn't know where her son is. And I was watching another creator earlier, and they were talking about the books. They said there is a Grissom book where a kid was kidnapped by the father, and the father miraculously found the child.
Oh, my
Um,
God.
yeah. So another thing I just want to point out there, I feel like a lot of people forget, is the date of February 26th.
Yeah.
That was the date that Katie served divorce papers to Seth and blew up his nuclear family. He was homeless, caused him
Ruined
a
his
lot of
life, according to him, right?
ruined his life. And then on a February 26th, where she is home alone, he goes missing. And I feel like it's just too much of a coincidence that he would go missing on the same date that Katie hurt Seth years ago. Um,
I do too. I'm with you
I
there.
that. I feel like that's too much of a coincidence, you know. And there's only two people that date means something to. It's Katie and Seth. Now, this is all in my opinion. This is allegedly, but we know what happened. You know, he met her at 12. You know, we don't know what happened between 12 and 18, but whatever the case may be, I would believe he had some sort of a control over her. You know, that's what, I'm not saying he's a groomer, but groomers do that. And so if she left him, he lost that control. Maybe he did this to miraculously find Sebastian to try to get her back,
Right.
or
I've
be
thought
the
of that too,
hero.
Jax. Like, did he picture them like arm in arm, like we're gonna
Yeah,
find our son together?
and be the hero. You know,
He said that, y'all. He
you have
said that in the interview. He thought he and Katie were going to be looking for Sebastian together.
yeah, and that's the thing too is you have to look at everything he's doing, calling himself the general. You know, and if you go on his membership, it says you can if you become a member, you'll be private first class. You know, it's like he's always wanted to be in the military. He's always wanted to be a hero. And until Sebastian went missing, honestly, he was probably just a loner. Nobody knew. He didn't have any friends. He didn't have social media. And now all of a sudden, he's blown up. He's the general. He's looking for his son, and and I think this is a way for him to hurt Katie. Honestly, it could be like a revenge plot. It could be both. It could be revenge, and it could be, you know, I'm a hero. Watch, I'm going to be a hero. But everybody's probably wondering why would it go on for so long. He's got all these friends. He's popular now. He's like. But honestly, I think if it wasn't for all the money people are getting from this case on YouTube and such, I think half of these people wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? That are on
Hmm.
his team. I feel like they're just riding his coattails to get
Sure.
some money. You
And I
know?
think that Tony promises like channel growth, like you're gonna get some exclusives and
Yeah.
you're gonna get things before everybody else, dangling those carrots.
I don't understand what Tony does. I mean, Seth goes on there and incriminates himself by saying all these things, and he's supposed to talk for him. That's what a PR guy does, And when you were saying, what do you think Jennifer got from this interview? And if
Hmm.
on another creator's page, it was said that she was live streaming at the same time.
Yes.
So she was live streaming at the same time. So I guess she's like getting some of the super chats or something. I don't know. But um, I want to know why Seth doesn't look directly at the camera. Why is he always looking to the side? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
someone said that in the beginning. I think because he's got his camera. I don't know where, like, what he's using for a camera, but it's like his camera is off to the side, but his screen is in front of him.
right,
Like most people put their camera like on their screen.
right.
I
But you would think that he would at least turn and look at it. But see,
I
that's
guess
the
he's
thing.
looking at them, right?
And I'm not calling Seth a psychopath. I just want to make a point. You guys ever watch who are the body language guys?
The
You know,
interview or the behavior panel.
yeah, the behavior panel. The one guy always says, when it comes to psychopaths or people that, okay, so if you guys don't know, go watch a behavior panel. It's fantastic. So so the amygdala is basically what controls, empathy and emotions and such. When you're a psychopath, you don't have that either. It's missing, it's not working correctly, or it's damaged. And so a lot of these psychopaths, they have to try to imitate emotion, right? When I looked at Katie, like, look, she, somebody says, when I'm crying, there's snot bubbles and everything. I feel like that was Katie. I feel like Katie was legit, just lost, crying. But I don't see that with Seth. And I'm not saying he's a psychopath. I'm not saying he's trying to imitate anything. I see that he's hurt, but I feel like he's trying too hard to show that he's hurt. You know what I mean? Just like at the end, he just walked away without turning off his camera. I can't do this, and then gets up and walks away. I feel like I don't know. I feel like he's trying to hit Katie too hard and hit Chris too hard. They're not doing that to him at all. I
Right.
think that says a lot. He's trying to push all this blame and all this stuff on Katie, but they haven't said one word about him, and he's done so many crazy things.
Right. And even so far as to say that her interview made him sick, like what part of her interview like would make him sick? It's just
I'll
so
take
weird to even take a
I
jab at that.
I would take that even a step further. There is something in my perspective that whenever Seth does the things he does, says the things he says, points out the things he points out about Katie and Chris, it gives me the impression of coercive control. He is controlling what information goes out about Katie's medical history.
Yeah.
He is controlling who Katie gets to interact with and who she doesn't, trying to push people away. He is the one that is controlling her story. It's not to do with his child, it's her. And that, I think, is the very thing that gives us all a bit of an odd feeling about Seth. Because if you were to give him the benefit of the doubt that, all things are as we see it and neither parent knows anything, all the rest, there is something very off about the way that Seth operates. And I use that very deliberately in connection with his ex-wife.
Right.
He is controlling her, trying to control
Well,
her,
he even
trying
made
to
the
manipulate.
statement. He made the statement, over my dead body, will he go back to his mom?
And just going a little bit further with that, that's why I believe if he was to if he parentally kidnapped Sebastian, is to have that control. He no longer has that control with Katie since she's left and moved on. She's got a happy life, she's got a nice house, she's got nice cars, she has nice things with Chris. What can he do now? He's alone. He's living in his apartment. He's working hours after hours after hours.
And he hates it.
Yeah, and he's not moving on. He's not moving on to another woman or anything. He's not dating, and why not? And then all of a sudden, Sebastian disappears on the same date that she served him divorce papers. I don't find that coincidental at all that it's February 26th and February 26th. I don't.
No, I can't shake that either, Jax.
And so if you look at, the two people that date means something to, that was a day that Katie served her first thing of freedom. She's free. Here it's Seth. I don't want to be with you anymore. She's free now. But the one that it hurt was Seth.
Right. Well, and now she's not. She's ignoring him.
But right. And so, but the thing is, it's not even like hardcore evidence. It's just red flags. So that's nothing that the police can go off of because they're just red flags. They're like, okay, this may be a coincidence. It may not be, but there is no hardcore evidence. But the thing is, what we seem to forget is, there's no evidence that he ran away. There's no evidence that he was taken. There's no evidence that he even left the home.
Right.
There's nothing. There's nothing. And that's not saying that he's in the home somewhere. It just means there's nothing. And, when he brings up the John Grisham books, it's like, okay, he reads these and he's like, okay, well, this sounds good, But I'm not saying he did it. I'm saying if I was to direct my vision to somebody, it would probably be him, just because of the red flags. We don't have any hardcore evidence, so there's nothing that we can just say you did this.
Right. We were talking about this last night, actually, in my Discord, and we were saying, and somebody said, like, it was interesting. Like, everybody says that, Sebastian was seen taking out the trash after they got back from the roadhouse, except Seth. He says, I couldn't really tell. It was grainy. It kind of looked like his mannerisms. But he's the only one that's kind of denying that.
Yeah. A lot of people bring up that Texas Roadhouse. Oh, that's what they brought up. The Texas Roadhouse, she wasn't interacting with them. She was
Oh my
taking pictures.
God.
It
Oh
says,
my God.
yeah,
Crocodile was so off with that one.
and yeah, I mean, taking pictures of your kid is not interacting with him, you know,
Yeah, most kids would have
and
been sitting there on their phone, not talking to their parent at all.
right, and she was like picking from his plate, different things like that. I mean, when you go out to eat, your parents aren't gonna just talk to you all the time, they're just sitting there having dinner, it's just that she's not acting like anything is up, anything's gonna happen that night, they're just
No, it was totally
out having
normal in my
dinner,
opinion.
yeah,
Hmm.
and so I feel like Seth just needs to go back to the roots, and if he really wants to find his son, he needs to get with the mother and the stepfather. How can we go about this? But
Right.
I
If it
feel
means
like,
getting rid of Tony, it means getting rid of Tony. I mean, this is your
yeah,
kid.
yep. And I feel like a lot of these people that are on the green team are doing it for money, and I'm not talking about Seth. I'm talking about everybody that's grabbing onto his coattails. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
The green team.
Can
And
I answer? Can I answer something that was in the chat a wee second ago? Somebody had said, "Panel, are you saying that Seth, after all these years, hurt his son to control or get revenge?" Now, you've just heard what Jax has said, but me personally, that's not what I am saying. I am saying that he, in my opinion, Seth, is using this awful situation to attempt to control Katie. For what
yeah,
motive, that is up to interpretation. I know what I believe I see, but do I think he has personally taken his son in order to uh, hurt Katie? No, that's not what I'm drawing from that. I'm saying that the way he is manipulating certain issues is only to hurt Katie. Nobody, if you had any interest in working with anybody, you would not conduct yourself in this manner.
right. I only have a minute left, but I just want to say real quick, I don't believe Seth hurt Sebastian at all. I think Sebastian is somewhere alive, and I say that because it might be a wild theory, but I don't think he would ever hurt his son. I don't. I don't feel like I don't get that from him. But I feel like because everybody said, well, why didn't he spend the holidays with his mom? Why? Where was he? What if he put Sebastian in a home somewhere and he spent the time with Sebastian or wherever Sebastian might be stored? If and stored is a bad word, but wherever. I think he took him and put him someplace, but I feel like he's gotten so much from this that this has blown so much on social media. Now he's popular. Now he's the general. He's in power. He's on
You
top
feel
of
like
the
he's like
world.
Mick, he's just in the midst of it, right? Like in the moment.
Yeah, yeah, he's in the moment now, and so. But honestly, I don't see him hurting his son at all. I feel like he did this just to get back at Katie for a while, and then he finds Sebastian, and maybe he can get her back. He's the hero, or things like that. You never know, but
You
I'm not.
never
I'm
know.
not.
I mean, I hope that he's okay. I really do.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't see any of the parents hurting this child. I don't. Um, do I see him running away?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't. I say no because I feel like he would have been picked up somewhere by now. I'm not saying picked up as in physically. I'm meaning like on doorbells or like gas stations
Seen.
or
Hmm.
cameras. He would be seen, but there's nothing. You know.
You
So
would think he'd be seen, but then we hear these strange cases where people are locked up in basements and stuff. It's like,
yeah,
then you get
yeah,
like, wow, it could be it could be anyone. It could be a damn next door neighbor. You
yeah.
just never know. But
I
I do
honestly.
appreciate you
Oh,
sharing
no
your
worries.
theory. Yeah.
No worries. I honestly don't know what happened to this kid. I just look at the red flags and
Well,
kind
none
of
of us
like,
do. We really
yeah,
have nothing.
and I feel like my compass kind of moves toward red flags and kind of coincidences that I feel are too big to be coincidences, like February 26th. And I guess we'll see what happens. But at the end of the day, I feel like Seth just needs to get back with the other two parents and get together. And buckle down and find their kid instead of just going on videos all the time. And
Yeah.
they just need to sit down, figure out, okay, did he have any friends? Who was he talking to?
Start from
You
from
know,
the beginning.
start from the beginning, throw away everything else, and if Tony wants to still be a friend to Seth, to stand by him and not his PR guy, then let that happen for support, But
Right.
I feel like this division between the three of them is really only hurting the case. I feel like they just need to all sit down, put their differences aside, and get to work. And then if there's other YouTubers or people that want to back them up and go help find Sebastian, then fine. I feel like this has just become a big battle, and it's only hurting the case. Honestly.
Yep. Unfortunately, Sebastian's the one that suffers from it,
Yep.
wherever
Yep.
he is.
I can only pray that he's alive and well somewhere, and I just hope we figure out what happened to him, and because I don't want this to be another Summer Wells case.
Right. I just can't shake the fact that the last time that Seth was at their house, that Sebastian told him he didn't want to live with them, and
Yeah.
I was told that Seth was very angry about that. So I've seen him angry at Trevor Lee, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know him well enough to know what he's capable of, because like no one thought Chris Watts was capable of murdering his family. Like he was like this perfect husband.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So it's like you just don't know.
And then there's a lot of definite red flags with what was going on in that house. The possible CPS cases are different, such. But then on the other side, you have it was said that Sebastian's teachers didn't even want to be alone with Seth, that the principal would have to come in and
Right.
with them, and it's like, if the teachers didn't even feel safe around Seth, what do they know? You know what I mean? Like,
It's not even just that, Jax. Seth was impulsive enough to hit his son on the head in front of a teacher.
Mm.
And that
No
that tells you,
self-awareness.
yeah, that tells you a lot about a person. That there was a whole lot of
it's a
something going on there. I'm trying to be very careful, but yeah, it's
And
unusual to me.
his response was, "Don't tell me how to raise my son. Don't tell me how to raise my son." And
My
Yeah.
son.
my son. It's always my son, my son, my son. And yeah, I just want to find my son. And I understand that's your son, but why not use his name, Sebastian? We need to find Sebastian, not my son. It's just a very possessive thing. And so,
Very.
Well, and considering that the Green Team want us to pay so much attention to what a teacher supposedly had written to Justin, that I don't know why the same weight isn't given to the report that was made by that teacher about Seth. Why is that not of equal, if not more, consideration? I don't understand. I don't understand why it has to be which parent is worse than the other. Can we not see that there's just a very complex
Well, because I think we
situation
have
going
a
on?
big, yeah, I think we have a big problem in these dynamics where, like, because Seth even says in this interview here, he goes, "Oh, well, if I bought him something," like she brings up the throwing away of Sebastian's toys.
yeah,
And he's like, "If I bought him something, you don't throw it away. Like,
yeah.
that's something I bought him." You can tell he was just defiant with everything, like a teen.
Yeah.
All right, real last thing before I go. When you did that reading, and just sorry, I have a lot of theories, but I'm at work, so I have to.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Okay, so you did that reading of the John Grissom book where it says that she told the boy something that he would never tell anybody else. That same
Yes.
thing happened with Sebastian's grandma, Seth's mom.
Right.
She
With
said,
Robin Rogers.
Yep. She says Sebastian told me things I would never tell. So as soon as you read that, I said the grandma.
I thought of that too. Yep.
Yep.
A lot of parallels.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me up.
Hey, have a good rest of your day. It was nice talking to you.
Have a good
Nice
day,
talking to you.
Jax.
Thanks.
Bye, Jack.
guys.
Bye. Lots
And
to
yes,
fucking think about it.
I agree with you, Terry Dean. The question is, which parent has tried harder to look like the good parent from day one? It doesn't matter whether they were or weren't. It's the drive of perception is odd to me. It's very strange. His priorities are all off.
Artist, you gonna stay up here and watch with us?
I'm fixing to jump down. I'm at work too. But
Oh, okay.
I agree. I mean, I want to be very clear. These are all my ideas. Jay's not responsible. Yada yada yada. You know the whole deal. And I don't think he harmed his kid. I do not think that at all. That is not. I don't think. No. That just. I don't think he would plan to do something like that. That's not at all what I think. And I don't think Katie did either. But I do think there's just too many coincidences here to like not look at them. I mean,
Well, we just
coincidences
don't have
happen every
anything
day.
else, right? We don't have
Right.
like
That's
there's
it.
no
But-
sightings. There's nothing.
Exactly. And coincidences do happen every single day, but nobody pays attention unless someone ends up missing or dead.
Right.
You know? So
True.
I mean we kind of have to like really kind of, you know, let's gauge it. The date thing is weird, but it's not that odd. I married a man and my baby daddy has the same birthday. That's fucking weird.
Right. There are
Right?
strange coincidences sometimes.
Right.
You're right.
So, I mean, you know, let's not be crazy, but when you look at in totality, it all points to him, in my opinion.
Well, things aren't
Because,
looking
I
good for
mean,
him. Yeah.
They're really not. And it's concerning that he just continues to talk and no one's told him, shut the fuck up. I mean, he leaks like Betty. So that's what's kind of concerning to me. It's
Well,
like,
and I mean, you know what else is
what's wrong with you?
concerning to me is that over time we've heard so many different things from him. Like
Oh,
at
yeah.
one point it was, I'm a suspect. He named himself a suspect. Then it was this big campaign to clear him. Then he had a big campaign to bring the FBI in because he didn't think the authorities were doing shit locally. And then all of a sudden on Sebastian's birthday, he's got an epiphany. And all of a sudden they're doing everything they're supposed to. There's no consistency from this guy, like zero. I can't
Well,
follow him.
Yeah, because I mean that's either because it's coming out in a packet, being told, you know, advising him what to say, what not to say, which is my guess.
It's fucking weird.
Yeah,
It's just
it
like
is
I
weird.
said, when like, okay, so like I was going to have Tony and Seth come on when Seth,
Mhm.
you know, when Tony first came on the scene. And like I was saying last night in our Discord chat, I was like, I've had other missing parents of missing kids on my channel before. And we never had to powwow beforehand. It was never it was maybe like, oh, okay, are there any sensitive things you don't want me to mention? Like, you know, things like that. But never a big powwow on the phone. It was like, okay, let's get the awareness out. Like time is of the essence. But for Tony, it was like, no, I got to get you on the phone and get you all set up. Like, what do you mean set up? Set up for what?
What?
All I need is his poster and his dad. That's all I need. What happened?
Yeah,
Where was he
that's
last
sus.
seen? You know, it's fucking weird. They've always been weird from the get-go. And it's like, it's just too much. It's just too much of a like contrived thing. Like, if you can't just come on a panel, talk about your son to raise awareness, something wrong here.
Well, it's because he thinks he's a celebrity. I mean,
But they want
you
to
know,
control the narrative. They don't
yes.
they don't want just open-ended questions to be asked.
Oh, yes.
And that's
you
weird
got
to me. That's fucking weird.
He should be open to every question, and because he wants to find his kid. I just have a real problem with the fact that those papers say he searched 4 times and he's gone on numerous, different channels, different interviews, doing all this bullshit. And what has he said every single time? I'm searching every day. I'm searching every day.
Lying.
He has lied repetitively. It wasn't even like he could have easily just said, hey, after my injury, I can't search. It's too hard on me physically, but I'm planning things. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm still looking for my kid, but I have other people physically searching. But he never said that. He says, I'm searching. You know, Tony and I are every day doing this. But, you know, he's a liar. He is a liar. Everything he's ever said, he has contradicted later in an interview. And it's fucking weird. I'm sorry. It's weird.
I'm with you. But it's just,
I mean,
it's weird because when I didn't go for Tony's plan, then it became he was coming after my marriage and shit. When I
yes,
called it out and said that's weird, right? The first email I got from Tony Mathis, he blocked his email from me. It said no. And I'm like,
that's
what
so
is this guy
strange.
hiding from? Like, what? And he's like, yeah, well, just give me a call. I'm like, I don't think that's necessary. Just come up on panel. Like, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that deep. But for them, it was. And that was a red flag. And as soon as I said there's something wrong, because I can compare it to other parents, I can compare it to grandparents that I've had on. They don't care what you ask. Like, they just want to get the awareness out there. They want people to know. And that should be his main objective. And it never has been. He's wanted people
No,
to know that Sebastian had it rough with his mom and stepdad.
no, yeah,
You know?
it's always, you know, he's perfect and they're bad. Whereas he didn't have to say any of this. He could have just been like, not said anything like they are about him. They haven't said a word.
None.
They have not said one negative thing. And I kind of have a problem with that too. Because let me tell you something. If my husband or ex-husband or whoever the fuck he is, baby daddy, sat on, you know, a national, like, legit mainstream media, you know, didn't he go on Ashley Banfield and say she didn't, you know, she didn't love her kid or some bullshit? I mean, what the hell?
Yeah.
You can bet your ass I'd be in the next interview going, what is wrong with you? I'll be on the phone saying, what is wrong with you?
But then what is
Why
that
are you,
going to, but how do you
stop
know
it,
they,
you
how do
know?
you know they didn't though?
True.
How do you know they
But he's
didn't?
still talking because he's still
Well, you
talking.
saw Chris walk up to him at the vigil and
Yeah,
maybe
well,
he possibly asked him to cut the shit out then.
there'd be no asking involved. Let's put it that way. Because that's bullshit. Who does that? Who does that to the mother of their kid? I get being mad, you know, because if something happened and he doesn't know where his kid is, and, you know, it's normal to, like, be concerned about the last person with them. I get that. But it's not normal to go on this whole tirade about how she never, you know, loved him, and, you know, and she was mean to him, and she let Chris do this, and there's CPS reports, and he didn't know anything about him. And yeah, no, he knew all about that bullshit. He's a liar. He's just a liar. I'm sorry. And it's his own words have proven it. I'm not saying it. His own words have proven it. It's bullshit. It's crazy. All right, Miss
Mm-hmm.
J, thank you. Hey, I got to roll. Thank you so much.
It was
Have a
nice
wonderful
talking to you. You have a
day.
good day, artist.
All right, bye.
Bye, girl.
Bye, artist.
Honeybee says, take it back to the beginning where Seth says he just wants to talk to Katie. Yeah, I know. He was so happy the day that he got called down to the TBI and he got to see her. You might wonder, Pascal, why I'm smiling tonight. That's because I got to see my son. Is it? Or is it because you got to see Katie in person without Chris? Just wondering. Yes, you heard she's up here.
Hey, Sarah.
We're only
Hey.
22 minutes into this. Let's keep going. We had a little sidebar there. That was nice, though. Thanks, Jax and Artist, for coming up. All right. We're back to the books. That's where we left off.
Get into touch what Sebastian's going through. Because we don't know. That's the unknown. We don't know where he is. We don't know what he's going through. And that just scares the shit out of me. Excuse my language. It's just, I've never been a person that's been scared of anything. And now I'm scared because I don't know what my son's going through. And that frightens me.
Well, I think all of us, Seth, especially you as his father, for heaven's sakes, but I think that's the fear we all have, right? That's another reason why everybody is so engaged is as you start to think of, you know, what he could have gone through, what he could be going through, just everything that young man, I mean, he's been gone a year now. And, you know, I understand where you're coming from, Seth.
What's worse is being told to go look at this or go look at that by my connects, and then getting the information, going through over 200 pages of notes, and seeing what was going on in his life I wasn't part of.
Mhm.
You know, it's like these reports that we got, and I'm not talking about CPS reports; those were bad enough. But then these other reports, I gave them to one of my psychologist friends, and I had this individual go over them, and they were just like, it's night and day between your house and their house.
So he gave Sebastian's therapy notes to a psychologist friend. Now, I heard
Yep.
last night that that psychologist friend would be Jules of Thought, aka allegedly innocent. Did you hear that as well?
Potentially. Obviously
don't
we
know for
don't
sure.
know, but potentially. That would make sense.
Ah, giving his medical records to a YouTuber. And a
Think
crazy
of
one at that. You know, that
think
lady stalked my friend in real life in Texas during the Chris
yeah.
Watts case. Someone
Yeah,
who was affiliated with the Watts family got stalked by Jules of Thought.
she's a
She's not
different
right.
one.
She's
For
not
sure.
right. Mm-mm. She ain't right. So, Jules of Thought, if you've got Sebastian's records, I don't know, lady. I don't know, lady. You have a license.
Well, it would certainly influence everything she would say from here on out. And I I hope that people pay attention to what she is going to say from here on out, because unlike most other people, she does have a professional code of ethics to uphold and standards to uphold, even if she is working on her free time and giving her opinions. So I hope you
Mhm.
catch what I'm putting down.
I do.
Mhm.
Mm-mm-mm.
And it's just like, I don't understand how a child can live in your house, how your child could live in the house and you not interact with your child. That's supposed to be your flesh and blood.
Well, Seth, we can understand a little bit of that because we had an opportunity to see behind the curtain with the Texas Roadhouse video. That was interesting to me. We got a chance to pull the curtain open when, she thought no one was watching, and we got to see the detachment for ourselves. We got to see
That is normal. That's what these reports actually told me, was that's normal in the house.
Very
I
specific.
agree, but I'm saying we actually got to watch it.
She uses really specific
Yeah,
words
well,
there. Detachment.
Yeah.
She uses that very deliberately. Behind the curtain, making it seem like Katie and Chris are operating like the Wizard of Oz, where they're controlling these things and doing these things to give an illusion. And that's the scenario she's painted there, all within one sentence. That didn't happen by accident.
He's
So
talking about
again,
therapy notes from Sebastian's
mhm,
therapy.
a year's worth of therapy notes, 52 weeks worth of therapy notes that Seth now has. And if there is a situation where it happens that Sebastian did leave home by his own free will, I know that that will cause an immense amount of trauma to that child. That's the breach of trust there will be significant.
Well, I feel like she's kind of like egging him on. I felt like they were trying to get him to like break at certain points. Like she's like, yeah, but we got to see it. It's like, no, we didn't. We didn't see anything. We saw a mother and son walk in a restaurant, eat dinner, and walk out. That's what we saw. Why is she being so over dramatic? She can't possibly believe that that video showed detachment. I mean, how can anyone even believe that? It doesn't even make sense.
I agree, but I'm saying we actually got to watch it.
Yeah. Well, and 287 pages, Jen. So if you can imagine, everybody says, well, the father wants to sling mud because of these CPS reports. And, this could be this could be that. But I'll tell you what can't be this or that is 52 weeks from February of 23 till February of 24, one counseling meeting per week for 52 weeks with an average of 5 to 6 pages per week, per meeting, explaining everything that was going on inside of that home, and more powerfully, quoting Sebastian. So imagine being a father and going through the last 52 weeks inside of that home and listening to what your son had to say about that.
Mm.
It's indescribable.
What hurts
Well-
me even more is the fact that he didn't tell me.
Oh, what hurts him even more. How about all the times that he said they weren't getting him therapy? They weren't getting him help, yada, yada, yada. Now, all of a sudden, we have so many pages of therapy notes that we can't even read through them all. Right? Before it was, oh, they didn't even help him. He wasn't getting the proper therapy. He wasn't talking to the right kind of therapist. But now I'm going to get all of his medical records and give them to someone that's a friend. Nothing he says is consistent.
Tell me. I don't know why. I thought I was there for him. And for some reason, he didn't tell me everything that was going on.
He was just afraid, Seth. He was afraid. And, no matter what
He should have never been afraid. My son should have never been afraid of
I'm
anything.
sorry, but I got to stop here.
Mhm.
Jennifer Coffindaffer, if those notes and that therapist was told by Sebastian that he was fucking afraid, that therapist would have acted on it. Stop it. Just stop it. What in the hell are they talking about?
Maybe their psychologist didn't inform them of that. The counselor has very specific rules they have to act under. It's all very odd. People forget that if you have a child in anything, if they're in a sports club, if they take music lessons, if they go to therapy, if you take them to anything week in, week out, just the simple dedication it takes to get that child organized, to get them there, to get them back. Just one simple thing, one simple task every week. And no matter what you think about Katie and Chris, somehow they managed to do that religiously. If they have 52 weeks of reports, he didn't miss a week.
Exactly.
And that shows in itself a level of consistency and dedication that
Katie was committed to
Yeah.
Sebastian's therapy. End of
Yeah.
story.
I mean, that's no mean task. That's pretty impressive.
It really is. He made every therapy appointment. That it really does say a lot about her. But here he is, yet again, exploiting the whole thing. And Sebastian is right there in the middle of it.
Yep.
Oh, he had it so bad in that house. I'm sorry, if the therapist thought he was, abused and he was scared to be there would have been something done. This is all bullshit. And then you're going to have your people say, oh, well, CPS failed him. I just don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that the therapist failed. I don't believe all of that. It's always someone else's fault.
And Tony also tried to make it sound almost salacious in the fact that, there were quotes from Sebastian in these notes that he claims that he has seen. That's not unusual.
There's
That's,
one other thing too. In the very
yeah.
beginning, when Katie did her interview and she said that Seth is involved in his therapy, she must have lied for him.
I think she even said he was involved with choosing the therapist, or there was a whole pile of discussion about that, and then Seth said no. It was all very.
She
I'm not.
probably got defiance on everything she tried to do for him.
It certainly seems like it.
Wow.
I can't,
Well, Seth,
but that's normal. I'm just saying it's normal, especially children. And I don't know if they mentioned anything about this, but children will protect their parents, good, bad, or the ugly. And I think that that was probably a product of that, not wanting good, bad, or the ugly. If they mentioned anything about this, but children will protect their parents, good, bad, or the ugly. And I think that that was probably a product of that, not wanting to say anything disparaging to you about his mom.
well, and look at this through a child's lens, Seth. You had Sebastian 2 days of every 14 days. That's correct, right?
Yeah.
So
sometimes 3. God, sometimes 3.
okay. So you've got a child that is living in an unhealthy environment for, 6/7 of the time. And he was probably terrified in the time he got to spend to you that if he, we've heard some of the stories about how he got chastised for reaching out to his school and reaching out to CPS workers and told that he was overreacting and this and that. Well, imagine knowing that he only had you for 2 days, and then the other 12 days of that 14 days, he has to go back into that environment. So through a child's lens, he's going to do everything he can do to make the majority of his time, which is the other 12 days, go as smooth as possible. And
okay, but we're forgetting, Mr. Mathis, that Sebastian told his dad in their kitchen in February that he didn't want to live with him. So none of this is even ringing true because Sebastian didn't want to go to his house. He didn't want to live with him. From what we heard, right?
here's what he knows. He knows that if he goes to school, that he may or may not get protection from what's going on at home at school.
Oh my God.
But he's comfortable at least talking to them and telling them that. But he knows if he comes to his daddy and tells his daddy what's going on and he's not taken out of that home, then it's going to be a catastrophe inside of that home. So you have to look at it through a child's lens, and it would be very, very difficult for that child to come to the guy that he knows things would blow up with if he shared that with. So, just like Jen said, I mean, it's very, very difficult for a child to tell on a parent. I think he was trying. He was reaching out for help. I think there's some entities that failed him. For sure.
Failed him. And
Well, you didn't fail him.
I mean, I look at hindsight's 2020, and I see things, and it's like I should have recognized it, and I didn't.
Recognize
Hindsight's
what?
2020, Seth. You didn't.
I mean,
know.
what exactly is he saying he should have recognized? What exactly are they claiming was going on? They never say.
They're, in my opinion, they're playing a very strategic game here of who says what. If you get the chance to watch it again, listen to what Seth says in comparison to what Tony says in comparison to when Coffin Duffer speaks as well. Seth is very reticent to mention certain things. It's Tony that starts to elaborate on what Sebastian would do, what Sebastian was thinking, what he was feeling. This child that he has never met, just the same way I haven't met Sebastian. It's odd that he is on this panel speaking for this child. That
As if
is,
he knew him.
yeah, that's Seth's job if there was to be anybody out of the three people. And yet, the fact that he isn't doing that, and that he is tying it to these CPS reports, to the counselling reports, tells me that they're trying to get through a legal loophole, in my opinion. And I hope that spectacularly backfires because they are playing a very dangerous game here. Very dangerous.
I agree.
No, you didn't have those reports. You didn't have that information. You can't beat yourself up. I know you're beating yourself up probably about so many things that's, happen so often, but you just can't. You just need to redirect that sadness and energy to exactly what you have been doing, is spending every minute you can, whether it's passing out flyers, whether it's advocating on your channel, whether it's searching, whether it's conducting interviews, everything you're doing, just keep doing it for Sebastian. You're
That's all
really,
I can do. That's my goal, is to find him. I don't have to say to my son, I don't have to tell my son I love him. He knows I love him. But I think about the last phone call I had with him that Thursday before. And it's like, I tell him I love him at the end of every phone call. Because not only the profession that I've been in, every day is not guaranteed. We're not guaranteed tomorrow.
Oh,
And that's
pause.
one of the things that I've always told him at the end of every phone call. All this.
What was that? What was that, Seth? The profession that you have been in? Your profession, sir?
His
What?
profession, yeah, tomorrow's not promised.
Hmm.
I've never heard
It-
someone say, I didn't have to tell my kid I loved him because he knew. I've never heard that before. I've never heard someone like justify not telling your kid you love them. That's weird.
Right? To have to tell the world that, like, to reinforce that that's how your child knew again, it's all very odd.
Ugh.
You know that within yourself. You don't need to prove that to anybody.
Right. Like, yeah. There's a
It,
lot that I think he lacked in, and I think there's a lot of guilt we're seeing too from being like a crap father. When he plays the voicemails, I thought it was very telling that at the time when Sebastian was calling him, he states that he wasn't answering his phone. He claims it was because he was at work, but we all know he wasn't working.
or sometimes asleep,
Right.
priorities, right?
Right. And I think he feels guilty for ignoring those calls. I
I'm
really
sure he
do.
does. I'm sure he does.
And I know you're one that doesn't think that, he did anything or, has anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. But I mean, for those of that think that he could have, planned something, it's kind of wild, right? Like he just keeps failing this child, but he seems to feel really guilty when they play those voicemails. Like, I wasn't answering my phone. And then you've got, Katie in the background of these phone calls as well. Like, it's picture day tomorrow. We'll get to that, but Katie's
Yeah.
also heard on these voicemails that he kept.
Yep, I noticed that too. I thought that was interesting as well.
hmm And he's got no other voicemails. Like, that's weird. Like, everything is from California. It seems like he goes back to California.
And even the way that Tony built up what the playing of the voicemails, and I know I'm not seeing him in a very positive light right now, but it hit me badly. You don't need to amp it up. You're not at the circus, dude. This isn't a sideshow. You don't need to make it into a performance. But that's what you are doing. And you're basically doing your roll up, roll up. We're going to play some voicemails in a minute. How exciting, everybody. This is a missing kid. What are you doing, dude?
Right.
What are you all doing?
And what good is it going to do? Because after they play the things, then Coffin's like, oh, did his voice probably change? He's like, yeah, his voice changed at 14 and a half years old. Okay,
Right?
great. I mean, I'm glad you have his little voice to listen to, but how does that help the general public find Sebastian?
Exactly. So that voice that we've just listened to, that's not the kid that we're actually listening out for. He sounds totally different now. Well, great. That's super helpful. Oh, and the video that his mother has shared, um, because, you know, Seth doesn't have any recent videos either, or at least not that he has shared publicly, I'll say that they couldn't even allow that video to be hers. You heard Jennifer Coffindoffer earlier try to do her little impression of the green tea thing.
Yeah.
Just leave it alone. That's not yours. You
That's
don't.
not your memory to talk about.
No. And I felt that disgusted me, the way that she tried to do her wee impression of that.
Mhm.
Don't do that. It's gross.
None of these people can read a damn room. None of them.
Nope. Nope. It's horrible.
Sort of
But
stuff.
yeah.
So I know that he
Oh,
knows that I
sorry. I
love
thought you
him.
were done.
No, I
You
was
wanna-
going to say, but yeah, his profession. His profession,
Yeah,
everybody.
his profession. It tells him that, tomorrow's not promised. I mean, I'm sure jail, it can be, rough sometimes, but he's not a road cop, like making traffic stops. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, didn't we find out a lot of interesting information? He isn't even out of his probationary period in his profession.
Right. Right. So how much dangerous criminals is he really able to be around working in laundry?
It's so strange. So
When
strange.
did he start that job? Beginning of 2023? February? I think
Yeah,
it was
I think
February 2023 he started. He never made it past his probation period.
so. Between
Because I told him,
Whoops.
sick time and injuries and now this unfortunate incident, he has been off work more than he has been at work.
Yes. Yes, he has.
You
What's
know.
up, Chico? Should I make a big deal, Chico, so Brittany can mock me again?
Oh,
Oh my
please do.
God.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God, it's
God.
Chico!
Look, Chico's here. Oh my God, Chico. I freaking love it. Love your commentary. When you're on Nonsense's panel, love it. Right, it's a county jail. And he's like handing out thermals.
Right.
She said hater. Lovey says, hey, he said early on in Dolly when he found out he was going to be a dad, he said he'd screw that up too. Yeah, he told Coffin that too. He said, well, I'm going to be the worst. I'm going to be the worst dad on the planet. Yeah, Coffin's like, what'd you think when you found out she was pregnant? Well, I'm going to be the most terrible dad ever. Wow, Mr. Positive over here.
Right. And if you're giving him the benefit of the doubt, which is difficult, but if you do give him the benefit of the doubt that, well, you know, he had a difficult start in life and all that kind of thing, I don't understand why it's so hard for him to do then the same for Katie.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to have that he wants to have that benefit of the doubt there, but just don't do it for her. It's Do you see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And I don't know why that is so strange, but it is. It's just like, dude, you know, you should understand more than most. Isn't that part of what supposedly brought you together? And yet
Right.
here we are. You're now suddenly better than. Okay. Okay.
Right.
Alrighty.
Look at his eyes. Bruh.
all that sort of stuff. So I know that he knows that I love him because I tell him.
You just said you
And
don't.
I just want him to call me. I want him to call 911. I want somebody to see him so I can come get him. I've had people ask me about his name. Well, Sebastian stands for revered. Drake has always been, he's my little dragon. My dad's name is Wayne. That's where that came from. But he's always been my revered little dragon. His Aunt Sharon, may she rest in peace, she called him Drake. That's all she ever called him. You know, and it's just, I gave him his name, and I just hope that he's still here. You know, I see a lot of people talk about he's dead, and it's like, I'm going through enough shit. I don't need. Sorry, Tony. I'm going through enough stuff that it's horrible. I sit there and people are like, you know, I think he's deceased, and it's like, how can you say that? There's no evidence that he's deceased. There's no evidence at all. Putting that in the air is just wishing horrible things on a child that is missing.
Oh, pause.
And if you think that, you're not.
He says in this sentence, there is no evidence at all. And then much, much later, they talk about what evidence there may or may not be.
Uh-huh.
And I just thought those 2 points are very interesting. Right here, he says there's no evidence at all. Then later, suddenly, there's a whole lot of evidence. What?
A whole
What?
mountain of evidence, I think
Yeah.
Tony says. You know, there's a whole mountain of evidence, Seth.
And
Why does
I hope
Aunt Sharon call him Drake? Rest her soul.
that again. Why are you making him sound like he's a possession?
He's always been my little dragon. Like, what? This dude is just weird. I'm sorry. It's weird. I've never seen anything like this. This interview, Chico, was last night.
Yeah. On Seth's channel.
Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father.
Yes.
Brothers and sisters on panel.
I was very proud to see that I'll get my own little dig in to make myself feel better that BJ was able to dig deep into her takeaway food budget for $20 to be able to send to Seth. That was very generous. Well
Oh,
done.
did she super chat?
Yeah.
I thought Betty did too, $1.99.
Aww.
Isn't that nice? So generous. Good morning, Cramit. He's just covering for the previous pregnancy names. Yeah, I mean, I think it's funny that everybody's been looking for that clip where he supposedly said that about the children that Katie didn't have and the names, right?
Yep. And we heard it. And
I think there was
some,
a comment in a chat as well.
yep, but I literally heard him say the words. And it will be very unfortunate whenever one of us finds that recording, wherever it is, because they have spent so much time now trying to deny and deflect that never happened, that when it does pop up, it will be unavoidable. And all of those people on the green team who have tried to pretend like it wasn't really a thing, I hope you're all ready to answer for it, because you have fallen for this performance hook, line, and sinker. Shame on you.
People are saying it was on Dolly's and he's privated. Unprivate your videos, Dolly.
Yeah. Unprivate the videos, Dolly. If it's about Sebastian, unprivate the videos.
Not looking for it. If you think that he was deceased, you're not out there looking. When a group of kids walk by, you're not looking to see if one of them is Sebastian. You're not actually paying attention to the children to see if Sebastian is one of them, because you already have it in your mind that he's not here.
See, and this is bullshit, because what pisses me off is that Nick Barris even told a story where he saw a kid that looked like Sebastian and he walked up to the kid to make sure it wasn't him. Seth should be thanking him for being vigilant, for keeping his eyes open, right?
Yep.
But instead they hate Nick Barris. I mean, I haven't heard anybody else tell a story like that they actually locally saw someone and went up and made sure it wasn't him, but they hate the guy. It's ridiculous.
Well, I know he's not here at my house, but damn it, I believe that he's still alive. And I will keep the faith that he is until proven otherwise. Because my son deserves that. He deserves even more than that. And it really just so many negative people out.
Oh my God, you're
Just
so positive.
really.
Seth, you made the comment that that there's no evidence at all that he's deceased, and that is 100% accurate. There is zero evidence that he's deceased. But what do you say to these people that we keep hearing over and over again that say, well, I don't know why people are blaming this person or that person or whatever. There's absolutely no evidence at all in any way, shape, or form. What do you say to that? From what you know and what you've seen and what you can talk about, what do you say to the people that say that, well, there's just, by golly, there's no evidence?
Lack of evidence is evidence in itself. I see where particular people are guilty of abuse, negligence. My son's not here because they weren't doing their job as a parent. They don't deserve children.
Wow.
Wow. Right.
And unfortunately, one of those is my ex. I don't know what happened to her. She was not always like that.
Like what?
Seth, a little more specifically, we're obviously not going to talk about anything we can't talk about. But you know the
You see?
contrary. You know there's a mountain of evidence,
A
correct?
mountain of evidence?
Yes.
He just
And
told you there was no
you know
evidence.
that all the people
Now
that
we've
make
got the
it
mountain.
Sumner
Right.
County just
Tony just said, oh, so, well, he said no evidence, he's deceased. But now he's
Yep.
saying there's a mountain of evidence of what? Then you should know where he is or an idea of what happened if you have a mountain of evidence.
And Tony is very clearly directing Seth to be on this train of thought, because whenever Seth said no, the lack of evidence is evidence in itself, that's not the answer that Tony was wanting. And that's why he
No.
keeps going. He keeps poking. He's like, no, I want you to tell them something else, pretty much.
Yeah.
Keep talking, keep talking.
It's
He's
always the blame
leading.
game. Yep.
Yeah.
And I swear both of them are trying to get him worked up at times. And I just don't understand why. Do they want to see him? Like, are they trying to get him to cry, get upset, show emotion? I don't get it.
I think it
more
was in order.
specifically,
Whoops.
Sorry, I think it was in order for this little horse and pony show of Seth saying certain things, and then Tony more specifically trying to allude to the CPS and more recently the counselling records. That's what they're trying to do here. Trying to draw implications from reports that we cannot see. We cannot make our own judgments on. The only thing we can do is take their word for it.
Right.
And I hope that works out very well for them. I hope it does.
Seth, a little more specifically, we're obviously not going to talk about anything we can't talk about. But you know the contrary. You know there's a mountain of evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you know that all the people that make it seem like that Sumner County just has nothing and that they don't have a clue and there's just, it's just, it disappeared like a unicorn, poof. None of that's true, correct?
That's correct. Children don't just disappear.
And Sumner County hasn't been fooled here, have they?
No, they haven't. They have not. I'm communicating with them almost every day.
Oh, please pause.
Oh, come on.
Here, Seth, can you please tell Julie Skolnick that? Can you please let her know? Because that woman is losing her mind at the fact that
Craddock?
Sumner, every day, and they're emailing people, they're calling people, they're ranting and raving about what Ellie aren't doing and what they don't have. Can you Seth or Tony, either of you take a minute out of your day to maybe let her know, because that woman is deeply distressed. Let her know. Put her mind at ease. That might help, whatever the heck is going on. I don't know why you wouldn't share that with her.
Right.
That's weird.
There's Brittany's super chat. We stand with you, Seth. We will not stop until Sebastian is home. So he's claiming he speaks to Sumner every day, almost every day. A few months ago, we had Betty protesting in front of Sumner. Funny how that happens, huh?
Yeah, I wonder if she's still planning to move there to be able to
Oh
vote and all
God.
that nonsense.
Well, you saw the shit in her back seat.
And please, for the love of God, as somebody who worked in critical care for her entire career, I beg you, if you have pets in the car, in your vehicle, secure them properly. Secure them with a harness to the seatbelt properly. Do not leave them just roaming around inside your vehicle, for the sheer fact that that is it. Anything that is untethered in your car, whether it's a laptop, a dog, or more unfortunately a child, if any of those things are not secured when you have an accident, that is exactly what goes flying through your car. We should know that in this day and age, but somehow certain people failed to have got that memo. If you are letting your tiny dog roam around, you're putting that animal in danger. You're putting every other road user in danger. If you have a car seat for your dog should be secured in the car seat. It shouldn't be sitting in your lap while you're driving. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Please secure your animals. Thank you.
Okay, Chris. Chris sent me the screenshot of Seth talking about that in chat. So thank you, Chris. It was in Dolly's. So we really need Dolly to unprivate this live for sure. He wrote, Sebastian was the only child that Katie didn't abort of mine. Here, let me airdrop it to myself so you guys can see it for yourselves. Gross. Hate even
Give us
showing it, but
a special shout out to Can I Pet That Dog in the chat.
can I pet that dog?
Perfect timing. Perfect.
There it is. 2.4 people watching. 2.4K. Seth Rogers, Sebastian was the only child that Katie didn't abort of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Proudfoots are narcissists. Apparently, the Proudfoot have connection with LE. I think the law dropped the ball. The only things Chris loves is himself and wedding cake. I mean, but there you go. So when did she abort said babies? Thank you, Robat. I'd love to hear this live and what made him even bring that up. What was being talked about?
And he literally talks about it on a live too, but whenever he was speaking about the two previous unborn children, he's very cautious on his phrasing. And again, whenever that is found, I hope that the Green Team will have a whole lot of answers, because we know what was said. A lot of us heard it. And as you say, it's on screen. The only child that Katie didn't abort of mine.
And you know what else is that this was said early on too, because this is
Yep,
before he started his channel and changed his name.
yep.
Hey, Scaramouche. She said she definitely remembers. Oh, excuse me. Him talking about the names and where they came from.
Yep.
He does.
He
He
said
forgets
it.
his own shit.
He said it very clearly. And I know that a lot of us are looking through our recordings, and it will be found. It will be.
Joe Neal, you're not blocked at all. I see you. Welcome in. Yeah, the green team is denying. He's denying. Like, they're all denying it. Absolutely.
Hmm.
Potato says she remembers they were past baby names.
Yep.
Ugh. All right, let's get back over to the interview. All right, here we go. More hot air.
Obviously, from my understanding, she had her attorneys at her interview. I don't have attorneys sitting here telling me how to answer questions.
Yeah. From what I understand, she had her attorney at her interview. I don't have one sitting. I don't have anyone telling me how to answer questions. Really? You have a spokesperson. What do you have them for? Do we even know that Katie had her lawyer there for reals? I don't know how we would even know that. Who would have told him that? Right? Like, who would have told him that? I call bullshit.
I'm not going to sit here and say that they don't know what's going on or that they do know what's going on. I just know that they are working this case to bring my son home. And they are working it. And they have information.
If I can jump in really quick.
Sure.
I saw
I need to blow my nose.
that I was, well, I actually not just an interview, multiple interviews on the.
Did he say he had to go blow his
station, I'll
nose?
just say. I have never
Wait a
seen
minute.
anything so.
Did he literally say, I got to go blow my nose?
Well, I actually not just an interview, multiple. I can jump in really quick.
Sure.
I saw.
I need to blow my nose.
He did. He said, I need to blow my nose. She's like, okay.
I was, well, I actually not just an interview, multiple interviews on a local station, I'll just say. I have never seen anything so misleading in many investigations. For those of you who may not have watched it, it was unbelievable.
Nick Barris, Channel 5.
No, it was,
Okay.
and I won't even.
What an idiot Tony is. Nick Barris, Channel 5. She's like, no.
Even say the channel, but they literally had on the Proudfoot's paid private investigator, who, in my opinion, and this isn't about him, it's about the misleading information that was broadcast. It was shocking to me about
the video.
The shadowy figure, and this could really mean something. This could turn the case around, and then
whatever actually happened to good journalism.
So many have reached out to say that is absolutely no. It is not evidence of somebody who took Sebastian. And actually, that PI got on television and said that they were trying to figure out whether that could be Sebastian. Did you hear that? He
could be the break in the case.
Break it, but not just a break in the case, like somebody taking Sebastian, but that could be him, like walking or whatever. That could be him. Most misleading thing I have seen in this case, and it's wrong, and just bad. So I wanted to touch on that because I really hope they retract that. I hope they come out and they say we've learned more information, even after they received a statement from Craddock, who is the sheriff now. He wasn't before, for those who don't know, but he's always been assigned this case, and now he's the sheriff, but he's still the main guy for Sumner County. And Sumner County is still the main venue holder, right? They're still the lead. He came out and told them, no, we have analyzed that. We had it within the first 72 hours. That person, it's not involved. It is not evidentiary in this case. And they came back even so and went to a clip of the Proudfoots. And then they responded, well, no matter what they say, we still think it could be a break in the case. Until they prove to us it's not, we still think it could be. Is this some sort of distraction? Do I have some
Yes.
to throw to say, look over there? Is that what that is? Look over here.
It's what it seems to me.
Because that whole piece
Okay.
was so.
Well, if he talks to Ellie every day, did you ask him about it, Sean? You talk to Sumner every day. Did you ask them about this video when it came out? Oh, you didn't? How come? Because you don't talk to them? Oh, okay.
So misleading, and it was wrong. And
Misleading?
So I'm sorry. I had to jump on that because that doesn't help find Sebastian when wrong information is being put forward as legitimate.
Wow.
There could be nothing further from being legitimate than that.
What gets me really about that so-called PI is the fact that he spends more time on social media putting out false information that does not help locate or find Sebastian. While I have PIs that you won't find them on social media. You won't find my PIs on social media because they understand the private part. They also understand that my private eyes are in communication with SCSO. Anything that comes in through Dog and Nick's team that comes into us goes to my PI. My PI goes and filters it through all the others that we've already received tips to make sure we're not getting duplicate tips, and then turns around and feeds it to SCSO and feeds it to me and my team, and then we track down rabbit holes.
Oh, because that's what a PI is supposed to do. This is a little concerning. Okay, so anything, listen how they're funneling tips and things that come in to their team. Why is a PI filtering tips? They shouldn't be filtering shit.
The private part. They also understand that my private eyes are in communication with SCSO. Anything that comes in through Dog and Nick's team that comes into us goes to my PI. My PI goes and filters it through all the others that we've already received tips to make sure we're not getting duplicate tips, and then turns around and feeds it to SCSO and feeds it to me and my team, and then we track down rabbit holes. That is the whole point of having a private investigator.
Really? That's the whole point of having a private investigator, according to Sean, is for them to filter tips. Now, as far as I can see, Mr. Fisher has not done any such thing. Mr. Fisher does not advocate taking tips. He doesn't share a special tip line to reach out to him so he can filter tips before they get to Ellie. And if he did, oh my God, would they be all over his ass? Would they not? Oh my God, he's filtering tips. People are saying, oh my God, SF has a tip line. How do we know he's giving tips to LE? What? Why does no one think this is weird? Sketchy. Google tip lines, Dog's tip line, At Night's tip line, filtering it through some PI. Then it gets to Sumner County.
I think that whole thing was weird. The way that all of that is said, their little system for how their information is used, the little filtering system, the fact that somehow that after a year and all of his professional training, Seth still doesn't know why a private investigator is a private investigator. It's like, dude, what are we doing here? Do you forget when your own PIs were out on social media? Do you forget that? Oh, but now you think you're going to rewrite history. He is so used to playing games with certain people that I think he believes he can gaslight everyone. In fact, this whole team believes that. And I'm
Right.
sorry, that makes you look, it makes you look really bad when you do that. It just does.
So someone wanted me to look up what a role of a PI would be in a missing persons case. And this is what came up on Google. Gathering
Oh.
gathering information, collecting details about the missing person's life, including
Mhm.
routines, relationships, recent activities, and potential locations they may frequent.
Yeah.
Speaking with friends, family, colleagues, neighbors, and anyone who may have seen the missing person last to gather potential leads.
Mhm.
Digital footprint analysis, examining social media accounts, phone records, online activity, and other digital trails. Surveillance, observing potential suspects or locations where the missing person might be. Conducting background investigations on individuals related to the missing person. On the ground searches, visiting areas where the missing person was last seen.
Mhm.
Collaboration with LE, sharing information and coordinating efforts with police agencies when necessary. And then private investigators must adhere to legal boundaries when conducting investigations, respecting privacy rights. Given the emotional nature of missing person cases, PIs should be compassionate and provide support to the affected families. And some private investigators may specialize in missing persons cases, developing expertise in specific techniques and strategies. That's what it sounds like, Donna, that all of those almost 300 pages of therapy notes have been given to a friend, a psychologist friend of his.
Yeah. I hope that on a very personal level, as much as I'm sure they have enough to be doing, I hope that Katie and Chris, like any responsible parent would do, would be taking some action upon that. You shouldn't be passing the parcel with private information, sensitive information. And yet here we are. This is a repeat of what we went through a few weeks ago. Also, that rumors can be spread, because then they can say anything. They can
Yeah,
give you this very vague notion of all this horrific abuse.
which they're
The
doing.
horrific
Which they're
abuse.
doing, and Coffin is co-signing it.
Yep. More the fool her, I swear. I I'm not quite sure why she would do any of what she's doing right now.
Oh
I
shit,
don't.
look who clicked the link.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
Chico. What's up, Chico?
What's up, y'all?
Hey.
I'm not gonna
Hey.
go off, y'all. Hey, Wee, how are you today?
Good love.
I Here's the issue I have with this. And Seth, if I was you, I would stop saying that because. And I'm sorry, y'all. My dog, she's asleep, so you probably hear snoring in the
Oh,
background.
you're fine.
She
Thought
sleeps
Brittany
like
J was visiting you.
she act like she works 16 hours in a warehouse somewhere. So, but
Right?
with this, I'm sorry, Seth. I have to disagree with you on that because those tips need to go directly to law enforcement. Because who's to say you're not tampering with evidence, fabricating evidence, things like that? Do you see how that could horribly backfire on you?
I don't think he does.
Like, really, I'm just sitting here thinking about that because he said it numerous times, and I'm just like, tips shouldn't go to you first. They shouldn't. I understand you want to find your son. I get that. And I'm not going to hold that against you. I get that. And I understand you'll do whatever you want, you need to do. But at the same time, I'm sorry, tips need to go to law enforcement first. Because I remember there was an interview where he said, was it Chloe? Where he got mad because they were sending tips to law enforcement first. And he's like, well, I should get the tips first. Why?
Yes,
That's right.
Why?
exactly.
Why? You're not law enforcement. You're a correction officer.
Even on a purely practical level, if you are the loved one, a parent of a missing person, imagine the kind of tips that you would be
Oh
potentially
God, right.
getting.
Yeah.
There is nobody in their right mind that would put the loved one of a missing person in that position to be receiving those tips in the first place, or if you had them funneled through you for some reason, why you would share them with that person. It's horrific to even think of
Oh, well,
the
let's take it a
damage that
step
that would
further.
cause.
Let's take it a step further. Remember when he went out on the boat with Tony to do a quote unquote, he said recovery mission, and he's
Yep.
seen on camera, like driving the boat, looking at the sonar. Not that he can really read sonar, but still. I mean,
But
you're literally in a boat looking for your own kid's body. Like, what?
No,
yeah,
but he's very, very specific to tell us that he doesn't want to hear people saying that Sebastian is deceased. And I would agree with that. I'm sure he doesn't want to hear that. I would agree. We haven't got any evidence to say
But
that
why
he
does he
is.
sit in Brittany J's chats when she sits there talking about theories of him being dead?
Well,
Why doesn't he speak up?
what was he looking for on that boat in the river? Was he looking for people snorkeling?
He said it was a recovery mission.
hmm
Right. So that's where a whole lot of what he does, it's like, what, listen to what I say, don't watch what I do.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just like what because I remember this clear as day, and I'm pretty sure some of y'all remember this. But does anybody remember where he said, I know where my son is at. I just need the money to go get him."
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
And do you remember too when he said he was asked, "What do you think happened to Sebastian?" And he said, "Oh, he's probably, or where do you think he is? He's probably at a friend's house playing video games."
Mhm. And it's things like that that make you side eye him. It's things like that.
I mean, could that just be wishful thinking? I mean, possibly, but it's all of it. It's all of it together that he said and done. And
Yeah. And my main issue is that how he attacks Katie as
uh-huh.
if she didn't carry Sebastian 9 months, and how he says my child as if she if she didn't birth him,
Right.
I have an issue with how even after Nick Barris came out and said, "Hey, law enforcement said this is not a criminal investigation. It's still an active investigation, but we don't think the parents have anything to do with it." And you come on here and you double down on it.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Seth. This is counterproductive to what you're trying to accomplish. To me, this is not going to find your son. I don't know how you're not registering that, but it's not going to help. Just like putting out information that shouldn't be out there, like, "Oh, Sebastian is the only child of mine she kept." Why does that matter? Who cares about that? That is a moral thing. I don't care if she had 20 abortions. That ain't got nothing to do with me. It shouldn't
I
have nothing to do with the public.
Right. I guess the whole question is, Chica, why is he so hell bent on making Katie look the worst that he possibly could? Like he takes every opportunity to try to make them look bad, abusive,
Yeah,
not good parents. You shouldn't be around kids.
yeah. I think he's trying to hurt her because she hurt him.
Hmm.
That's
You,
my personal
you
opinion. I
think
could
he's
be
just
wrong.
taking the opportunity to kind of punch back?
Yeah, because let's be 100, when the divorce and all of that. Now, I didn't read the documents, but I heard about it. I stuff like that. I don't go looking for. I don't, because I don't get into the real life stuff. And I heard about it, and I heard about the claims of abuse and things like that. Is it true? I don't know. I wasn't there, but seeing him now, I see why she left.
Hmm.
I do. I see why she left, because it's always me, 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 me.
Right.
It's my son. I did this. I took care of my son, but my son stayed with my ex-wife majority of the time. I just kept him over the summer and every other weekend, yada yada. He's doing this to hurt Katie, in my opinion. And part of it, he's doing it to get back at Chris too.
But Chico, then we have to ask ourselves, why is that motive taking precedence over his own son?
Right.
And that's the issue.
And
That's
why
the
would
issue.
he? I mean, what are the reasons that could be? Maybe he didn't have the bond, or B, he's involved, or C, maybe he's just a self-centered person. What else could it be? Why
I
would you
think
do this?
I think he's self-centered.
You think what?
I think he's self-centered. I do.
Hmm.
I do. I think a lot of this reaction comes from his traumas, whatever that may be. Like I said, he didn't think me personally, what I've gathered and how I've watched certain things, and in his head he didn't ever think Katie would leave him. He didn't. And when she got her voice and power back and said, no, I'm gone, that
It
that
threw
kind of
him through a loop, didn't it?
it kind of hurts a narcissist. It because I'm a former narc, I can tell you, it hurts your pride. It hurts your pride. And then you sitting here thinking, well, I did all of this shit for you, knowing you didn't do shit. You was just there. You was a body.
Right.
But in your head, I can't believe she's doing this because we've seen it. We've seen it in interviews. How many times did he say, she took my family from me?
Mhm. He's convinced himself that she's ruined his life.
Yeah. Even though these folks went through proactive steps to help him get his life back together, helped him move so he could be closer to his son, helped him get a job, which he dismisses all of that. He acts like they didn't do anything for him. And that's another thing that bothers me because no, they wanted you to be a part of your son's life.
Well, you know what else, Chico, I find interesting is that when he applied for his job at the sheriff's department, he actually put Chris as a personal reference.
I know.
So that said a lot to me, about his dynamic with Chris. Like, I don't think Chris was an asshole to him. He would have never put him down.
No, I think that changed when Seth was going on these panels and, when people got in his ear, because I do think he is being manipulated and used by certain people. I do. I think they're manipulating him and using him because he is the father of a missing child. So, I can go to the father to get information, yada, yada. So I do think a lot of them are using him and manipulating him. But I think a lot of that changed when they got in his ear and was like, well, how Katie doesn't know how her son disappeared. And I even asked this in the chat. I'm like, what was Katie supposed to do? Stay up every night, all night, and watch and make sure Sebastian didn't leave the house? Like,
Yeah, I mean, realistically, right.
but I think it changed when a lot of people started getting in his ear and putting things in his head. And then I think the relationship changed, like with Chris and him, when allegedly, because I don't know if it was said, I only know allegedly, when he said, do you want me to tell the truth about Sebastian and nobody looks for him? Because I remember Seth saying that. Um, and I think that's when the tides really changed with Seth. And that's when he really started going hard at Chris and Katie.
Mhm.
Yeah, it became a power play at
Yep.
that point.
Yes,
It
it was
wasn't about, it wasn't
yeah,
about Sebastian anymore. It was about dominance.
exactly. It was a dick measuring contest. Bingo.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then you started having all of these other channels hop in, give in their 2 cents and yada yada. Chris is a narc too. He's done this. He had to be there. That's when tides really started changing. And I noticed that when we've been going back and looking at certain things. But I think now, a year later, I think there's another motivating factor in this, which is money.
Mhm. You think through the YouTube? Or do you
Mhm.
think, yeah.
Well, it's YouTube plus the donations and all of that. Why would, I mean, think about it.
But we have to
There,
ask ourselves, why does hurting Katie and money trump finding Sebastian?
it shouldn't.
But it is, right? I mean, we can
Yeah,
clearly see it. So where is this loving father that the green team sees? Because I see someone who's putting, other things in front of Sebastian and has been.
true.
But the question's why? Is he just not that close to him? Is he, like you said, that narcissistic? Or is it more than that? Because I just can't see a YouTube channel being so lucrative that it's more important than finding your son.
I can't either, but in his head, the way he's trying to justify it is, well, this helps me get to places so I can't look for my son. This helped me make flyers. This helped me do this and that. And I need gas and yada yada because I'm looking for my son 8 days a week, 25 to 8. Like in his head, he's justifying.
Mm. See, a lot of
Mhm.
people in chat think he's being used now and manipulated, like you said.
Yeah.
But then
yeah.
there's some people that think he's running the show. And Tony even said, I take orders from the boss. He's the boss.
I don't think so. I'm going
You
to tell
don't
you that.
believe it?
Nope. I think Tony has reins over him.
Well, why is he apologizing for saying shit to Tony? I thought that was weird. Like, you're a grown ass man. This is your channel. Like, why are you saying, oh, sorry, Tony, stuff?
Yeah, I think
He comes across as a bitch.
Well, you can't really sell the story that this person is a divided, a devout and devoted Christian if they're going to just start swearing constantly. And I think that choice is very deliberate, and that was the impression I got whenever he said that. Like he was almost apologizing to the boss. Oh, sorry, I did that. You know, I do that sometimes if I swear in somebody else's panel by accident. You'll know I've got a potty mouth.
Well, what about, too, the fact that Tony said that when Seth wants money, that he is the go-between. He's the one that reaches out to Sister Sarah
Mhm,
and negotiates what kind of, budget they're working with.
mhm.
That's weird.
A grown man has to ask another grown man, "Can I have $50?" Yes.
He's gotta have something over. He's got to. And that's Tony's MO, right? Like, he tried to like, he's held people's records over their heads, their addiction. He tried me. He tried to, like, wanted to tell my I was having an affair with JLR because that's what Betty was saying. I mean, that's this
What the
guy's
fuck?
MO. Yes. When I
I
would
did
not
not
get on,
know that.
yeah, Chico, when I wouldn't get on the phone with him in the beginning, I wanted to interview Seth in the beginning. And he told me that I'd have to get on the phone and he'd get me all set up. And I said, I don't see a reason that we need to get on the phone together. It's
Yeah.
pretty cut and dry. Your son's missing. Come on. Let's talk about it. Well, when I wouldn't do it, then that was when he started going after to try to find out who I was. And then he found out, he was like, I found out who her husband is. They wanted to try to contact my husband and tell him that I'm doing this, that, and the other online and all kinds of crazy shit. And because Bullhorn Betty was accusing me of having an affair with JLR, that was what they were running with.
Well, you can't take Betty's word for nothing, no way, because she's still butthurt about
Oh,
this.
I know. She's a scorned woman, but because he and I are still friends, she makes it more than, what it's not. But they wanted to tell my husband in the hopes that my husband is not aware of, what happens when I'm on YouTube. But he's well aware. So it wouldn't have worked anyway. But they were going to take the chance that they could put some in my husband's head to get him to question me.
Wow.
Yeah, they're just like they're dirty like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if Tony did have something. I just don't know.
I mean, it's a possibility. I don't know. I really don't even know why Seth turned to him.
Yeah.
I
What do you
don't
need him for?
I don't get that. I have never understood that.
Well,
And Seth didn't do his research on that at all.
no,
No, he
he
signed an
didn't.
engagement letter, and then 2 weeks later, Tony took over.
Uh-huh.
Where do missing kids and engagement letters even fit in the same sentence?
Well, that's part of the interesting thing that I think some of this can be unraveled at a later date because it's something that has been noticeable to me of these amateur, as in it's not their career, it's not been any of their training. These amateur spokespeople who somehow become involved in missing persons, specifically missing children's cases, and often they are problematic.
Yeah,
And it's an unfortunate thing. I think if there was anything that we could help to educate people on or be able to support people through, would be finding some better way, because I know that of the three that I can think of, they have caused immense amounts of problems rather than seemingly helping these people.
absolutely. I think it has ever since Tony has came into the picture, it got worse. I'll admit that it did. It got worse. And I didn't think it could, but it absolutely did. And like you said, an amateur spokesperson at that. That's why I'm focused on getting laws changed to stop exploitation like this, because it's exploitation. End of the day, that's what it is. They took a grieving father who was going through a shit ton of trauma and grief with his son missing, used him, befriended him, and now you're so close to him that you have control over the GoFundMe money, and he doesn't see it. And that's the scary part. You don't see these people using you and manipulating you. I truly wish the best for Seth, but I don't understand how he thinks this is going to help find his son. I don't understand how he thinks that, bashing Katie and Chris and threatening to release CPS reports, which was against the law. You can't even do that. How that would help find his son. I don't see it. I don't see where he's going with this. I don't see the damage is already done. You have half of I ain't gonna say half the nation, but you got a lot of people hating Katie and Chris, and there's no evidence to support that hatred yet. Now, if there's evidence that come out and say, yeah, Katie did something, absolutely, I'll hop on that train and be like, fuck Katie, I hope you fry, whatever. But that's just not there.
There's nothing to show that. Right. Exactly.
So I don't get it. I don't understand why Seth has chosen to take this route besides money, in my opinion. Um,
Maddening.
which I have an issue with that in itself, because yeah, whatever. I'm not even gonna speak on that. But Seth, there was a lot of shit that he did that it makes you side eye him, and his behaviors make you side eye him. And a lot of what he says make you side eye him. Do I think he had something to do with it? No, he was at work. Do I think Chris had something to do with it? No, he was in Memphis. He was here with me. I don't think he had anything to do with it. And I don't think Katie did. I think it was just truly she fell asleep. Sebastian either got out, went with somebody, or,
Chico, what do you think of him calling himself a suspect and then like demanding to be cleared? What did you think of that whole
it's
thing?
bullshit, because everybody knew he was at work.
So why do you think he did that? Just part of like
For one, for attention, and for two, to make it him in a way.
woe is me?
Yeah,
Because he is very much like Eeyore.
yeah. He is. Even though I like Eeyore, I'm like, nobody likes me.
Mhm.
I like Eeyore. But,
Everything happens to me.
it was bullshit from the jump, because everybody knew you was at work. Just like everybody, come on, GPS and LifeLock and all that had Chris in Memphis. Come on now.
But then you got TikTok Tony going on Brittany J's panel saying that Seth was taking a nap.
Hmm.
When he was asked about Seth being absent from cameras, well, he was taking a nap in his truck. That's weird to me. So
I
there's
didn't
like
know
all
that.
these contradictions, right? That it, like you said, it makes him look sus.
It does. It does. And I don't know if it's coming from a trauma place or if it's coming from a hatred place.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, is that just a trauma response, or do
I
you
think
have,
it's deeper than that, if I had to guess.
or do you think it's because he truly hates Katie because of what she did?
Yeah, I think it's almost like people say he's still in love. I don't think that he really knows what love is with her, because you don't meet a 12-year-old and fall like that. Just that's not love. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like he's got his own, like you said, there's got to be something, in his past that even made him think that that was okay behavior, right? Like,
Yeah.
and the hate and the love turned to hate, right? Once she quote ruined his life.
And took his family from him. Yeah. And if you sit there and let that, and you just sit in that self-pity and
Yes.
hatred, then yeah, your heart will turn to hatred, and that very person that you once or so-called love, you now hate.
Well, and hatred can make people do a lot of crazy shit. So can jealousy.
Yeah.
And
And
I think
well,
the thing that Chico refers to as a trauma response, I see as a lot deeper than that. Like I see in, if I'm being fair, I see in Seth his trauma of being similar to Katie's in the fact that they both have had early childhood trauma of differing degrees, but it is still there for both of them. How they have handled that and how they channel their negative behaviors are obviously different, but it's still there. The very thing that they want to point out in one party, they ignore in the other. Whereas I think if you're being honest, you can see both. You can.
yeah,
So I'm going off chat, right? And people are bringing up that he was adopted.
Yes.
And a lot of people have like abandonment issues with adoption. Like, what if Katie leaving him like triggered, like maybe he didn't even realize that he felt, I'm going deep, but
That's
what,
what I was talking about when I'm talking about
oh, like he didn't
childhood
realize
trauma.
yeah.
Yeah.
how traumatized he actually was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he didn't go get the help that he needed after that divorce, because I truly think he should have went and saw a psychologist, therapist, something to work through his traumas. I recommend it for anybody. If especially if you're going through something. I've been there, went there myself, went and addressed my shit so I could get past traumas, and so I wouldn't be just like self-love and hatred and hating people for no damn reason, or hating people that you don't even fool
Hanging
with
on to the
anymore.
past, right? I
Right,
mean, like, you've been divorced for 8 years, dude, and
right.
he's never even dated. I
Well,
mean,
I
that's
think he had a girlfriend in the beginning, did he not?
well, after Sebastian went missing, he met Michaela, right?
Yeah.
But
Okay.
before that, he didn't date. He said that he hadn't dated or anything. It's like, that's pretty extreme. Most normal people, move on.
Yeah, most people, not
And
everybody.
even that in itself is a very odd situation. Like the first um relationship of whatever way you want to term it that you have with somebody is when your child goes missing. That in itself is kind of weird to me.
Say that
I
again?
don't. The fact that all the time that Seth had spent 8 years not having a relationship, and then Sebastian goes missing, and he meets Michaela, and that's the time when he decides this is great. Let's start hanging out. That's a bit weird.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird.
Well, he told, was it Coffin, that he thought she was sent by God to help him through this time.
Yeah.
Weird.
B,
Very.
B, they did. I remember Katie did plead for her son to come home.
Yeah.
I do remember that. She did plead for her son to come home. Seth has pleaded for his son to come home. Chris has pleaded for his stepson to come home. They may not do it every interview, but they have. I can say that. I have seen it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So I just want to correct that because they have pleaded for him to come home. But at this point, I'm not going to say that, but I do wish Sebastian would be found. I do wish that. So all of this can stop. And so all the speculation and all this extra shit and I just want it to stop because it's getting to the point where it's ridiculous. Every day is a different lie. The creators going after creators. It's just, it's toxic. It's toxic as fuck. And all over one missing boy. And I've said it numerous times. A lot of people that's in here can attest to this. We got 40 other missing kids in the state of Tennessee. Have y'all heard about them other 40? Has anybody even looked them up? Has anybody said anything about them? I have. I know Dutch has. I know Kathy P did. Nobody wants to talk about that. And that's the crazy part. We're so hyper focused on one case when there's thousands of other missing kids. Not just in my state, you got them everywhere. And if
There is always one case on YouTube that gets just, I mean, it's crazy, Chico, because like I'll go live about Sebastian, 1,000 people. I'll go live about Koberger, lucky if there's 200.
Yeah. I know. I know. People love the drama. But when it comes to real change and, getting things done behind scenes and coming together so we can get laws changed, crickets. So do
Yeah.
people really care about change or do they care about the drama? Some have admitted they prefer the drama. Hey, more power to you. Me personally, I don't give a fuck about it. I don't. That's why I don't entertain half of these folks anymore or the shit they say about me. I don't give a fuck. I'm not fucking you. You're not feeding me. You're not financing me. End of story.
Amen.
I'm not here to entertain you. I don't give a fuck about you. I'm not arguing with a bitch I don't even know in real life. I'm not doing it.
Are You Nuts wants to know, Jay, have you ever seen the parents set up their own tip lines and emails? That would be no. Not unless it was like a cold case. That I could understand. Where like, maybe it's been 30 years, like what's her name? Jennifer Kessie, who went missing out of Orlando. I think it's been 30 years now. Her parents actually sued the Orlando Police Department for her case file. It was cold. They weren't doing nothing. And they're like, fuck, we want it because we want to hire our own people to look into this stuff. They actually got all the files and now they are doing their own thing. But other than that, no, nothing like this. And I think, Chico, that's another thing that's pretty amazing is that it's different true crime now because these parents, some of them are coming here and talking, right? We didn't really have that before. We had to like watch a documentary to hear from these people. And now here they are having their own channels. So it's like, in a way, they're exploiting themselves as well. You know what I mean? Like,
Hold on. Here's the difference, though. Like, the prime example, look at Seth and then look at Joe Petito. Joe Petito has created a whole foundation because he admitted, and I know some people don't want to admit it, but I'm going to say it. He admitted he saw what happened with the media and how his daughter was the story, first page story every day until she was found.
Yep.
At the same time, there was a missing black girl. She didn't get no attention. And
I was glad they brought attention to that.
Yes, and he had to admit that it's true. Social media and media, news media, any outlet or wherever you get your source from, a lot of them have a preference, which is blonde hair, blue eyes, white person.
And
Black
that is
people,
That's
ahead.
brought up in this interview as well, Chico, and it was part of what was interesting to me, how they tried to manipulate that story. Surely the point should be, just like Joe Potato, that you do see that there is a greater need out there, that there are children that nobody will ever speak about.
Bingo.
And let's face it, if this was a 15-year-old black boy from Memphis, would anybody know he existed?
No.
And that should tell us a whole lot. And yet here these three people were on this panel all talking about it, but somehow still twisting that story. It's like you'd have entirely missed the point.
Mm-hmm.
It's so bizarre.
And that's the big difference between what Seth is doing and what Joe is doing. See, if Seth did it the right way, I wouldn't even trip. I wouldn't be saying nothing. Hey, if you're out here looking for missing people besides your son, absolutely. Go ahead. Do it. I appreciate your efforts. But you're strictly exploiting one person, your son.
Yep.
I just think with Gabby Petito though, like it's so different because they have resolution. They know what happened. This is so open. Like we don't even know if he ran away. Like I feel like he's putting the cart before the horse. Like wait for a resolution to find out what happened and then start your advocacy because you
Yep.
don't even know what happened.
Yep.
If he ran away because of home life, then you can address that. If he was taken by someone and held captive, you can address that. I mean, like, what are you doing right now? Your main focus should just be awareness. He's missing. This is his face. Where's his face? I haven't even seen his face in this live stream.
Well, I haven't seen it. I'm seeing it through y'all, so I don't know if he showed it or not. Did he, y'all? Did he show it at the end at least?
Well, he forgot to turn off his live stream and he came back and his shirt was in front of the camera. So we did get to see him at the end.
Oh,
But I mean, it's just like right now it should be about where is he? Like, I need to find out where he is. Like, I need people to see his face. This is my son. Like, this is what he looks like. He might have more of a mustache. I just don't see that sense of urgency at all. At all.
no.
With him.
I haven't seen it, period.
I haven't seen it with fucking anybody, if I'm being honest.
I haven't. I'm going to be honest with that. I haven't.
I more so see sad like Katie seems sad. Like he's gone. You know what I mean? Like that's what I see is sadness. But I don't see a sense of urgency to keep his face out there, even from LE. Why aren't they reminding us? Why aren't they posting this flyer on their socials monthly? Asking people to share it. It's weird. It's all just, it doesn't make sense.
I agree.
And I don't know why, though. Why is it like that? Is it incompetence? Is it?
Well, that goes back to our law enforcement. And I think that can be said for the whole U.S., though. Usually, the first couple of weeks or few weeks, first days or whatever, they're on the ground looking, yada, yada.
Balls out, yeah.
Balls out doing, what they need to do. But then after a while, you have to cut back resources because you can't keep spending. But with the flyer situation, I understand why not do that every month or at least once a week. Or like I know here in Memphis, they'll do like once a month with the missing everybody. They'll highlight it and they'll cover it.
I love that.
No, it's not shown on the news. You have to go on their website to find it. That's the fucked up part about it.
Most people won't do that. Yeah.
Bingo. So it's things like that we need to get in touch with our local people and be like, hey, with these missing flyers, because if you're not keen to Facebook, because that's how I find out about a lot of the missing people in my city. I'll go to because Memphis PD has a Memphis missing flyer page. and they'll miss all the missing people that's in Memphis and surrounding areas. And that's where I get majority of my information. But if people are not on Facebook or say X or, other media sources, they don't know.
Right.
And that's where I think we need to start going to our news station, our local legislation, and be like, hey, these missing people take priority. We need to start at least putting more effort into help them being found. Y'all know trafficking is real, especially in my city, because you can dip off into 2 states, and then about 2 hours you can be in a third state.
Yeah, that's
My
really
city,
true.
my city is a hub. And it's a corridor for trafficking. It is, unfortunately.
And the fact that you bring that up, I know this is a total like subject change, but the fact that you bring that up and the fact that you live in Memphis, I want to run this by you. Did you follow Summer Wells?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you didn't?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So you're not familiar with their quote unquote, they called them like their media person.
Mm-mm.
All right. Well, let me just give you a little background. So Summer Wells is this guy from her hometown became the media spokesperson out of nowhere. Um, this man like lived with his mom. He had like multiple businesses, like drones, doing real estate, like all kinds of shit. He'd go to all these different meetings. Well, I did a deep dive on him because I wanted to know who he was and why he would get involved with a missing kid. Because he
Mm-hmm.
started a YouTube channel for them, he started a website, he was taking tips, and I thought it was odd, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I found that he attended this I don't know what you would call it, but it was like a meeting that was held by like the state of Tennessee regarding the infrastructure of the freeways. And he
Yeah.
was deeply invested in talking about the infrastructures of the freeways around Kingsport, Tennessee,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
in that area. And I just always thought that was weird that this random guy had such an interest that he actually went to like, I don't know what your capital is, but he went to the Capitol to like speak at this meeting because I read the transcripts. And I was like, that's fucking weird. And I don't know. It's odd to me.
And it also ties in with the fact then that the church group were looking at purchasing land in that area as well, and how purchasing that land would coincide with this freeway planning.
Mm-hmm.
And people will see it all as very tinfoil hat-ish, but I personally see a lot of similarities between Tim Mullins and Tony Mathis, their
Oh my
initials
God, me.
notwithstanding.
Oh my God. I didn't even think about their initials, but you're right. I've seen a
Yep,
lot of similarities as well.
yep.
And I was
Uh,
troubled by the fact that Mullen was taking
y-
tips and I was like calling him out and I was getting threatened. I took a break during Summer Wells because of all this shit.
I heard
mhm.
Summer was bad. And I heard, y'all know Piku. She told me a lot about Summer's case because I didn't come into this sector until like what, about 2.5, 3 years ago. And it was right after the Summer Wells case. But I heard how bad it was, like Don Wells, and you had all these other people attaching themselves
Oh,
to the
girl.
case, and I heard about it
Girl.
and how it was pretty much the same as Sebastian.
I thought it was bad. This one seems worse. And I think if you had Don and Candace divorced and like each one of them had new spouses, I think it would have been as ugly as this. Like completely
Yep.
pitted against each other. It would have been bad.
And that's what certain people were almost trying to make happen from the start, almost.
Hmm.
And that, and combine that with what you were saying earlier, Jay, about taking tips. There was an organization, a very small missing persons organization, who also got involved with the parents of Summer Wells, and they started taking tips as well. There was a whole weird situation with that, and whether they were answering the phone or not, or if they were getting back to people, just the same way as we see currently
Hmm.
with at night. And you cannot avoid that. If you are funneling your tips to other routes and those other routes are not answering the phone or not getting back to people or not sending on these tips because they are vetting them, that's not your job. Law enforcement are there for that. We pay people for that. They are good at this. They have a whole career doing this. We don't need to reinvent the wheel.
No,
I don't I don't understand why people keep trying to circumvent some of the very basic systems that we already have in place to make it work. They make it harder, not easier.
well, I also blame media. I blame social media, news. Like this has been going on for years, decades, if not
Mhm.
longer. Then go back to John Benet Ramsey. Look at what they did to her family.
Mhm.
That prime example. There was a mother who had a disease, and they swore up and down. Some of y'all may know this case. I don't remember her name. Um, Even law enforcement swore up and down she unalived her child by giving it antifreeze. Come to find out, it was a medical condition. But the news and law enforcement vilified this mother, and it wasn't until she had her second child where that it was like, no, it's a disease that she has in her system that she gives to her kids. And once they realized, they had to let her go. But this has been going on for years.
But here we have the exact opposite where LE isn't saying shit, right? Oh, they're cooperating.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, think about I put myself in like their neighbor's shoes. And I think if LE is not clearing these people, like I'm side eyeing because I don't know if they had something to do with it. I would feel weird. Would you? If LE didn't come out and say these people didn't, have nothing to do with it, we're moving into the next, a different phase. I could, I would feel weird.
I, I I would, but I also get why they don't.
Yeah,
They're
same.
leaving all cards on the table because it technically anything is possible.
Because of what you said too,
Yeah,
right?
technically anything is possible. So they're leaving all cards on the table. And so I understand why they won't just come out and say, no, the parents is clear. Instead, they're sending it through Nick Barris and all of that. But
But a whole person disappears from your neighborhood with no sign. What are you thinking?
I get it. It doesn't look good.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't. And it's weird how it's all the whole damn case is weird. It is. The
Because
whole case.
if I lived in that community and I was like, a lifelong member of that community, because I think about like my hometown, right? Like I lived there for a long, long time. And it would be really strange for me to have my child just disappear and like local law enforcement not saying, hey, don't harass her.
Yeah.
Don't threaten her. She didn't do anything. Like we don't think she did anything. But they're not even giving us any sign one way or the other than saying they're cooperating. And that's so vague.
Hmm. It is. But also, I don't know. This is a common thing here, though, in Tennessee. Well, with the law enforcement,
You're right.
it's a
TBI
common
is so
thing.
tight-lipped.
I think all our law enforcement is like they don't say shit
Yeah.
until they're about to make arrests, have made an arrest, or
Really?
a lot of
So that
times.
seems to be like a statewide trend.
Yeah, because they do it here in Memphis. I mean, they'll give a press release like when, prime example, when we had Ezekiel Elliott running around our city causing mayhem and just, unaliving people. That was crazy. I never thought in my 36 years of living I would see some shit like that, but I did. And I was right down the street from where he
Oh
shot the
Lord.
first dude. It was crazy. But they sent out mass communications. Well, they couldn't. So what they did was they got on the news and told everybody to stay inside. Well, if you don't have the news on your phone or if you're not next to a TV, a lot of people didn't know. And they ended up having to come up with this mass communications basically to tell us, when we would have stuff like that. But they didn't come out until the end after he got caught, which Memphis didn't catch him. It took South Haven PD to catch him. I hate that they lied about that, but whatever. They didn't come out to the end and basically ran down what happened. All they said was, we have a mass shooter on the loose who's going around stealing random cars and shooting random people.
Mm.
They never once said what he looked like, nothing. So nobody had an idea. Half the
Who do
city
you
was,
even look for,
yeah,
right?
half the city was scared as hell. The other half was clueless, which is how he was able to do what he did. And I'm like, well, if y'all would have came out in the beginning and told people, and if we would have had mass communications before this crap happened, we possibly could have saved 3 lives, but that
Right.
didn't happen. So
Well, and I noticed too when I followed like Summer's case, the TBI was not giving a lot of press conferences, but we still got more press conferences in her case, I think, than we have in this one.
mhm.
I mean, I can't even believe on the anniversary we just got like our thoughts are with Sebastian's spirit, like this generic statement. It's so wild to me.
And I think that's going to be the norm until they get a solid lead or find him, honestly. Because what can they say? There's no new evidence. There's
True.
nothing new. What are they going to come out and say? We're still looking for him. We know that because he was still active Amber Alert. But that's just how our law enforcement work here. Now, I'm not sure about East 10, but I know in West 10, they're tight-lipped until they get somebody in custody. So I don't know. It'd be nice if they could, but what can they say? I think is my thing. What can they say? What can they come out and say besides we're still looking for them?
True. And I guess the information they do give us, we're not really satisfied with because it doesn't answer our questions. And
No. And
that's
that's
where
our
we get
problem.
selfish, right?
Yes, that's our problem. And they don't give a fuck about our problems.
Right. Nor should they. Nor should they.
Exactly. And that's where us as consumers and subs and all of that, we have to take a step back and say, you know what? I trust law enforcement to do their job to the best of their ability, and we're just gonna wait and see. And that's really what got me involved in this case. Well, it was Betty, bitch ass. I ain't gonna lie about that. It was Betty, and it was Self because I didn't appreciate. And at first, a lot of people know I was very vocal about Self, and I cussed his ass out 2 ways to Sunday because there were certain things that shouldn't have been said, like the SA stuff. Well, how does that help find your son? What has that
Mhm.
got to do with him missing?
Well, and then you also have you remember Lauren Conlon, the podcast
Yeah.
lady? Um, she made some very overt statements about Sebastian that I'm deliberately not repeating, but they're still up. It's curious to me that certain people overlook the fact that that ever happened, yet the podcast is still up. Then you had the dog handler lady going on to her podcast after that. But Lauren Conlon, in her initial podcast where she makes those statements, says that she has sources close to the family that told her these
And I
things.
believe that was like early March.
Yep.
Mhm.
And that has always been strange to me. And it tied in with when the Web Sleuths interview happened and the statement being made, if they knew what Sebastian was really like, they wouldn't be looking for him.
Yeah, but that's allegedly because I don't know if Chris truly said that. That's what Seth said that Chris said. So
Well, when you take it as a bigger picture, it would seem like there is obviously somebody somewhere doing a whole lot of talking about stuff they shouldn't be talking about.
Oh, I think both sides are. I'm gonna be honest about that. I definitely think both sides are. I don't think it's just a self thing. I'm gonna be honest about that. No, I'm not gonna go further than that. I don't think it's just self though.
You think both have been TMI?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Chris didn't get TMI until he was pushed. And I believe he was pushed with his mother being accused of swapping Sebastian at the store,
Mm-hmm.
which was co-signed by Crabtree via Tony, saying that Miss Bowersox was seen on video, and all of that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I do think Chris was pushed into it, but in my opinion, it didn't serve any purpose. Regardless, you could have walked away, but I'm not in his shoes. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going through the threats. People driving by my house, people releasing my floor plans of my house, people following me to Memphis to my RV or down in South Haven to the RV park. I, I'm not going through that.
Right.
They are. So I
Good
can't
point.
speak on I know what I would do. I would exercise my rights, but I I can't speak to what I would do and say in that moment. Me personally, I probably would have took a step back and be like, you know what? Fuck all y'all. Y'all can have it. I'm not talking to nobody else on any platform. You can think whatever the fuck you want to think because you're going to think it anyway. I'm damned. This family is damned if they do, damned if they don't, regardless. Anytime Katie had did an interview, prime example, when she did it with Dutch, what happened, Jay? What happened
She was slammed.
when Chris and Katie did the interview with the news? What happened?
They were slammed.
Katie just did this interview the other day. What happened?
She was slammed.
This family is damned if they do, damned if they don't. So
They
you think
never say the right thing.
their looks, their appearance, their secret code language, the eye movement, the eye twitch. So that's code for him to shut up talking, or that's
The
code for
cough.
her.
Yeah.
Um, they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. So me personally, fuck it. I'm stop talking, period. And I would do like anniversaries or things like that with the news. But as far as having any contact, I'm gonna say it with any YouTubers, fuck y'all.
Right. I think the best thing that you could do is only have contact with YouTubers or social media people that are willing to share his poster and his face. That's it. Because that's what they need right now. There's really nothing else they need from content creators.
Mm-mm. Just share his face.
Awareness, but they're not even asking. They don't even like. I mean, Katie did. She was like, "Please keep sharing his face. That's what's going to help find him." But here on this one,
Yeah, no. Instead, let's slam how she looks. Let's slam how she talks. Let's slam because she's fake crying. Let's slam her. We can make up a million one reasons why we don't like this woman and Chris. But we can't find one reason to show compassion. And that's the fucked up part.
right.
That's where I get irritated with a lot of these creators out here.
And that's why they need to be called out, in my opinion. I
You
don't see
don't
that
know.
as drama. I mean, that kind of behavior is deplorable. It makes like the people that are, here for the right reasons, it makes it harder for us because there's so much misinformation out there.
Mhm. And it
And
makes all
they
of us look shitty. It
yes,
reflects on all of us. If people sit down and actually look, it makes every last one of us look shitty. We may not be a part of the bashing and the fuck shit, but at the end of the day, all of us is YouTubers, and they'll lump us together and be like, well, YouTube turned this case upside fucking down.
right. I mean, look what happened with Pearls in Nancy Grace. She had her episode up for 20 minutes, gone. I
Mhm.
mean, what a joke.
Those were technical difficulties, Jay. How dare you?
Right. Technical difficulties that were permanent.
Yes,
But
the technical difficulty being that somebody had interfered with an image and not told anybody. Whoopsie!
whoops. But I just
Well, another thing about Seth, though, Chico, that I can't shake is that he's the only one that hasn't done a poly with law enforcement. That's weird to me.
yeah.
And he wants to challenge like Chris, oh, take one with Nancy Grace. He doesn't need to take one with Nancy
Who
Grace.
the fuck is
Take
Nancy
one,
Grace
right?
besides a
Take one with
retired
fucking
fucking
law
FBI?
enforcement.
I'm not taking one with that bitch. If that bitch act, I wouldn't take it. The
I
fuck, and
wouldn't trust that
I
shit.
know I didn't do a damn thing. Why? So she can lie on the results and put it on national TV that said I
Yeah,
lied.
fuck that. That's just
No, fuck
setting
you.
yourself up.
Hell no. No. That's why I said if anything happens to me, man, look here. Don't let these folks talk about me. Okay? Y'all drag these motherfuckers through the mud. Do not let these folks turn my case into a shit show because that's exactly what happened with Sebastian's, Summers, and all these other cases before. It's a shit show. And I'm over it, truthfully.
Me too.
I'm tired of it. And that's why I truly wish, whether gone or still here, I want him found so this shit can stop. And I guarantee when he's found, all of these folks that sat here and said all of this fucked up shit, this is my challenge to you fucked up ass creators out here that like doing this shit. I guarantee you will not apologize to Katie and Chris when he's found. I guarantee that.
I'll
After
take it
all,
a whole lot further than that, Chico. I hope that with every time that statements that are made like this, as the uh, chat that we were watching there, I hope that whoever is not responsible for this, that people making such overt comments are made to
yes,
pay for it. That's the only way. People talk, yes, there are laws that can be changed, but another thing that would help people maybe watch their mouths a little bit is if certain people were made to pay for their indiscretions financially. If you can't keep yourself in check, if you can't keep your mouth in check, you'll have to pay for it. And Armchair Detective just went through that this past week, and I'm glad that that happened.
I
That has been
agree
a
with you.
long time coming.
I agree. I definitely agree with that. There should be consequences to shit like that because let's be 100 and let's tell the truth. A lot of these creators sought out to destroy Chris and Katie. I know there was rumors. I don't know if it was confirmed, but I know they even went to the lengths of calling Chris job. Now that's just speculation. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I've heard.
Well, they even went there
That's
to
what
his job,
I know
right?
because Betty came here and then talking about a damn bone. And I'm like, bitch, you don't know about my city. Keep your ass out of my city because you did that shit slick. Because you know good and damn well if we knew you was coming here, your ass wouldn't have been welcomed here.
Oh, and you
But
know what else? Terry Lynn also sent me, like back last May, she sent me close up shots of Krista's camper.
mm-hmm,
So when her and Michaela went to Mississippi, they were nosing around too.
mm-hmm.
And
How
then you have
creepy
the
is that?
dog handler as well.
It 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 doesn't help. At the end of the day, stalking families, does that help find the child? Did you find Sebastian? Don't worry, I'll wait. You didn't.
Oh, and let's
Betty.
not forget about that shitty ass Silvers on the scene too, with his
Oh, Lord.
shovel and
Sniffers, fuck him.
horrible, just horrible.
Like, that's, yeah, no. It was fucked up. And this family has went through the most shit I've ever seen. And I know other families have as well, but social media, and yes, I call social media a blessing and a curse because yes, sometimes it does do good. You know what I'm saying? It does does
Sure.
do good sometimes. It does. I'm not gonna lie. It does.
Well, I mean, take Gabby Petito, for example, right? The YouTubers that drove past the van
Yeah.
totally saved law enforcement so much time narrowing down her location,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, they would have eventually found her, I'm sure, but it probably saved them weeks, maybe months of searching.
Yeah.
But, that's different though. That's like a
Yeah.
fluke thing. You know what I mean? Like, we
You
have
just
had
got
no
lucky.
sightings of Sebastian. We have had no one, not one person legitimately come forward and them to say, oh, he was seen. Like, I implore you all to watch Nancy Grace's episode she released, I think it was yesterday, about Aubrey Wu is her last name. It's WU. 14-year-old girl went missing in the middle of the night, except her neighbor's camera picked her up climbing out the window. Now, get this. She had multiple layers, according to her parents, of protection on her phone that they gave her. So what she did was she talked a kid at school into giving her his phone. He lied and said he lost it. She hooked it to her hotspot on the phone that her parents had for her and used the hotspot to use Wi-Fi on the secondary phone where she had Snapchat and was talking to people from all over the world.
Hmm.
When
See?
dad got out the phone records, he noticed she wasn't making any texts, wasn't making any calls. It was like page upon page of hotspot connections. So, I mean, things happen. And this girl
That
has been
goes,
missing for 6 weeks, and
but
they have
that
sightings of her. She was seen hitchhiking. She was seen at Circle K. She was seen here, Panera Bread. I mean, like, and they saw her going out the window. Now, Sebastian, we don't have shit.
but that goes to show that if kids want access to something,
They're going to get it.
bingo,
What a smart little girl. I mean, for real.
bingo. And I don't give a damn if he is autistic. That doesn't mean he's incapable. And I
As a
cause,
matter of fact, he may even be more crafty
and
thinking.
bingo, because
Mhm.
people don't. Some people do not understand how autism truly works. Because I know somebody that is autistic, and they are smart as
Mhm.
shit. The
Yep.
problem is they do not pick up on social cues, and they're very awkward around groups of people. So that's their issue. But when it comes down to like calculations and think, man, they start flying off numbers like that, and you're like, damn, they're very smart.
Yes. Well, there was another case that we followed. I know we haven't even gotten back to the interview, but I love this discussion because there was another case we followed here in Florida, and it was the boy in the box trial. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
he was the same way, right? Like their son was so intelligent that he was actually hacking into the school's computers and changing grades and shit
See?
because he couldn't apply it to anything else. Like he had this, it was everything was too basic for him, right? Like he needed more. But what they did instead of being caring, loving parents and getting him into like robotics or something where he can apply that knowledge, they locked him in an effing box. But he was so smart that they didn't know, like, not that they didn't know what else to do, but what I'm saying is learning from that, like how
Mm-hmm.
freaking intelligent he was. They're like, fuck you. We have to cut you off from everything because
Mm-hmm.
you're too fucking smart.
Let's see things like that. I say we push them,
Absolutely.
push them, put
Get
like
them in
get,
robotics, right? Like
exactly.
apply those computer skills. Like,
Exactly, buy computer parts and let them build a computer. I've seen that. Like, push
yep,
them.
yep.
Don't. But I don't. How this case is went, and how you got all these people that attach themselves to this case, and how they've made a mockery, including self. Even though I try to give him grace because he is the father of a missing child, and I do feel like there's a lot of manipulation going on, and I do feel that Seth has unresolved trauma. I I hope going forward that this case teaches everyone a lesson, because it's taught me some lessons. It has. And I hope, as creators, and I know it's a long shot, and I know some of these motherfuckers just ain't gonna change. Look at Betty, for example. That bitch been here how long? And she has not changed. If anything, she's gotten worse. But I hope that creators learn from this and stop putting their foot in their mouth and jumping before the gun even fires, because a lot of times you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's not going to happen. I'm with
I
you on
know
the
it's not.
idea, but that's not going to happen.
I know it's not, because I had this conversation last night with somebody, and I was like, prime example, like I said, Betty. Betty has been attacked by how many folks? I can't even count. So many folks have gotten into it with her, and yet she's still on this platform doing fuck shit daily.
Because we all don't have the same agenda, truthfully.
No, we don't. Mm,
I agree with Sluice. Betty gets worse with every case she inserts herself in. I've
absolutely.
I've seen her over the years, and yikes.
I think she's unhinged, if you ask me.
Oh,
I do.
totally unhinged. So we have the vigil is actually tomorrow. I didn't even realize until today that this was the last day of the month.
I didn't know that either. But I'm at work and I'm finna hop down because I gotta get my ass back to work because it's Friday, y'all. So,
All
but
right,
Jay,
Chico.
thank you. I
Hey,
appreciate
it was
it.
nice talking to you.
We appreciate
Love
you as
it.
well.
Love it.
We love it. And y'all have a good day, and I'll catch y'all in the chat, y'all.
You
Be
too.
good,
All right.
Chico.
Bye,
Bye, y'all.
Chico.
Bye, Chico.
What's up, Ave?
Hey, it's
I
Avery.
forgot you hopped up here. You've been so quiet.
I didn't realize I was in the show. I was waiting for everybody to. I didn't want to interrupt anybody,
Oh, you're good. What's
but
up?
Chico was when Chico was talking and she was saying, that she hopes that when Sebastian is found, that these creators will apologize. Well, I'm going to take the opportunity to apologize right now to Katie and Chris if they're listening for anything that I've ever said. I have learned a lot through this case, and I was very wrong about a lot of things. And now, whenever I listen to another channel that's bashing them, oh my gosh, it drives me insane. Like the restaurant video where they were, assuming what they were talking about, complaining about Katie being on her phone.
Yeah,
There's absolutely no restaurant that you're going to walk into and not see people on their phones, including the staff of the restaurant. Are you kidding me? It's
right.
2025.
Well, I was kind of shocked that, not to see a kid on the phone. I mean, they were more engaging than they would have been if he had a phone. I'll tell you that much. And for Coffin to sit there, I thought what she did, Ave, to piggyback on that was deplorable that she said, oh, it looks like he's been starved, like the way he eats. Like she was analyzing his, like, oh, he was shoveling it in. It's just so wrong.
Yeah, and the thing is that's me with a bowl of mac and cheese, y'all. I mean, I will tear that up if I can ever get my hands on a bowl of mac and
Well,
cheese
and that's the
again.
thing. It's like she's never seen him eat before. So what does she have to compare it to? Nothing. Nothing.
Exactly. And then people compare their own situations to other situations. Like I've
Oh
heard so
yeah.
many people come up and talk about their child has autism, or they know somebody that has a child that has autism, or, and it's just people need to understand, regardless of what somebody has, if it's autism, if it's cancer, if it doesn't even matter, every individual is different and every individual responds to things differently, especially
Yep.
trauma. So
Yep.
people picking Katie apart about the way that she's reacting and responding, or whether she's putting on weight or whether she's losing weight, everybody responds to trauma differently. It's your own individual journey, and people shouldn't be judged by that. We're all just trying to get through this life, right?
Right.
We're all doing the best that we can.
No, I hear you. Thanks for
So
that.
I don't really like it whenever people talk. I've been in therapy, so I've learned a lot about my own brain and how traumas have impacted me. And the way that trauma has impacted me, for you, Jay, it would be different, right? Like whenever I lost my parents, my experience or my journey was different from your journey, just like it's different from other people in the chat's journeys, right? We
Right.
all experience things differently. We all feel things differently and we all react differently. Can we just let us be ourselves, please? And let us respond and react the way that we just naturally do, and stop picking us apart, right? Just let us be. She's going through a lot. They all are, you know, and this is just making it worse.
I
And I
agree.
feel like I was a part of that. So if Chris and Katie, if y'all were listening, I'm really sorry for anything that I ever said that was inappropriate, or if I was making assumptions or jumping to conclusions. I truly am sorry. And I'm totally different now, and I've learned and I've grown from this, and I will never be that person again. Pinky to the phone.
Well, thanks for sharing, Ave.
So, and it's AV, like Amy or
Oh,
maybe or
Avy.
baby.
Okay.
It's
I
okay.
always have said Ave,
It's
and I don't,
okay.
if I keep saying it wrong, please forgive me ahead of
Oh,
time because you know how I am.
it
I'm
doesn't
like,
bother me at all. I just wanted to let you know.
I've been saying Ave for years.
I
You've
know.
never corrected me. You're
It
so
doesn't matter.
cute.
I just took it on as another additional nickname.
You
So
know
now
who
I
I'm
just have
talking to when I
I
say
know.
Ave,
Of course, I know exactly who you're talking to.
but
But yeah,
I'll
I
try
just
to
wanted
remember
to.
Avy.
Oh yeah, you're good. I know who you're referring to. I just think that's your nickname for me.
It kind of is.
It really is now,
You're Ave.
honestly. But yeah, I just wanted to share that, and I've learned a lot from you with covering this, and I've learned a lot from nonsense with covering this. And you know, we're all very guilty about jumping to conclusions, and we all just really need to stop. Like Blame Katie says, count to six. Can we just practice that before we open our mouths? It would
Right.
help us out a lot. Or before we react even. It would help us out a lot. All of us. We need to practice a little bit more impulse control. And I really feel bad about the little feller in the yellow jacket. The
Oh, Lord have mercy. Not, I
Why are they
know.
pulling this innocent man into
Oh my
this?
God. Because if I do something nefarious, I'm going to wear a bright ass yellow jacket. Let me tell you.
And
They'll
another,
never notice me then.
they're
Don't
like,
forget
oh,
the false hand. You forgot the false hand, the false arm. You forgot all that. He's like James Bond with a yellow jacket on. It's a whole scenario they've got going on now. It's
covering up his
insane.
fingertip before pressing a button. I think someone said he
Hmm.
was at an ATM, but I think it was just the pickup window, and more than likely he was a Uber driver. And I think that maybe Uber either requires them to wear mask and gloves, or maybe he has some issues. Maybe he wasn't well, or maybe he was recovering, or maybe he has a sick loved one at home that he doesn't want to carry something home to. So there's so many different scenarios that it could be.
How
It's
Oh,
just
for
dare
so
sure.
you?
crazy.
How dare you, Avi? Doug the Bounty Hunter told us that you're only wearing a mask to hide your identity. He told us that. Remember when he made us whole? You were wearing and I was wearing a mask, so you didn't even know it was me. Thanks, Biden. And I'm like, dude, what are you playing at? Stop that. Stop that.
I'm
Oh,
I'm a puffin said they call it nefarious neon, Jay. It's the color this spring. Nefarious neon. Right in front of the camera. Don't look
that's
at me.
crazy. Yeah. I mean, I just heard that yesterday from, I believe, that person's channel. I'm not even going to say it, but she's like, hold on, wait a minute. Look at this. Look at
I know.
this. And I'm
That
like,
was her big find.
look at what? What are we looking at? We're
Hold on,
looking
God.
at.
Hold on. Oh my God. Hold on. What look at this guy. Look at his hand. That came in the packet.
And Nana's like, I can explain. Hold on, Nana. Look at this. Hold on. Wait a minute, Nana. Just look at this. Got to show you something.
Oh my
This is big.
God.
This is huge. Look at it. Ah,
Unbelievable.
so, but yeah, so I feel bad for anybody that they're dragging into this, and they're just really looking just for anything to make look
Well, let
suspicious.
me
And
just say this right now, Brittany J. If the cops come out clearing yellow coat guy, it's your fault. If they have to make a statement about him, it's your fault.
they'll probably release it like tomorrow, like they did with the green hoodie guy or the green hoodie girl, whatever it was. I don't know.
Hey, Aristocat.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, great. I've never been up before. I just wanted to
Oh,
say something that's too much to type.
sure. Go right ahead.
Well, I'm listening. I'm fairly new, but when I first started following true crime on YouTube, I watched Deception Detective along with everybody else. And I fell away from Deception Detective because it seemed to me that he was reading too much into too much with too little information. And I think that statement analysis is extremely useful, maybe in police interrogation, but I think everybody on YouTube has gone insane picking apart every word that everyone uses. And again, it leads to accusing people without evidence. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think that a good point to kind of go off, you talking about deception detective in particular is to be very careful who you're, legitimatizing based on what they tell you,
Mm,
especially here on this platform,
hmm
right? There's a lot of things you can do. One thing you can do is to actually go and look at their oldest videos. If they've
hmm
tried comedy and it didn't work, if they've tried music and it didn't work, and then all of a sudden they're,
Oh gosh.
something big, right? Like that, you've got to kind of, take a step back.
Mm,
There's a lot of
actually,
phonies.
that
There's a lot
did
of phony
happen with
balonies.
another one.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of phony balonies out there.
Hmm
And the fact that he's selling a deck of cards for $80
Yeah,
that are
I was like,
supposed
you
to
got to
help
be
you.
kidding me.
It's a sham. You know what I mean?
Well, why would I do that when you're giving me the information for free?
Well, right. And how do you even know he's legitimately who he says he is?
Right. I mean, if this is good information, I already have it. So why am I paying you?
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
Who's
Yeah.
purple?
Well,
That
I
was
am now. I found you.
well. I mean, yeah. You have to be careful. I'm glad you found me. I'm glad you found
I've
me.
seen you own oopsies, and that told me all I needed to know about you.
Yeah.
And that pretty much boils it down across the board
Well,
for us newbies.
and that's the problem I see with the green team, right? Is that even when it's put in their face,
Yeah.
they refuse to admit any wrongs. Like
Reality much? Yeah.
it's weird.
They facts don't and I think we're going back to what Chico said. I think we're dealing with a bunch of people with unhealed trauma,
Right.
and you cannot pinpoint reality if you're not living in it.
And
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 people
how
who
do you
are,
excuse like certain things that they excuse
oh my
that are
god,
morally
because you're
wrong,
so
right?
far removed from reality.
Weird. It's
Well,
scary.
reality being the society we all agree to live in together by certain rules and
Mhm.
laws and respect. And these people, I think they're just trapped in their trauma and acting
I,
out.
I get what you're saying, Aristocrat, but on a personal note, I didn't agree to live in this society with a whole lot of people. I
That's true.
want to know where I can complain to and when they will be removed. Thank you.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I want to talk to whoever's in charge of this universe,
Yes,
actually.
please.
But I mean,
We
don't you
need.
guys to go deeper with that? Like, don't you find it like really interesting that we see this like separation of morals of things that we will socially accept and things we won't? Because I
Mm,
do.
it's
And
scary.
I kind of like it because I feel like we're I don't know, it's like cuz that's like the grooming thing, right? Like that's a big no for me. Like that makes me
Hmm
not like you as a person. I don't even care like your missing son
Right.
aside. I automatically I'm not like I'm not down with that. I'm
I,
not down to
I'm
excuse
never
that.
buying anything you're selling after that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I don't trust you. right?
Hmm.
Right off the rip. If I find that out, I don't trust you.
Yeah, we're done.
So, right. So there's no trust. I mean, no love lost there, but
Hmm.
it is divided an audience to where some people are willing to overlook that. Look at the Lore Lodge. Sat there asking him, how old was Katie when y'all met? Straight
Well,
up,
that
he
was
said
just
12. And he acted like he didn't skip a beat.
yeah. Nobody was outraged by that, and
But we were.
well, that's true. We
I
have
was.
done the inner work and can see it.
Well, it's very terrifying to me that there's a lot of people out there that excuse that. Whether or not he's got a son missing or not, wrong is
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
And to not call that out for whatever reason, whether it's, oh, I don't want to admit I was wrong, or I don't want
Agreed.
to look like a fool. I think you look
Hmm.
like a
Oh,
fool when you stick with something when the truth is right in your face.
yeah. That they're so used to living in that mode. They're still in. You learn when you're traumatized as a child certain coping skills, right? And if you don't go into therapy, you're still going to use those little kid coping skills
Hmm.
in adulthood. And those are abusive in adulthood.
Yeah, don't apologize, Chico. I thought this was a great conversation.
Oh,
Humongous
absolutely.
sidebar, but you're more than welcome to stay up. I want to continue. I want to finish this up. If you want to stay up, you're more than welcome. If you guys want me to pause, if you hear anything, holla.
I'm
I
I'm
live
going to
here
hop
now.
out,
Okay, no problem.
but I just wanted to, and I wasn't trying to diss Deception Detective. I was
Oh,
more
no.
like
I
pointing
mean,
out statement analysis.
oh, I dissed him, and that's okay. That's how I
Oh,
feel. Yeah,
I'll
I
make
mean,
you feel better, Aristocrat. I have watched Deception Detective for a long time.
Hmm.
I do think he is more intelligent than most. He is a better communicator than
Hmm.
most. And that in itself gives him an air of gravitas that most people do not have.
mhm.
But just as you
Agreed.
guys were
Agreed.
saying, if you're able to market information that you can fit on an A4 sheet of paper for
Yeah.
$80,
Yeah.
um, you're being sold to at that point. You're part
Yeah.
of
It's
marketing at that point,
now it's
and
exploitation.
that's a realization I came to, which was unfortunate because it became a point of which I was like, oh right, I see what's going on here, and that's sad, but okay, and that's not
Yeah. I
just
was
to
like,
do with
darn
his
it.
But you know
opinion.
what? Some
Yeah,
people get so like parasocial with creators that
Mm,
they don't want to see it. They ignore it. Like
yeah,
look at when AWP, right? When all that stuff came out about Jared from AWP, they had people, I mean, you couldn't go in a chat and say anything bad about them, you would be attacked. That is how strong their support was. A bunch of moms, a bunch of females, and it was it was crazy how many people excuse that shit.
mm.
What do you
Yep.
stand for in real life if you can't even stand up on the internet and say that shit's wrong?
but there will always be people who do that. The same with in Summer Wells' case when John Wells said that he played house with his little sister. And that was a euphemism for a whole lot of unfortunate business that I won't go into.
Yeah.
Um, there were people, and still are people, who defend that. And again, it should tell you a lot about those people in particular at that point.
I don't
Um,
defend it, but I also don't think that anything about his sisters should have come out.
No,
I
I
don't agree with
disagree.
that. I don't agree with that. I feel like they were exploited yet again. They were
they
led to
we should
believe there was
always
going to
tell
be
our own story,
well, I just feel like
especially
they
when
were
it's one
led
like that.
I feel like they were led to believe, and they did. They went on Chris McDonough's channel and talked about all
Oh,
the things their brother did and all this stuff.
that's right.
And then they were
Mhm.
promised, not promised, but kind of led down this road that, this charges may come. And look at here we sit years later. Nothing ever happened except the whole
Yeah.
internet knows about that. And I just don't see where that was productive in helping find Summer.
Unless them telling their story helped them to, unless them telling their story helped them personally, right?
Yes. If it
If,
gave
if
them
it
an
helped them,
opportunity, yes.
that's great for them to be able to tell their side. But if it did more harm,
But on Summer's back, like,
well, no, not on Summer's back. No, I don't agree with that. Oh, no,
No.
no, no. I don't agree with that. It should be their own individual, personal, you know what I mean, stories. Not, yeah, not on Summer's back. I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I just feel like
It
they were
all came from
encouraged.
digging into
And
Summer's case.
right.
But that's the
Mm.
same as anything really that we're talking about with this case. They're all subsidiary parts of the people involved. They may not be to do with the actual case, but those things go to making the people who they are. They are component parts of those
But you
people.
have someone who's ex law enforcement conducting interviews with these women and them talking about their trauma. I find it fucking gross. That's just my opinion. I think there's a venue for those things, and I just don't see McDonough as being that venue. That's what
Oh,
makes
Yeah,
and I
I've
me.
agree
wandered
with
off
you
from
there, but
That's
McDonough
why
that's
I
too.
feel like they were exploited all over again.
that's a different
Mm.
subject altogether. I agree with you there. But again, they did not end up there on their own and by accident either. There was a whole other step before they even got there. And it's something that we are watching happen here too.
A lot
When
of manipulation.
and creators playing games. It happens.
I mean, I think that in Sebastian's case, the dynamics between Katie and Seth are more important because a child they had together is gone and they're not together any longer. Like, I don't think anything that happened when Don and his sisters were living in their parents' home, like, really had a whole lot to do with Summer Wells missing. If it did, we would have had something happen, right?
I disagree, but I can understand your point of view, and I understand why you're at that conclusion. We just think about it differently. It's not. I don't think there's a wrong or a right because fundamentally we still do not have an answer.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that's stuff that I really didn't need to know about Mary. I mean, you're going to start a cooking channel. Like, I don't want to know all that. Like, it's just, I don't know. They dumped it on us, is I guess the thing. And I didn't like the delivery or the delivery person, to be honest.
Persons,
I mean,
people.
on one hand, you've got Josh over here and Seth talking about how he still has Michaela's panties. Okay. Then you've got Josh over here with Chris McDonough, and Chris McDonough is talking about Don's sisters being SA'd. It's just, it all melts together and it's gross to me. It's exploitive to me. Whether or
And
not
Why
so
they
does it
felt good
always
when it
lead
was
back
all
to
said and done.
sex?
Hmm? All of it. All of it's sexual. It's gross.
Yeah.
And they could have just went to go get, professional help for that. I think, I don't know, this, my opinion, I think that they came forward and told their story because they were hopeful that, you know, that Don would pay for the crime, because I think that they experienced a lot of trauma from that. And I just think that maybe that's why they came up. They were maybe promised, that Don will pay for what he did. And then it just never came through. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, I mean, they're still tight with them, so apparently there's no, bad blood between McDonough and them, from what I know. But to me, just my personal perception of it was there's a venue and there's a time. It's a very sensitive subject, and it was put out there to attack Don, and that's the way I saw it.
and it didn't
And
help find Summer. It didn't create any movement in the case. They didn't get any closer to finding Summer with that information.
yeah, I don't know.
But then that
I
could
don't,
be said for everything in Summer's case then. So it's the same thing. The same
True.
as Sebastian. We've a whole ball of nothing.
Right. We never got the answers that were really important, to be honest.
No. And it's sad because in the middle of that, you see people destroyed, picked apart, torn apart in the middle of it, and it goes all the way from people involved with these families right down to creators, subscribers, you name it. It becomes a war zone. And that in itself is very unfortunate that it ever gets that far.
It was gross. All right. I'm going to continue playing this interview. I don't know if you
I'm
guys
gonna
are
jump
staying up.
down. Thanks,
All right.
guys.
Thanks, artist.
I'm
Or
gonna stay with
Aristocat.
you.
Sorry.
I'm gonna stay with you for a little bit and hang out.
All right, cool. Let's do it. All right. So where'd we leave off? We left off with him telling us what a private investigator does, that they filter tips. All
Yeah.
right. Let's get back in the mode.
Is to go through all the tips, make sure which ones are valid, and track them down.
And I can tell you that we love our PI dearly. But if they got on social media and attacked the mother, regardless of how we feel about her, it would be the last day she worked for us, period.
Yeah, exactly right. It serves no purpose. I understand putting forth facts and we've talked a lot. And I know I've talked a lot about the abuse because I'm appalled. And I hope when Sebastian is found, that is looked at very closely and reconsidered in terms of the ability for those parents to be around Sebastian without being monitored. I mean, that's my main point of that. It was an abusive environment, and he should never be allowed to return to that.
What is she going off of with that? What the hell is she going off of? It was an abusive environment. Where's she getting that from?
That's
What
what
is
I'm
she
talking
reading?
about.
What is she reading?
Where is it coming from?
I mean,
Nobody
what
knows.
abuse? Is she talking about the belt incident? Is she talking about the rumors of the power washer? What is she talking about?
Some of these people and creators act like they were living in the house with Katie and Chris and Sebastian before all this happened. Like they know everything that happened. We don't know anything. That's the thing. We don't know what we don't know.
I'm going to tell you what I do know. I do know because I saw a picture. I can't share it, but I saw a picture of the morning of when the police were at the Proudfoots and their garage door was wide open. Wide ass open. If they were making their son sleep in the garage, everybody would have seen it right then and there because it was wide open. And that's been something I wanted to share because everybody thinks that, oh, it was no one knows what was like, oh, you had mattresses in there and all that bullshit, right?
Oh, but they moved it, Jay. They moved it at some point, apparently. And
yeah, hauled it away without anybody seeing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh,
You
that
know,
just when
what's
I saw
really
that
funny?
garage wide open, I was just like, if anything was going on in there, like there it is, the morning of, like it was 8:30 in the morning, I think, the picture that I saw, and wide ass open.
What's really funny is this reminds me, because, everybody was talking about when the fake neighbor came up and everything. And I was talking to my husband about it. And I was like, they had a mattress in their garage. And I'm like, I said, you know what that means? And husband's like, no. He said, we have a mattress in our garage. And I'm like, no, we don't. And he's like, yes, we do. Go down there and look. And I'm like, oh my God, I feel like such an idiot.
Oh, we got gifts. Is Dreams in chat? Oh, thank you. We just got an Amazon delivery. We're going to have to take a little sidebar.
Oh,
we got.
exciting.
Okay. Oh my goodness. I was so happy to find this little Coke Zero fridge on Amazon after finding out you didn't have a P.O. box. P.S. I'm a huge gardener and this is one of my favorite planters. Jay, thank you so much for being you. Fur babies too. Enjoy from Vanessa Dreams 99. That is
Oh
so.
my goodness.
She's in here. She's like, here I am. Oh my gosh. I got to open this. Oh my goodness. I'll turn on the camera. You guys don't judge me.
A little Coke Zero fridge.
Oh,
Okay.
this is so cute. This is so pretty. Okay. My camera's not freaking working. Damn it. I'll take pictures. It's a sunflower pot. This is beautiful. Oh, it hangs. Oh, I'll definitely take pictures. Vanessa, thank you so much, sweetheart. This is what a surprise. Hold on. There's another one. This is also from Dreams. After a few years of enjoying your community, here's a few thank yous. And happy spring. So I got bulletproof coffee and this Coke Zero. It is the little fridge.
Yes.
Oh shit, you guys. This is so cute. You can Vanessa Dreams, thank you so much. You guys, why isn't my camera turning on? All right, hold on. Let me get my phone because you got to see the Coke Zero fridge. This is amazing. I can put this right next to me and then I don't have to get up.
Yes.
To get drinks. Oh, is it ever
That's
cute?
such a good gift.
Okay, let me take a picture.
Very
really quick.
thoughtful gift.
Very thoughtful. What a surprise. Like I didn't even expect that. It's probably going to be a shitty picture, but my desk is a mess. Thank you so much. Oh, this flower pot is beautiful. All right, here's the Coke Zero. You can't really see it too well in this picture, but
we're all excited to see. Let us see the tiny fridge.
Okay, there it is. Like that's the top of it. So it opens up and it's a little cooler inside.
Oh,
it even comes with a car. You can even plug it in your car. It comes with a car charger and a regular wall charger. And it holds like 4 cans. Oh, it's so cute. Thank you so much. I freaking love it.
that is awesome. The next time
That's
you
a
have to
great
take a road
gift.
trip to go somewhere, you'll be able to put it in your car and just
I
have all the
know.
cool Coke Zeros.
I'm going to take a picture of this flower pot too. Because it's super cool. And it's got a chain that you can hang it. So thoughtful. Thank you so much. It really makes you feel special when people do that. Like people think about you and you don't even know they're thinking about you.
Yeah, it's a very nice gift. Oh,
Isn't
look.
it awesome? And it
I
has
love
it
it.
has a chain and you can hang it. Isn't that cool? Look at the gummy bear. The gummy squad. The gummy squad is always looking on.
You can't let me have anything, Jay. You have to take everything of mine.
I love how he's in the background. Yeah, it is beautiful, guys, and it's really cool. I can't wait to use it. Thank you again. Thank you for the coffee and the cooler and everything. I really appreciate that. Maybe I'll be
Jay,
buzzing on this bulletproof coffee next time I'm live.
I'm gonna hop down into chat. I have a project due tomorrow, so I need to stop procrastinating.
Oh, okay. Yeah, get to work.
I will be
It's
in
an
chat.
order.
I'll still be hanging out. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Bye, Avi.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
It's so cute for the patio. Thank you again. I love it. That just made my day. Yeah, my husband comes walking in here. He's like, got 2 boxes. I'm like, what are you bringing? And what is this? And then he starts handing me these gift receipts. I'm like, oh my God. Thank you. All right. Let's get back to our interview. You're stuck with me.
We're going to do this.
We're going to get through it. Damn it. 5 hours in. All right. Let's go.
In my opinion, at least without people watching, having somebody there. I went to
When I find him, he won't be going back. He'll be over my dead body.
well, you
Say what?
now, work with, and so
Over his dead body.
Yeah,
And then
that's not.
she says, well, you have a lot of information now to work with, meaning the docs.
Yeah.
Like what?
Of all the times for Tony to have his camera turned off when he's been Mr. Hand Signals for months now, you would think that would be the one time he should have his face on camera. As soon as Seth said that, where are you, Tony? What are you
I know.
doing?
It goes downhill quick.
the courts are going to look at this, I think, a lot more closely now that all this new information has come out, and the fact that it's being spotlighted. I mean, how many cases go on forever and ever and ever? And the Department of Child Services, each state, they're called something different, but CPS.
Wait, here's something. Like, when I requested those records, and they told me I had to have an attorney request those records, because I went online, submitted the request, and then they told me I needed to have an attorney. But I did that on a Wednesday, and on a Friday, they terminated the lady on the on the DCS reports.
Yeah, I don't believe that either. And the reason I don't believe that is because state workers don't just get terminated. And why would they do that? Like, oh, they got the reports and then 3 days later somebody was fired. Don't you think there'd be an investigation into that?
I think they're saying a whole lot of things. They better be ready to back up.
Yeah. That worker's probably sitting there like, what?
Calling a union. Hello?
What kind of, so that she did wrong, so you terminate her. So what? I mean, if that doesn't scream, we didn't do our job, I don't know what does.
Yeah, I mean, there's just huge department issues in DCS across the nation. We've seen it in multiple cases.
Here we go. Harmony Montgomery.
Dead for years and nobody knew it. They were still paying checks out. But I'm not trying to detract. I'm just trying to say in this case.
And she said dead for years. Like, she's so crass.
Her focus of that is not just dead for years, though. It's not the fact that the child is missing or deceased. It's dead for years and still paying checks out. Like that's the focal part of her sentence. The fact that they were still paying.
And what does that have to do with Sebastian?
Right. Again, if you're going to get up there and stand on it saying that there has been abuse, I hope they're ready to prove it. I hope they are. I'll be awkward. Oh.
You think he makes that much, Maria? You never seen her so animated? She's into it.
Case will put spotlight not only on that issue now, but if he's found, spotlight there, and I think it will help make sure that he's in a healthy environment.
Look at Tony.
If he's found stuff.
Hello there.
And I think we can all look forward to that. I wanted to touch base, if you guys don't mind, on some of the things said in another interview on another station. And I wanted to focus in on this criminal matter, whether this is a criminal matter or whether it's not a criminal matter. This is a no-brainer. It really is. First of all, the minute you say it's an Amber Alert, that innately means that he was taken. Now, whether that
I have one question for that. Yeah. You're ex-FBI, all right?
Retired.
I'm sorry, retired.
No problem. It's like a Marine, right? No ex-Marines.
Okay, wait a minute. Why did he cut her off when she started talking about the Amber Alert? Because she says, listen, first of all,
you say it's an Amber Alert, that innately means that he was taken.
It means he was taken. And then he goes, what, you're retired FBI, right? Tell us about the card team.
This is his little gotcha moment, he thought.
She straight up says an Amber Alert means innately that he was taken. Listen to him.
Yeah, now, but I think
I have one question for that. Yeah. You're ex-FBI, all right?
Retired.
I'm sorry, retired.
No problem. It's like a Marine, right? No ex-Marines.
Once a jarhead, always a jarhead. Semper Fi. You're a retired FBI. Explain the card team.
Yes, the card team. this is a great team. They actually come together. They're FBI agents, only FBI agents, and they report pretty much immediately upon request. So the minute a local department calls them, they go on scene and immediately help guide local law enforcement in missing children cases. And they're amazing. They usually lead the interviews. They lead what should happen, and they're very on scene and on hands. The best thing is when they're contacted within hours, because they deploy and dispatch and go there, and they have all these resources. And the biggest thing they have, Seth, is this is what they do. Like, as an example, I did SWAT. That's what I did. As my extracurricular activity after I did my cases, or that's how it works in the bureau. You have these extracurricular card team members.
She did SWAT as her extracurricular activity.
What? Yep, just for a bit of R&R,
Wait, look at Seth. He's like, "Oh, you don't say. This convo is going exactly how I want it to."
Tell me more.
Activity after I did my cases, or that's how it works in the bureau. You have these extracurricular card team members have full-time agent jobs putting bad guys in jail. But when the bell rings, that's what we call it. When the bell rings, that means you're in the middle of tacos with the family. You leave and you respond and you deploy to that situation. And so that's what the card team does. And they are experts in the missing child realm.
No. Can you explain the acronym, Jen, to the public?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask that of me. I'm so sorry.
What?
I don't want to get it wrong. It is.
I gotta look it up.
Child. Sorry. Child Abduction Response Team. So
she's still got
it.
Response.
She's still got it wrong. It's Child Abduction Rapid Deployment. CARD, not CART. Why is he smiling?
I apologize. Go ahead.
No problem. Why would the card team not be activated?
Well, this is the problem. Like with all cases that have local venue, in other words, doesn't involve crossing state lines. It's not an actual kidnapping case. It doesn't have terrorism. It doesn't happen aboard a plane, a train, or a boat, reservation, government installation. The venue lies with the local authorities, Seth. And when the venue lies with the local authorities, it's up to the local authorities to activate and to make that phone call. And a lot of times, sometimes that happens because you have to have a great relationship with the FBI and vice versa. Are those what we call SRAs? Are those agents going out and making contact with the locals so that when something like this happens, the locals want to call? They're like, because they have coffee together and they lunch together and they work on cases together. So it's, hey, Tom, oh my gosh, I've got a missing child. Can you get the card team out here? We need them. And so that's simply why.
So Jen, is it possible that, and I'm just trying to be fair, is it possible that because, and you and I have talked about how many of these autistic children that go missing and what the normal percentage is that are actually runaways, which is high. So we've got them treating this as a runaway situation for the first 72 hours. Could that have had something to do with not calling people in right away because they were working off that theory the first 3 days?
100%, but everybody has a different way they work cases. There are some people that are just so proactive, and I believe that's how it should always be. In other words, you should always treat a case as if there is foul play and work your way backwards from that. Until it can be proved it's not foul play, it's foul play. So that means you get a warrant for the house. That means you process. And it's difficult because a lot of these departments are so small, but that's why it's important to call in a CART team. The other thing is they are expert interviewers. They have seen hundreds of cases and interviewed parents and can get a really good feel. And they want to get that interview done ASAP. So not only the interview, but the polygraph. Everyone should have been polygraphed within the first 24 hours.
Okay. Your man, Seth R. here on panel was not. Still was not. A year later. Cough. What do you have to say about that? Because I don't consider a polygraph done unless it's done by the investigating agency. Right? I don't care. Because we heard what the polygrapher asked Seth. Did you have anything to do with that boy going missing that we talked about earlier? What boy? How many did you talk about someone else? Did you talk about his godson? Because that question could easily be answered. No. It's hokey. And someone who's or retired FBI thinks it's okay that law enforcement, he's never done one with them in a year? Weird.
Period. End of story. What's up?
Yeah, what was that all about? I caught this last night. check this out. So Tony Baloney, right here, he's looking down at like a device on his desk or something, and then it starts talking, and then he rushes to cover it up. Watch.
One should
Yeah.
have been polygraphed within the first 24 hours. Period. End of story.
Attorney, but
Who was that? He says, Seth goes, something about having an attorney, and then you hear some other person talk.
Well, either that wee
Period.
dog
End of
that we
story.
heard,
Hmm?
the wee dog that we heard earlier, either it has learned to talk or it's a human. Those are the two options.
You think he was watching a playback on another device and he accidentally
Yeah,
pressed play? Okay.
attorney,
but I think
What's up?
No, go ahead, Jen.
he looks over
Yeah,
to
that's
the
what needs to happen.
side.
So
Well, because I think he's got a device
He
in his
look,
right hand. Like he's looking at it,
yeah,
and I think
but
it started playing.
yeah, he's looking at the device, but he looks over to his right, over to where you would imagine there's a doorway, the same place he had looked earlier when someone was speaking.
Oh, like he's looking at
Both
somebody
things
that
are happening at the
at the
same
same
time. He
time.
looks at
one
the
should have been
device and
polygraphed
then looks to the right.
Okay, let's watch
within the
again.
first 24 hours. Period. End of story.
attorney, but
What's up?
No, go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, that's what needs to happen. So
His thing started playing, and he looked over at someone.
I think it
Yeah.
seems to me this, and it reminds me so much, and people might not like it when I say this, so much of the Summer Wells case, right? The Summer Wells case where you it wasn't treated like something had been wrong, and it was really handled in some ways quite similarly. And
yeah, I refuse to let my son become a Summer Wells.
well, the good thing is everybody isn't going to let that happen, Seth. We're not going to let you down. We're going to keep his face and name out there. It was
Well,
similar.
the only thing I can say is Summer Wells really didn't have family fighting for her, and that's sad. And I'm going to fight tooth and nail for my son.
Agree. And that will be the difference maker. That will be the difference maker. So
So
hopefully
Seth,
I answered the question.
no, you did, Jen. Thank you for that. So Seth, before you get into sharing what you're going to share tonight, I'm assuming you're still doing that, correct?
Yeah, people have wanted to hear Sebastian. I don't have anything with him being 15. When me and Katie separated during the divorce, Sebastian would call my phone, and I wouldn't always answer my phone because sometimes when you're at work, you can't answer your phone at times. Or if I was asleep, I wouldn't hear it ring. And he would leave me voicemails. And I've got several voicemails. I've probably got like 8 or 9. And I just never deleted his voicemails because I didn't see the point of deleting them. And now I'm thankful I didn't, because I still get to hear him. I get to hear Sebastian before his life took a turn and bad things started happening to him. And I'm going to share a couple of those with Sebastian's Army. You were asking a question though, Tony.
Well, while you're getting that together, before you play those, it's certainly not a tit for tat, but there was a great question that was asked the other night in Katie's interview that. So I want to ask you, what do you miss most about Sebastian?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, but it's
Here
not
we
a tit
go.
for tat, Jay. It's not a tit for tat. But if it was, what would you say?
And look
That's what we're doing.
And look at Jen. She's like, "Oh, I can't wait for the heartwarming story." Here we go.
The Hallmark
Everything.
moment.
I miss him asking me questions. I miss him taking a shower until there's no more hot water. The bathroom is so steamed up, and then all of a sudden there's like the water stops, and I'm like, well, how long is he going to be in the bathroom? I only have one bathroom, so one bathroom. You need to hurry up, because if I got to use the bathroom, you need to hurry up. And walking in, and he's literally curled up on the floor. The bathroom is all steamed up. He's laying on a towel, and he's covered up with another towel, and he's just sitting there. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" And he was like, "It's warm in here." And I'm like, well, it's warm out there too. He was like, yeah, but it's warm in here.
He made a sauna.
You know, it's a sauna. Really. I mean, walk in, you can see the moisture dripping off the walls and stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah. Well, are you done? Because I got to use the bathroom. He was like, I guess. I mean, I miss everything about him. I miss the attitude he would give me. I'd give him shit too, but that's father and son relationship. I miss taking him to go fishing, and I would have to bait his hook because the worm is icky and it's it's bleeding. And it's like, well, son, it's a living thing. You have to put it on the hook. I miss everything. I miss our late night trips or early morning trips to go to Waffle House. I mean, I miss taking
Late
him to
night,
go
early morning.
play Magic. Play D&D. I miss all the things that would light him up. It's just my life is nothing. You know, you when you sit there and you're right, Tony. I only had him for 2 or 3 days. I didn't live. I worked. I worked until I got him on the weekends. When I got him on the weekends, that's when I got to live. The rest of the time, it was just work, make money. So that way, when I had him, we could do whatever he wanted to do. I remember at one point in time, I gave him money, and then I had to take him back to there, and they were at Red Lobster eating dinner, and that's where I was supposed to drop him off. And I dropped him off. And then all of a sudden, like 45 minutes later, I get a phone call from Chris. Did you give Sebastian money? And I'm like, yeah. Well, are you sure you gave him money? Yeah. I gave him $40, $20, $40. I just gave him some money. Why wouldn't I? If there's something he wants, why wouldn't he be able to get it? Here he's got a wallet. It's got his ID. It's got his fishing license. It's got his bank card. Everything here.
So now we hear that Sebastian has a bank card, banker
Yeah.
records, his
And
ID.
this story is sort of twofold for me because, yes, you have the part about the banking records, the ID, all that stuff. And he has previously said that Sebastian had a key to his home, but the key stayed at Seth's house. So we've all that at Seth's, and then the other part of it being the cash part that he gave Sebastian $40, and that I think any parent really in such a situation where your child suddenly has money that you didn't know they were going to have, or they've no reason for having, you might ask a question. You might be like, where did you get that? What did you? I don't think it's that unusual. The way he makes
I
it
think
sound.
it's responsible because, like, if my teenager has cash and
Yeah,
I'm going to be like making sure that, A, he's not getting it from some creep, you know,
right.
B, that that he has it and you gave it to him. What's wrong with that? Why is that a negative thing?
That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, surely you would want. I mean, it's pretty simple. If his dad goes, yeah, give it to him, and he's like, oh right, that's okay then, as long as you
How
did
do
it.
we know that there wasn't a kid selling a phone at school? I mean, that little 13-year-old girl talked a kid into giving her his phone, and he told his mom he lost it. How do
Yep.
we know that some kid wasn't selling a phone at school for $40? We don't. It's weird. I would have definitely asked why he had $40 on him.
And it's the way he said it, though, as well. He makes it sound like that Sebastian had wanted something. If you, I don't know, the whole story is very odd to me. Again, it's just another way for him to
Oh, yeah.
pick
Wasn't the
at Chris.
janitor at that school arrested for enticing children?
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Mm.
Yeah, God forbid they ask where the money came from. What's up, Alabama?
Okay, y'all just blew my mind. Yes, like last week, my nephew, who just turned 14, actually bought a phone from a kid at school without us knowing.
Mm. It
And we
happens.
found out like this past weekend.
Well, when my kids were in high school, junior high and high school, kids were selling iPods.
iPod. So that is that could very well have happened. Like, no shit. When you said
Yeah.
that, I was like, boom, my brain just like exploded. Like, what the hell? Like, his mom ended up having to call my grandfather because my sister doesn't have custody of him because she's a heroin addict. So my great grandpa does. And me and my husband help with him. And so they called and they had to have a sit down with all of us and at the school because he had bought this kid's phone off of him. And then the kid went home and told his mom that he had lost it. So they reported it stolen.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, it was like a big serious ordeal. Kids do shit like that all the time.
Well, and this little girl who talked a fellow student into giving her his phone, she also left with nothing, right? She didn't take anything with her. And then she was spotted with a bag and a beanie, which she did not take when she left the house. So, did she have a bag waiting somewhere? Did someone, because like an older woman picked her up? Did someone give her a bag? There's things, it's wild. And the only reason we know about this girl is because she actually was seen on camera. But now he's saying, oh, it's got his bank card in it. What bank card?
Yeah. And why was it at his house? Like, usually, like, my daughter has a purse. She's 13. She just turned 13 in January. And she has a purse, but she carries it from my house to her dad's house because we're split up for a divorce. And but I will say, like, when he gives her money, like, I never have questioned if she got the money from him. But she's also very trustworthy. Like, I would know if she told me she did, I wouldn't have to call. But I've also heard Sebastian has behavior problems, and I think people sometimes forget that. When behavior problems come sometimes with, how do you know that, they need to know if he got it from one of their purses. You never know with kids like that with ODD. Like, my nephew has ODD, and he was just diagnosed this past December with it at the school with the psychologist. They do have problems stealing. Like, they have problems in all areas when it's behavior wise. They don't like to be told no. Authority figures are a severe issue. Even he's been to alternative school 3 times like this year. He's already been to alternative school 3 different times because authority doesn't bother him. Like, and discipline doesn't affect him. It doesn't matter what you do. And he has had his butt whooped. I'm not gonna lie, he has.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know really what the extent of the behavior problems were. So I don't want to go too far into that. But I think it's interesting that in a year's time, we've never heard that Sebastian had a bank card.
I think
So
it's interesting too.
it's
Well,
weird.
even that, though, in itself is curious to me that we're a year into this situation, and you have a parent here who will sit and talk about the alleged abuse his son was experiencing in the other home, but neither he nor his mother and stepfather will actually tell you about Sebastian. They will not say, well, he had this issue and that issue, so then we would at least know the child that we're looking for. I personally find that odd. Other people might not, but it's troublesome to me. I can understand protecting his
Look
um
look at Dum Dum Brittany.
privacy.
Dum Dum Brittany says they gave this child no privacy. Did they go through his pockets? What in the actual fuck?
Well, I'm sorry, but at 13, kids don't need privacy like that. Like if they think that it's
I'm
crazy,
sorry. This whole thing about kids' privacy. Sorry.
it don't exist. And if it does,
No.
it's dangerous. Like
But
my
then if
kid's phone, everything on it, every person she talks to, if I go in there right now and she's home because she's sick today, if I go in there right now and say, give me your phone, she knows she better hand it over. Like it ain't a joke to me. That shit is dangerous. This is not the world we grew up in.
Mm-mm. Well, like I said, that other teen, that Aubrey Wu, on her Snapchat, she was talking to people from all over the freaking world, and her stepdad said they were older men.
And I believe that because like I said, like I have a 13-year-old and she's came in here numerous times and been like, Mom, she has TikTok and she's like, Mom, these people are messaging me on like grown men acting like they know me. And I'm like, well, don't respond. So I have to go on there and block them like instantly.
That's
Or they're
so
commenting
that's
on
so
her.
dangerous.
Yeah, or they're commenting on her, asking for a Snapchat, and she's like, "What the heck is wrong with
Mm.
these men?" I'm like, "I don't know, but do not be talking back to them." They comment on her videos, telling her how gorgeous she is, offering her money
Oh,
to
it's
send them videos.
disturbing. It's
Like TikTok,
disturbing.
yeah, it's dangerous as shit. I'm
Mm.
like, so when I say privacy doesn't exist, there is no privacy when it comes to her safety. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. I don't care what people think. I may be that mom that people say is overbearing, but I am to protect my kid because this world is fucking dangerous.
I agree. You have to be overprotective with that shit online stuff.
Yeah, like just the other day, my husband got an email with like it's freaked the shit out of both of us, telling him online that he had been, and he doesn't look up porn. He's married. He doesn't have to. He said, we know you've been looking up porn, and if you don't send us $2,100 on Bitcoin, we're
Oh
gonna come
my
and
god.
yeah, like, and it had my address, all of our names that live in my household,
Whoa.
a picture of the outside of our house from Google Maps. Like, I had to report it to the police department.
What the fuck? What
Yes,
did the police say?
they said they've never seen a scam that detailed in their whole life. Like it was a typed out scam message. Like this was not some printed off shit that they just send to other people. Like this was somebody really trying to get us to send them money for extortion.
That's fucking scary.
It is scary. So yeah, this world is like dangerous. And if I was, and I was like, Joe, that's my husband. I was like, that's not real. We'll just, and he was like, no, baby. And he sent it to me, and I was like, what the fuck? That is scary. Like they're talking about showing the videos. They said that they had hacked into his phone and was watching him watch the videos and was going to send his video of him watching porn to all of our neighbors.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And they said, and if, don't even try to reset your phone because that's not going to work. We've already or it's like where the remote controlled access to his device.
Jesus.
Yeah, like that's some
That
scary
is
shit right
really
there.
scary. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, well, the police department took care of it and they got the IP address and it came back to somebody in Russia, which there's nothing they can do. But that
Wow.
that just shows how like far these scams on this shit go. And if it's
Yep.
like that for scammers, for pedophiles, it's even worse.
Yeah. Thank you, Snazzy, for your super chat. Didn't Chris say he couldn't give Seth the gaming system because of newly found gaming charges? Yes, he did. He said those were on his. Oh, Chico says, speaking of scams, y'all be careful out there. Supposedly scammers are contacting folks saying you owe toll fees, and if you don't pay it, you're going to jail.
I got that on my text message last week, but
Oh
I
my
don't.
gosh.
I don't even go to a toll, so I knew it was not real.
That's crazy. See, I do. Okay, let's get back to the interview.
Okay, go ahead.
So why wouldn't I give him money so that way when he's not here, if he wants something at school, because he had told me he wanted stuff from school, and I'm like, hey, here's the money. If you want to get something from school, that's fine. Just don't spend it all on candy, you know, knowing full well he's probably going to spend it all on candy. But calls
Or
me up like he's not supposed to have money. Or
I mean, $40. If you're giving your kid like money for candy at school, like $5 would suffice.
And it's
right?
obviously not a regular occurrence. That seems to be unusual in itself, the fact that it was $40 or whatever. If he was always giving him like a $10 or $20, even if it was $40
If it was a
allowance
pattern.
every time, yeah. But that was obviously unusual.
Mm-hmm.
Quite why Seth doesn't see that as a normal thing to query, I don't understand.
Mm-hmm. It's just quite a chunk of change if you're like, oh, you want to buy some candy at school or I don't know.
Does he pay child support though?
No.
So
Mm-mm.
like maybe that's what the difference is. Like my ex husband, he doesn't pay
But
child
it's not a
support either.
pattern, right? Like they would be used to him giving Sebastian money. They wouldn't
Yeah,
necessarily be questioning it if it was something he did all the time,
yeah, I agree.
right? They wouldn't be like, hey, did you give this to him? You sure he didn't take it out of your wallet or whatever?
Yeah, I
He's
get
not
what you're
supposed
saying.
to have money. Or yeah, that's I see it in chat. He was like, oh, I was just making sure he didn't, steal money from you. I wouldn't have given a rat's. There's money laying around on my table.
You wouldn't have cared if your kid took money out of your wallet? I would.
Oh, I would absolutely care.
What I mean, no boundaries with anything. I wouldn't have given a rat's.
But wait a minute, that's not true though, because he just said the other day on Lore Lines that Sebastian wasn't even allowed in his room without his permission.
I know. He's
Like,
about to tell us that everything that's his is his son's. Listen.
There's money on my, there's money sitting here on my desk. I'm the only one that lives here. When Sebastian's here, anything that is mine is his. As long as you don't go into my wallet and take it. I mean, there are times that I would literally tell him, why don't you clean the house? Well, I don't want to. Make you a deal. You clean the house, you can have whatever money you find. Oh, okay. And he would clean the house. It's not
Welcome,
that
Pam.
he's going to do, a perfect job, but he's going to pick things up and he's going to organize it and he's going to ask me where things go. And he's so we're going to communicate and he's going to learn some organizational skills. And then he would find money and he would be like, I found $5. Okay. What are you going to do with it? Put it in my wallet. Sounds good. Put it in your wallet. I've got a jar. You find change. Put change. You find change around the house. Put it in the thing. He would do that. Then we would sit there, and on days we would pour it all out on the table. And I've got change rollers, so we'd sit there and count out the change, and then we'd pack up rolls, 50 cents for the pennies, $10 for the quarters, $5 for dimes, $2 for nickels, and I mean, it all adds up to life skills.
Seth, I have a question for you.
Life skills.
Did you not to bring this down because those are all such beautiful things and we so often take all that for granted, right? The good, the bad, and the ugly with our kiddos that we get to enjoy daily. But I want to ask a question. Did you know before all of this started, did you know about Sebastian and his responsibilities to clean up the room and that he didn't clean up the room and he would have his things taken and then he didn't clean up the room again correctly or what was expected and that Chris Proudfoot took everything, put it in a box and threw it away, got rid of it?
God
Did you
forbid.
know anything about that?
At one point in time, it was brought up to me, and it was brought up to me. I have a tub of Sebastian's toys, but Sebastian loses pieces of toys. So he's got an arm of a figurine in the thing, or he's got the zip cord for the Spider-Man vehicle, and it's
Okay.
like he
When's the
wasn't.
last time that Sebastian pulled a zip cord out of a Spider-Man vehicle? How many years has it been? I mean, that's like a little kid toy. And if it's broken, if there's dolls with no arms, you throw them away. What is he even talking about?
I'm listening, so I took away some of his toys. Okay. Don't touch any of the stuff that I bought him. If I bought it for him, it's not your place to take it.
There we go. More defiance. More defiance. Can't go along with disciplining, right? Don't take away what I bought. Then leave it at your own house.
Toys. Okay. Don't touch any of the stuff that I bought him. If I bought it for him, it's not your place to take it. Don't take it away. Don't throw it away. If you don't want it there anymore, you let me know. But every time I went over there, Sebastian had rack with all of his toys, so I could see all of his toys.
Every time I went over there, how often did you go over there? Because we just heard that they had you meet him at Red Lobster one time.
He also said he had never been in the house before.
But every time he's gone over there, he's seen the phone plugged in on the island, and he's seen his rack with all of his toys.
Yeah, but you remember on Josh, the Labs channel, he said when Josh was asking about cameras that were in the kitchen, he said he'd never been in their house. He didn't know what cameras they had.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Wow. Huh.
I didn't know that they were throwing away toys because he wouldn't pick them.
Yeah, I was just curious.
If it's broken, then obviously if it's broken and can't be fixed, you should throw it away. And you should explain to Sebastian, hey, you broke it. It's no longer whole. I can't fix it. So now you have to throw it away. That's how you should communicate with him. So
is that a metaphor?
He knows that, hey, you take care of your stuff. And then you don't have to throw it away because it don't get broken. And that's
right. And I get it.
Why did he get all emotional talking about something that's broken and can't be fixed? Why did he get all emotional at the end of that? Watch
take
again.
care of your stuff. And then you don't have to throw it away because it don't get broken. And that's
right.
Why are we even talking about toys? Are we really talking about toys? Because why would toys even be something that you would be talking about on the 1 year anniversary of your 15, now 16-year-old child being missing? It's weird.
And I get it. Like, I mean, my mom, if I left my stuff on the floor, she'd pick it up and she'd take it and I'd have to buy it back. 5 cents for this, 10 cents for that. But no one, I had never heard of a parent, and I'm talking about what we know about Chris Proudfoot now, of throwing away a child's things as a punishment, because that is so invasive and so
it just means you don't own anything. It means you don't have anything, and therefore anything and everything can be taken away from you at any point in time.
Hold on.
And so
it just means you don't own anything. It means you don't have anything, and therefore anything and everything can be taken away from you at any point in time for no reason at all.
They would think I was a shit mom then, because I have absolutely threw my kids' toys away when they did not listen.
But listen to this statement. This has nothing to do with toys, in my opinion. Listen.
You don't own anything. It means you don't have anything, and therefore anything and everything can be taken away from you at any point in time for no reason at all. That is not how you build. That's not how you do structure for a child.
This doesn't even make sense.
No, I agree. It doesn't.
You don't own anything. You feel like everything can be taken away from you at any time for any reason. Kind of like when the whole board from Seth Rogers' Homestead of Family Values, they got up and left.
Yeah, but he also contradicts himself here because if I remember correctly, he also told us. Hang on, I gotta mute. Wait. He also told us that whenever Sebastian was hurt in California for not picking up his toys with that pool incident, that he threatened to throw his toys away then too, didn't he?
I don't remember. Something about that. Him not cleaning up his room. No, I think he couldn't go swimming, but I'm not sure. But that's not how you build. That's not how you do structure for a child. He did. People are saying yes, he did.
Whether they're autistic.
Oh, 10 memberships. I missed that. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Holly, thank you for 10 cooterships. Oh, Chico's officially a cooter. Welcome in, new cooters. Welcome to Cooterville. Holly, love you, girl. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you.
Well, and it's permanent, right? It's permanent damage. A parent may not look at it as damage, but those are the prized possessions of that child. So, if they're put up or you got to buy them back, then it's a life lesson. But when they go out with the trash, it's permanent, and there's no coming back from that. And
This is so dramatic for toys. No, I don't have my soundboard because I'm on StreamYard.
This is
It's
pretty dramatic.
permanent, and there's no coming back from that. We're talking about toys, and we're talking about a teenager.
And in real life, like that is the way that the real world works. I'm sorry, but if we don't teach our kids about real life lessons, they're going to grow up and not be very good citizens. The real world is if you don't take care of your shit, you lose it. If you don't pay for it, you lose it.
It's weird. Like, there's no coming back from that. Like, I don't know. Permanently scarred? Yeah, they wait till the very end, Venus. We're almost there. I promise.
Hold tight. Hold tight.
and without being able to look at things through a child's eyes, I mean, it may seem like a plastic toy to a parent, but that may be something that is like Linus's blanket for a child that he's not happy without. So it just seems awfully permanent.
Oh, please pause
Well,
just for
to
one
me, it
second.
shows this is quite.
Dear Mr. Mathis, and I mean this with all of the dripping disrespect you can hear coming from my voice, what are your qualifications exactly for making this judgment? Um, I'm pretty sure
None.
that you have said before that you're a father. We understand that, but I think you also forget that a lot of us have also raised children too. So, we appreciate your learned opinion there, but unless you have something more to back it up, please stop. Thank you.
For real. Thank you, Green Eyed PI. She says, where are your parents, Seth?
Good question.
He's talking about Linus? I mean, what? Now we're in the peanuts.
Simply where I was
Oh,
going with this. It
oh, where were you
shows
going?
lack of empathy. And when I see lack of empathy in a parent
Like, I
toward
can't
a
even
child,
with her.
it just opens up possibilities.
It's not teaching a
I'll leave it
child
at that.
consequences, it's lack of empathy in her book. Okay.
So weird.
A lot of negative possibilities.
But let's hear Sebastian's voice. This is so cool that you kept these.
Tony goes.
Well, he didn't keep them, he
This
just
one
didn't get
was
round to
made
deleting
in
them. That's
2017.
how much he cared about them.
2017. So this is what? The divorce? Oh my God, look at Tony.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Whoa, now that looks weird. Tony. Mm-mm-mm.
saying nothing.
I don't know if you guys can hear this or not, so you'll have to let me know if you can.
So, just needed to call him.
Hold on.
He played the wrong one. He played the wrong one. Was that someone saying, Seth, you need to call him? Because he wasn't answering?
I don't know.
Just needed to call him. So, just needed to call him.
Hold on.
The tone says a lot, even though we don't have that many words. The tone is just like, I'm annoyed.
Uh-huh.
So, just needed to call him.
Hold on.
Hi, Daddy. Sorry took too long. Please call. I love you. Bye.
Oh, please pause for 1 second. Look at the reactions.
Look at Jennifer.
Right? Look at the
Oh!
reactions. We have Seth up here. He's just concentrating, playing the thing. He is the most detached from the response to hearing Sebastian's voice. You have Tony in tears straight away. I would say that's a little unusual as well, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. The puppy dog eyes.
Yes, he's just lost all control of himself. And then down here we have Jennifer, aka Cough, looking like she has just found a bowl of cream somewhere. Like, why? What is
And
this?
in the cookie jar,
What
peeking
is
at the
this?
reaction, I guess.
It's creepy.
It's very wild. I'll give you that. The reaction from Tony, weird. He's literally got his eyebrows even, playing the part there.
Mm-hmm.
But she looks like she's got her hand in the damn cookie jar.
Right? I've never. It's such an unusual set of reactions to one audio that they've
Agreed.
all been prepared for. They all knew was going to be played.
Right. They've been prepared for an hour that this was going to happen.
Very odd. Thank you. Anyway, sorry, that was it bothered me then. It still bothers me. Thank you.
Right, because she's like put her head down to like listen to the recordings, but then she sneaks a peek like at how they're reacting.
Mm-hmm.
Watch again.
Bye. This was so. It just started. Hi, Dad. I know this is gonna sound weird, but tomorrow's picture day. So could you send some decent clothes over to me so that I can wear the decent clothes and be handsome for my birthday? So you don't have decent clothes? Mom, do you let me wear whatever I want to wear for picture day? Oh, clothes for picture day. Mom, okay. I need to get decent clothes. I know this stuff. Will you please send decent?
Thank you, Seth.
I'm sorry.
So his voice hadn't changed yet, or had it changed by the time he was 15?
It did. His voice started to change about 14 and a half years old.
Precious.
I can't do this anymore.
Bye, Seth. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you.
sharing your heart.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks for sharing his voice. I'm sorry, Seth.
I just gotta find you. I gotta find you. I just gotta find. I just gotta find my son. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night, you all.
Good night.
Spokesperson is the first one gone.
Yep. Kolf's picture here was weird as well. I'm like, oh dear. Then we've got the shirt.
And that's how it ended. Was that not weird?
Oh, very weird.
Like Tony dipped, right?
Yep.
We can't
Tony.
even see. You know what? We can't even see his face. I lied. I thought that the T-shirt showed his face.
No. Would Tony react the same way if he heard Caleb Harris's voice? I'm curious. Tony, if you could answer that for us, please. I would love to know.
Oh, right. The man who sent out the video of Caleb.
Yep.
He turned his cam. Right. Why did he turn his cam off and then dip like that? I don't know. That was weird.
Yep. They all
We
knew
got
that
through it
moment.
though.
We did. Well done, everybody. Woohoo! Give yourselves
Thank
a pat
you,
on the back.
Beans. Beans gave 10 more Cooter ships while we were watching that. Welcome to Cooterville, everybody. Come on in and close your legs.
Welcome in, little Cooters.
Ooh, Holly gave 10 more Cooter ships. Welcome in, little Cooters. Little Cooter. Thank you so much, Holly and Beans. BJ's man's moldy 3 a.m. fast food leftover says, I don't think it was Seth Rogers' idea to put that audio out. Well, I mean, I'm glad. Yeah, we got to. Oh, it was great having you, Chico. Thank you, Sherry, for your super sticker. So generous. I just think that what good does it do? Yeah, his voice was sweet. I mean, he was like 7 or 8 years old. He doesn't sound like that now. He said his voice changed at 14 and a half, which means he doesn't sound like that. So none of that is going to help find Sebastian. None of it.
Well,
See,
we haven't.
Like, it made my soul hurt. Like, that's what he wants. Like, that's why he played it. None of it helps find Sebastian.
It becomes more and more obvious as time has gone along that Seth doesn't have recent pictures or videos of Sebastian that he has at least wanted to share.
Or even a voicemail. Correct. This is what he sounds like now. Weird. Right. See, I don't get all emotional about that. Like that, I don't know the kid. You know what I mean? Like I can separate that. Yeah, it's sad. It's very sad, but I don't want to like cry over it. I more so want to see this guy spend an hour and 9 minutes of his time raising awareness for his son and actually showing us that he wants to find him.
Or if I'm being generous, I can understand Seth being teary-eyed. I can understand that. But why Tony was in floods of tears makes no sense.
Right.
You're meant to be the rock for Seth.
You're supposed to hold things together when he can't. And you're sitting over there bawling? Yeah, he's so heartfelt, let me tell you. He was so heartfelt in Caleb's case. Look how fake he is. Look at him.
And that part gives me some pause because I find I can be a little bit harsh on Seth at times from my own perspective. And then whenever you see moments like that, you realize that he really isn't being supported by the people who claim to be there for him, to hold him up in his weakest moments. And that says a lot. That's sad in itself.
See, I don't know. I don't feel sorry for him. I just don't. I feel Seth only played that last one because Sebastian asked him to bring decent clothes, as if Katie had him in rags and Seth was the true provider. Thank you for your super chat. It could be. I think that they wanted to make it look like Sebastian and Katie were fighting, but you can clearly hear Katie laughing in the background and says, "What? We don't have decent clothes here?" and laughed. I don't think they were fighting at all. But the reason why I don't feel bad for him is because of the things that have come out of his mouth.
I
That's
feel
why I
both
don't
at the
feel bad.
same time. I feel
Yeah.
all sorts of all the things. Even there's even people I really immensely dislike. I can usually find something that reminds me that they're at least a human being, but
Mhm.
it makes it difficult. Some people make it really difficult, and you have to try to remember that at some point we should not become the very thing that we criticize. If when we see other people saying things about Chris and Katie, for example, and dehumanizing them,
Mhm.
we should remember that Seth is also a human being. He may not be your choice of human being. He may not be our favorite. Uh, he may not be your choice to be friends with or any of those things,
Right.
but he's still a person. Now,
Well, and
what
that's
that
why
person
when
entails, it's a whole mixed bag, like
yeah.
everybody.
And that's why, like, on the anniversary of Sebastian's disappearance, I wasn't speculating. I didn't spend that time speculating. We went over Chris and Katie's interviews and kept it at that. You know what I mean? Because everybody deserves a break. You know what I mean? This is their
Yeah,
everyday life. I don't know what he's going through, quite frankly. I don't think he tells the truth about his daily life and what he's really doing. He's proven himself to not be trustworthy. He's done really sus things. Um, Signing engagement letters and going against Katie and Chris from the beginning is just wild to me. It's just like he never wanted unity. I feel like he wanted unity with Katie, and if he wasn't getting that, he didn't want nothing.
yep. And that brings us back almost full circle. The unity part. If Seth can't have it his way, it's either
Mhm.
his way or no way. And that's partly, no matter what you feel about the injunction, that's partly what that is about, or entirely, really, in my opinion. It's
His
either
way or
my
the
way or no
highway.
way. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm in control. And really, it's a situation that you're not in control of, no matter how much you want to pretend to yourself that you are in control. The whole point of such a terrible situation is that you aren't in control of it. That's why it's so traumatizing. And unfortunately, you're not the first person to go through it, and sadly, you won't be the last. You're not. I don't understand why there is such an effort to make it seem like Seth is the only person that has ever experienced this. It's very,
Mhm.
again, very strange.
Mhm. It just adds another whole nother layer of weirdness
Yep,
to the whole thing.
yep, lots of weird. Oh, and on the decent clothes thing, I noticed that the green team chats that were happening after that live were making a big deal about the decent clothes part. Um, Doing exactly what we would assume, and exactly making it seem like that's all that Katie had given that child was poor clothes in comparison. Um, that was interesting to me. That the fact that they picked up on that one specific phrase, just coincidentally, you know.
Mhm. Mhm.
Mhm, mhm, mhm,
Mhm.
mhm,
Mhm. I
mhm,
have
mhm.
hold on. I'm trying to find a part of a video to play for her.
Did you just hold on me?
Hold
Did
on.
you just hold, please?
Okay, here we go. Okay, so we just watched, and this is one thing I wanted to point out was they were both asked not Chris, but Katie and Seth were both asked the same question in these latest interviews.
Oh, I'm
And
glad that you did this. This is good.
This is going to be Katie's question. Now, we heard Seth asked, what do you miss most? We just heard all of it, right? Well, now we're going to hear Sebastian's mom being asked the same question.
He's a teenager, and so he's a young man. Honestly, he just had a birthday, and I'm sure that his mustache is coming in more. I mean, he really is a good kid.
What do you miss most about your son?
Oh God, I miss his smile. I miss his laugh. I miss going and doing fun things with him. I miss taking him to get a haircut and him saying, "Mom, feel my head." I miss cooking dinner with him. I miss game nights. He would play Uno until the sun came up if you let him. He goes through phases of which games he's into, but I miss him. I miss everything about him, the good, the bad. I miss his attitude. I miss, him trying to eat all the sweets instead of dinner. I miss him stealing my Brussels sprouts while I'm trying to cook them.
I sense lots of joy that's being.
Did you hear what she said? I miss his big personality. And look at how she's staring. She's like really remembering these moments. It's genuine, man.
Missed right now.
Green tea.
His jokes, the way he laughs when he tells a funny. He had there's a video that I put out that he was being goofy, and he had this like half gallon of green tea that he had gotten from the grocery store, and he thought of this joke, and he ran in the kitchen and he grabbed a green cup and he was like, "Mom, green tea." And it was just so funny, and I was just like, "Dude, hold on, you gotta do that again." And I grabbed my phone and I was like, "You gotta do it again." And he was like, "Green tea." And he was just like, it's not in the video, but he was just rolling because he just thought it was the funniest thing ever. And
he's got some quirky one-liners.
Oh God, he was getting he was getting to where he had some good ones.
Feels like a great sense of humor.
It was definitely developing. He was coming into his sarcasm. Like one of the other videos I released, when it's hard to hear, but we were bowling, and because he has a lot of fun with it. He actually was getting a lot better without bumpers, but he like rolled a good roll, and he turns around and he's like, "You got wrecked, Mom." And I was just like, what is happening right now? But I mean, I miss that, I miss being able to hang out with him, because he's not little anymore, which we had a lot of fun when he was little, but when they get older, you start being able to do different things with them, and game nights are, God, they're a blast sometimes.
We didn't have pool days this year.
Pool days. That's big in the summer. He loves to go to the pool as much as possible.
Swimming.
Oh God, he loves to swim. He's I don't know if I put that picture out or not, but there's one that I took of him. He has on this like giant, I think it was a flamingo, and he was just like just being a cool guy.
Being a fun kid. For our viewers, before we end this, I guess your message for them is just keep hope alive.
Yes. Remember him.
Keep looking.
Share his face, because talking about him is what we want to do, but we want to make sure that people know his face. We want to know that people know who they're looking for, and we would just ask that everyone just kind of be aware of your surroundings in general. You never know, and all it takes is just one person that could make a difference. And go ahead.
I would say, if anything, constantly being vigilant, just looking out there, aware of what your surroundings are. Please, if you see something, call 911, call TBI. I know there's a lot of other things out there, but
we would encourage.
It needs to be segregated, like just a single point of right back to law enforcement. That's where it needs to go. Anybody that sees anything, just report it, please.
Do you feel that there's someone out there right now that knows something? They're just not saying it?
It's hard to say until we can run down this video and figure out what we're seeing.
Okay, I'm going to stop that one there, but let's go back as just a little refresher and let's listen to this again.
It's certainly not a tit for tat, but there was a great question
shit.
that was asked the other night in Katie's interview that
Here it is.
So I want to ask you, what do you miss most about Sebastian?
Everything. I miss him asking me questions. I miss him taking a shower until there's no more hot water. The bathroom is so steamed up, and then all of a sudden there's like the water stops, and I'm like, well, how long is he going to be in the bathroom? I only have one bathroom. So, one bathroom, you need to hurry up, because if I got to use the bathroom, you need to hurry up. And walking in, and he's literally curled up on the floor. The bathroom is all steamed up. He's laying on a towel, and he's covered up with another towel, and he's just sitting there. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he was like, it's warm in here. And I'm like, well, it's warm out there too. He was like, yeah, but it's warm in here.
He made a sauna.
It's a sauna. Really. I mean, walk in, you can see the moisture dripping off the walls and stuff. And I'm like, oh, yeah. Well, are you done? Because I got to use the bathroom. He was like, I guess. I mean, I miss everything about him. I miss the attitude he would give me. I'd give him shit too, but that's father and son relationship. I miss taking him to go fishing, and I would have to bait his hook because the worm is icky and it's bleeding. And it's like, well, son,
What part, Chico? She said, what did he just say? Go back 30 seconds. Oh, he said, I missed the attitude he would give. I gave him shit too. That part?
off the walls and stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Oh, he said walls from the condensation, I guess.
Well, are you done? Because I got to use the bathroom and stuff. I'm like, really? I mean, walk in, you can see the moisture dripping off the walls and stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah. Well, are you done? Because I got to use the bathroom. He was like, I guess. I mean, I miss everything about him. I miss the attitude he would give me. I'd give him shit too, but that's father and son relationship. I miss I miss taking him to go fishing, and I would have to bait his hook because the worm is icky and it's bleeding, and it's like, well, son, it's a living thing. You have to put it on the hook, I miss everything. I miss our late night trips or early morning trips to go to Waffle House. I mean, I miss taking them to go play Magic. Play D&D. I miss all the things that would light him up. It's just my life is nothing. You when you sit there and you're right, Tony. I only had him for 2 or 3 days. I didn't live. I worked. I worked until I got him on the weekends. When I got him on the weekends, that's when I got to live. The rest of the time, it was just work, make money. So that way, when I had him, we could do whatever he wanted to do. I remember at one point in time, I gave him money, and then
All right. So he goes from his memories to money and Chris calling him saying, "Oh, right back into a bash."
Yeah.
Ugh.
He cannot miss the opportunity to poke at either Katie or Chris. It's very sad that he cannot separate his child from the other adults in the situation. And I think that's where there's a glaring difference in when both parties tell their memories or their feelings about Sebastian. Katie tells her recollections of Sebastian, and it involves just her and Sebastian or the situation, whereas Seth turns his into a bit of a
Pity party.
bitching session. Yeah.
It's always negative. He's a very negative person.
Yeah.
I think by nature.
Yeah.
Like what
And
can go wrong will.
yeah.
Well, it took us forever to get through that interview.
We did
But
it,
I did.
everybody.
We
did
did, but
it.
I really enjoyed the conversation. I want to thank you, for staying up here with me all day. And I want to thank Chico for coming up and Alabama. And who else did we have come up here? Avi. Aristocat. If I missed you, thank you for coming up today.
All of the people.
I don't do these very often, but it was nice. It was a nice conversation and it's always welcome.
No, I was only meant to be up here for a little minute, and then
I know.
I'm like, here we are. We live here now. Sorry about it. I now live in the mini fridge. It's just a
Oh
thing.
my gosh, yes. I can't wait to get this all set up. I'll post pictures in the community. But thank you again, Dreams. That was really, really nice. And UA, how dare you just get home? I was wondering where you were at. Aristocat, I barged in. You can barge in anytime. Artists, yes, artists. Thank you guys.
And chat as well. Chat were amazing.
Was amazing as usual. The mods were amazing as usual.
They were all right. They were all
right. We'll keep them.
We
won't get rid of them. We'll keep them around.
Thank you for having me up, Jane. Thank you for everybody who had patience with my boring ass self. I appreciate you.
You're definitely not boring, and thank you anytime,
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye, little Wee. With her little moon boots. We do have the best chat. We really do. And like I said earlier, like it really has separated, morally some people from others. And I'm really, really grateful for all of you. I'm grateful that you guys are willing to speak your minds. I'm grateful that you guys have open minds, and I'm just forever grateful to you guys. You're a great group of people, and I just want you to know that. Even you, UA. Even you, UA. AV, you can barge in anytime. Yep. Again, thank you again for the Amazon gifts. That was so nice. Check out community. I'll post some pictures in just a little bit once I get it all set up. And have a great Friday, everybody. I hope that you enjoy yourselves and be looking for some true crime over on the other channel this weekend. We're going to be reading through some transcripts, if you will. But I'll see you guys around on the streets. I'm sure you guys stay safe and all of that good stuff in the pines. Everybody have a great Friday. Smile and stay safe. Coke Zero for life. Whoops. I guess I need to know how to end this, right? Let's see. What are we going to do here? We don't have an outro. Well, son of a bitch. I guess we're just going to end it. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.